You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. And of course, this is happening. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And y'all already know Reckless. All right, y'all. So we're here. Y'all already know if Mr. Z got to pause or get quiet or whatnot. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Hopefully, y'all were able to check out the links in the description box or the link in the description box. It will be links, as in more than one, as in Mr. Z didn't have the time to put the other one. But we will be playing a bit of that in a minute. And I didn't even get her channel name. I guess I'll be giving you guys her channel name in a minute. So our favorite our favorite couple. Shout out to Trail. I'm not even gonna say what Trail called a husband, but we just gonna leave that on the table. Our favorite white married couple just found out something that Mr. Z didn't know, right? So I knew that the black birth rate was below replacement level, just like the rest of the birth rate in America. So yes, for every Keisha with 2 and 3 and 4 kids from 2 and 3 and 4 different men is a couple of her sisters and maybe a girl cousin with no children or with one children. So yes, that woman might have had her first kid at the age of 18 or 20, maybe under the age of 24, more than likely. So we know that 70 some odd percent of children born to black mothers are born before the age of 24, right? So for every black woman like that is a sister or girl cousin with no children. So we appreciate that. And what I did not appreciate, and I think they've mentioned it before, so I knew that, but I didn't fully sit with that, right, and let that marinate and kind of consider what that means and what the environment is helping to produce here, which is black folks over the 50% income line have a lower birth rate than white folks, and apparently Asians too. Yeah, black people. So you could put that in your pipe and smoke it. No pun. No sexual pun anyway. So there's a lot to unpack there. Train tracks, train tracks, train tracks. Um, which is black people who are stable, black men who are stable more, who are looking for something stable. They're looking for a spouse. In our case, is black men, part of the Black Manosphere, a spouse who is stable, not just financially, but definitely mentally and emotionally, spiritually. Oh, talk about difficult as a black man, especially if you're looking for a black woman who is stable. We have problems, don't we? Um, who has not, and shout out to Compassion and Callous for this, who's not asked out to the market, which means all of their solutions are market-based, market-oriented. Um, if you are a black man who is stable, who is doing okay-ish in life financially, and your goal is to not have one of these, right? Kind of out there, asked out to the market. Y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourself. Okay, my apologies. We're back. Trust me, this is not gonna keep on happening. Yeah. So, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I know I might be borging a little bit. Yes. Y'all already know reckless streams. Don't put it in the comments. Yeah. So, black folks, black men who are stable, who are looking for stable women, find that to be a bit more difficult, especially obviously if you're looking for a black woman. And what that does is push your push back your time to have children because you're looking for a woman who hopefully is not off her goddamn rocker, who isn't jealous of upper middle class and above white women, who isn't hyper materialistic, have fun with that, who isn't a hyper consumer, have fun with that, who isn't in copious amounts of debt, have fun with that, right? Who every time something goes left, they go back to school to be in even more financial debt, student loan debt, excuse me, have fun with that. Black men who are seeking a woman who is not that, a black woman who is not that, well, they find themselves being single well into their 30s, maybe even their 40s. And yeah, right. So we know black men's first children are a bit later than black women's. You start to have that around 25, 26 years old, which kind of flies in the face of much of the narrative in the black community. This idea that black men are seeding up black women and then running off, right? Actually, what we find based off the numbers is that black women are having their first children once again before the age of 20 and before the age of 24 at 70 some odd percent. I think it's like 77%, 75, something like that, right? 72, something like that, somewhere in the 70s. So when you meet her at 25, 27, 30, 32, she already has a child, right? Yeah. So we know somewhere around 53, 54%. I've heard as high as 56% of black men have no children. Single black men are childless, where somewhere around 61-ish% of black women are having children left and right. Yeah. So what are black men supposed to do with that exactly? Right? What are black men supposed to do with that? So we're going to cover this in a minute, and let me make sure I get all my materials together. So first, we're going to play a black woman encouraging other black women not to have black men's children. We're going to play that, and then we're going to play what that results to. Now, I want everyone to consider and have this in the back of your mind. Once again, black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US. When you read through this article, what they specify as black and Latina women, black women specifically, let's focus on black women. Black childless women who are single have the least amount of wealth in America. Now, I want you to think about that as we play this clip, because there are these well spoken, maybe even soft spoken black women, and they speak like this, and they're not aggressive, and they don't sound like they're throwing temper tantrums. They don't necessarily even sound like they're necessarily angry with black men, because their tone, actually, Z, you have to slow up even more than you are now. Have a lighter voice, Z. Okay, we're going to try to take the bass out of our voice. That's really difficult, but okay, fine. The women that speak like this, and they sound like they don't have a problem. Their issue with black men is that black men do not take care to take care of black women and to protect black women and to love black women. This is how they speak, right? And as long as they speak like this, there will be some simps and some white men, black men, Latino men who actually believe that these black women aren't raving lunatics, that they're not angry at the world because they speak like this and they deliver their message like this. And as long as they speak like this and they deliver their message like this, we don't think that they're actually saying, well,
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Like, I knew.
Huh? As long as those ladies speak like that, then we leave space for the simps and the white knights to actually believe that what the women really want is, well, nosy. Please, for the love of God, shout out to all the new viewers.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
So Mr. Z had to make sure to play that. Because there are those who hear Mr. Z, and sometimes Mr. Z gets passionate, and Mr. Z speaks like this, right? Even in my comments, I speak like this. And so it's easy to say, Mr. Z, you just want to oppress women, black women in specific, because you really get tricked by this tone right here. As long as the ladies are speaking like this, and as long as they're speaking as if their issue with black men is that black men don't take care of black women. Black men and this society raises black boys to hate themselves, to hate black women, to hate darker skin, to hate kinkier 4C curled hair. And as long as the women phrase it like that, then you actually believe them, or better yet, you pretend to believe them. As long as they speak like this.
You expose yourself every time, fam. And by the stuff that come out your mouth about black women specifically, you should be canceled, bro. You don't deserve love, fam. You don't even say nothing. You don't have no words of encouragement or anything. You probably can't even. Y'all boys don't deserve black women, fam. You don't deserve no woman. Point blank, period. So again, y'all black men, not husband material. So the last thing you need to be trying to tell a woman is that she need to be wife material. Your daddy failed you. Go speak to your dad. Ask him why he didn't marry your mama.
That would be such a dumb, reckless decision. That's not building a family. That's signing up for disaster. And obviously, this doesn't mean every black man. I know that there are black men and black women who are happily married. Good for them. I don't want that. And no, this doesn't mean every black man, but it means most of them are not prepared. Now, I am sure there are some healthy, loving black marriages out there, okay? Black husband, black wife, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't change anything for me personally. Okay, and I know, yeah, like I'm speaking for myself when I say I personally would not be marrying a black man. I'll consider it if he is my preference. I'll highly consider it. I'll think about it because that's just my preference. Okay, and I don't care. Everybody has preferences. Respect mine, period. But you know, a lot of people are panicking about the declining birth rate amongst black women. I mean, really amongst all women, honestly, but I'm black, so I talk about black women and black people. To be completely honest, I'm glad it's happening. I'm very, very happy there is a declining birth rate.
The U.S. government is panicking because the birth rate is falling, which means that GDP could be falling, which means that billionaires could make less money.
So they want women to have more babies.
So they are trying everything they can to have lower prices, make better healthcare, allow people to work from home, or making childcare cheaper.
Every time someone brings up how low birth rates are right now and how rapidly they are dropping, the first thing that comes to my mind is always, thank God. If anything, I think we can go lower. Let's all start a how low can you go challenge.
You know how there's a declining birth rate in both America and Japan, right? Like, I'm sure both countries are stressed out about it because America's already like, oh my goodness, we're declining in birth rate. What do? We need to do something, yada, yada, yada. And I'm sure the government of Japan is probably doing the same thing. But what I'm laughing at is different tactics being used trying to solve the problem at hand. And the fact is neither of them are doing anything to really solve the issue. But America's like, oh my goodness, there's a decline in birth rate. We need to do something, yada, yada, yada. What do? We need more people, more workers. What are we going to do? Like, I got it. We're going to remove women's rights. Like, we're going to force these women to have these babies whether they want it or not. We don't care who lives or dies.
Black women are choosing themselves. It means more of us are waking up and realizing that bringing children into chaos is not love, it's survival. And we're done surviving, we want to live. Why should we keep birthing children into poverty, violence, and trauma just to appease a community that doesn't value us anyway? We're not breeding mules. And let's be real, some of the sons that y'all are raising, they grow up to hate us. You birth them, you clothe them, you feed them, and they grow up to call you bitter, masculine, a gold digger, and tell the world that black women are the problem. Your own son. I would never have a son, not a black son, not ever. And having a black daughter would be hard because black people hate black women so much. The community hates our skin tone. They hate our hair. They hate if we're too feminine, then we're trying to be white. They hate if we're masculine. Like, you just cannot win. Don't you dare come into my comment section saying that this is not true, because we see it every day. I see it on every platform there is. On TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, boys raised by single black mothers who go on to degrade black women online for clout. It's disgusting, and it proves my point. Birthing your enemy is real. And black women, don't you even dare. Don't birth your enemy. That's what you're doing.
If I ever get pregnant with a son, I'm returning it to the sender because I don't want to raise one.
This is the one. If you have a boy and the dad chooses to leave, you especially need to make sure he takes his son with him, sole custody, because the boys always resent the parent who stayed, the mom, and idolize the one that leaves, the dad. This is especially true if you're black. He's going to be watching podcasts or in podcasts, holding a microphone all over the internet and in comment sections talking about how much he hates single moms. He's going to be talking about how she ran his dad away, how terrible she was, how she was keeping him away from his dad, how she made him pay child support so he left, because they believe that their daddy shouldn't have to bear the financial responsibility of the child they helped to create. They're going to hate you. And you would think it would be the opposite, right? You're breaking your back, going to work, providing, taking care of the child by yourself. But the moment they get to that tweens and teens, you're the worst person in the world. And to me, all of that isn't worth it just to say that I was the good parent or the parent who stayed.
Let's really talk about it. Most of these men, they don't want to be fathers. They just want to have children. There's a big difference. It's like a child that wants to have a puppy. It's like, yeah, that kid wants a puppy, but is the kid really going to be responsible for the puppy? Of course not. The parents will. These men don't want to be fathers. They want someone to carry their last name. They want legacy, but they don't want the responsibility, the sacrifice, and the hard work. They want these kids to boost their ego, not to raise them. They're out here making $40,000 a year, struggling to pay their own bills, but demanding respect as the head of a household that can't even afford anything. You can't afford anything. But there's nothing wrong with making $40K a year. Perfectly fine. But what is wrong is bringing a child into that with no plan, no structure, and no commitment to the mother. And don't get me started on the idea that a man doesn't have to be rich to be a good father. Yeah, that sounds nice, but it's not enough. Love doesn't pay for childcare. There are childcare centers. I've seen it. There are women talking about it online. They pay $3K a month for daycare.
When somebody tells you they can't afford to have children, this is what they're talking about. A woman in my town's Facebook group shared these daycare rates today, and she said, how do you afford kids here? Because nobody knows how anybody is paying for this. For an infant for 5 days a week with 10 hours of care, it is $664 a week. That is just shy of $35,000 a year for one child. And the price does not drop that much when they hit pre-K here. It's $521 a week, which is about like $28,000 a year, okay? These are incredibly high rates for daycare. And of course, you could drop down to 9 hours a day or whatever it might be. But here's the thing. When you go to daycare, typically you're going to take the most hours because you have to commute to work, you have to commute back from work, and you have to work 8 hours a day. And unfortunately, when you miss pickup by 1 minute, they start charging you like $2 a minute. So usually it's more cost effective just to pay the higher rate for the 10 hours than to pay for the 9 hours, which is like crazy because it's 1 hour difference. These are rates for one kid. We were talking about one child. Imagine if a family has 2 kids. They're paying $50,000, $60,000 a year for childcare. That is unsustainable for most families.
$3,000 a month for daycare. So no, the $40,000 a year isn't going to cut it. Hugs don't put food on the table. Love doesn't pay for diapers, for formula. It's time that we stop romanticizing struggle. It's not worth it. Giving birth to a child with someone who doesn't love you, doesn't respect you, and doesn't understand commitment is never worth it. You are not obligated to suffer. You are not obligated to carry the burden of keeping a culture alive that refuses to protect and respect you. Black women, you should be prioritizing your peace. Don't reproduce with chaos. Don't bring a daughter into this world that hates black girls. Don't bring a son into a system that turns him into your future abuser.
Look here. All right. I had to play that for everyone so we could appreciate the mindset. Now, base camp, white folks, I look at them sideways because white folks, with that, even the white husband slows his wife down and checks her about how black men have to navigate dating and marriage, particularly concerning black women who think just like this young lady. And shout out to Ben, speaking about this that we just spoke on. Ben says, and thank you for the super chat, was just thinking, when are you going to cover this? Right? And shout out to Ben, thank you for the super chat once again. Yeah, no, I came across this when I was looking up birth rates and whatnot, and you once again see a black woman who is celebrating this as if she's hurting black men. Now, appreciate that an increasing amount of black men are marrying out, right? So we know this. Black men's marriage rate is actually increasing because their interracial marriage rate is now half. If you're looking at under a certain age, I want to say under the age of like 30 or some odd. So more and more black men are marrying out, which is bolstering and increasing their marriage rate. Black men's marriage rate is somewhere around 36%, projected to be 40% in the next few years. Black women's marriage rate is somewhere around 28, 29%. It is going to stay stagnant, if not drop, in the next couple years, because for the most part, if black women don't end up with black men, they end up with no men. We're speaking about marriage here. We're not speaking about black women, quote unquote, dating interracially, having, and this is a weekend stream. We won't be necessarily using so much profanity for our monologue, but we can play around a little bit. So black women, we're not speaking about you in your quote unquote expanded options and your quote unquote interracial dating, having interracial sexual fun, but these white guys and Latino guys and maybe even South and East Asian guys aren't marrying you guys, you ladies, better yet. So right, I had to play that so people can appreciate the mindset. And what I appreciated about this young lady, and appreciate that I have her video sped up 1.35 speed. So she speaks even slower. Her delivery is even softer. She's throwing a temper tantrum. She's encouraging other black women to throw the same temper tantrum. I chose her video because of the way she speaks, because of her delivery. Because the white knights and the simps will hear the way she speak and pretend like they don't hear her throwing a goddamn temper tantrum, that she's not an elite white woman, and giving black men the middle finger, essentially saying, you didn't build me Wakanda, I don't get to be the rich elite white woman, so damn you and those non-existent children. Unfortunately for her, black men, just like black women, are no longer captive audiences of the black community. What is Mr. Z saying? Black women, everyone appreciates that you are no longer a captive audience of black men. You owe black men nothing. Black men appreciate this. Black women have made it painfully and excruciatingly obvious. Black women have made it clear black women don't owe black men a smile, being courteous and kind. Black women don't owe black men consideration. Black women don't owe black men not insulting black men, particularly in public, not denigrating the image of black men, particularly once again in public. Black women owe black men nothing. Black women have made this excruciatingly clear. But when black women don't appreciate Miss Abby, that's the name of the young lady's channel. Do not harass her. I'm just letting y'all know. I will be putting the link in the description box after the stream. Please do not put a comment in there. Leave that lady alone. What Miss Abby and other black women don't appreciate is, and I'm glad that she brought up the single mothers and their sons, is these sons have real experiences. You don't get a gold award just because a gold star, because, oh, I was there and I raised him. Yeah, how? Well, his dad wasn't there. These young men, I said this before. Men, the boys grow up to be men. They grow up to date. They grow up to be like, oh, that young lady reminds me of my mom. That's how my mom was moving with my father. Oh, no wonder my dad left to go get milk and didn't come back for 20 years. Or they get in contact with their father after 10 years, after 17 years, 15 years, 20 years. They get their father's side of the story and like, oh, see, mom didn't say none of that. Huh? one thing you have to appreciate is when you truly, truly believe you are on the right side of history, you would contort the world to fit into your narrow view of history. Black women are not immune to this because Black women have convinced themselves that they're morally above everyone else, including, in particular, Black men, straight Black men. Appreciate the video. Who did you see celebrating the lowering birth rate for Black women? Huh. Sexually questionable Black men, and of course, Black women. Huh? Of course. And that would cause more and more harm to Black men if Black men were once again held hostage by Black women in their behavior. And what we're finding more and more is that's not the case. Black men are not held hostage to Black women's misbehavior, their anger, their temper tantrum towards Black men in particular. You know how we know?
Where are the passport bros? I was waiting for y'all to come back with wedding rings, show off the beautiful women that you found. And because it was quite a few of y'all that was on this app talking junk, but I haven't seen none of that. I mean, you were so quick to boast about finding a woman that wasn't American. What's up? Where are the wedding photos?
It's too many. They won't even stop.
Huh? So to Miss Abby, I say, okay, you said you're not going to birth a Black son. Definitely not from a Black man. Nothing wrong with that. I agree with you, by the way. If Black women have a Black son with a Black man, they should definitely give the son to the man. Full custody, Mr. Z could. If there's one thing you said, that's it right there. If there's one thing you said that's correct, and Mr. Z agrees with you 1,000,000%, that's it right there. Yes, give us our sons. Go bugger off and go be the sexual plaything for some non-Black men. Give us our sons and go do whatever you want to do. Or you could definitely engage in same-sex loving relationships with other Black women and do your brunch and munch thing. Oh, look. What's this on the screen? 23% of young Black women now identify as bisexual. Of course you do. You don't have a choice in the matter. Oh, Z, you wasn't supposed to say that out loud. I'm just saying other Black women are saying it too.
Black women do not be having the options that they say they got. And before you jump in my comments, no, I don't have a man. No, I don't have options. Okay, so I beat you to it. There you go. I already beat you to it. So if that's all you care about, you can go and scroll past this video. Anyway, Black women do not be having the options that they...
Huh? Oh, we know.
Don't shoot the messenger. Feminism told y'all be strong, independent, and alone. And y'all followed it to the grave. Y'all pushed all the good men away, called submission slavery, and think being difficult is cute. Now y'all 35 and tired, looking around like, oh, where the good men at? Sis, they moved on. Real men want peace, not problems in a lace front and a loud voice. Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness.
Yeah, we know. The young lady said, what did she say at the end? Loneliness, didn't she? She said loneliness. Huh. Are we sure? Wait a minute. Oh, a disproportionate number of Black women are kinless. Say that again, Z. Kinless. Ooh, goddamn. Kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. Why would they deserve a social safety net, Z? Why would the advocates say that? Oh, the average man spends $5,000 to $12,000 more per year when in relationship. I wonder, would the average man include Black men that are average too? Uh-oh. The light-skinned young lady said, loneliness at the end. You get nothing. You get loneliness. Shout out to you, Miss Abby. Trying to, I love hearing Black women pull this. You won't make us white women. You won't build Wakanda, so we won't have your kids. Bet. Okay. Also, what's interesting is that she played the white woman who was speaking about the cost of childcare. Okay, let's do the math. Black men, colorists, featurists, texturists don't appreciate black women, and they're only making $40,000 a year. Once again, the median income, individual income in America is $43,000 a year, and the average income is $64,000 a year. So even if we granted her that black men were making some $40,000 a year, that would mean that your average black man was only making about $3,000 a year less than, and that's once again, if we grant her that, right? If we give her that, that means that black men would only be making about $3,000 a year less than the median income for individuals in America. Okay, that's if we even give her that. Number one. Number two, if Mr. Z is not mistaken, some 50 some odd, 60 some odd percent, was it even 70 some odd percent of jobs created since what, 2020, 2021 were $40,000 a year or less. Abby, what the hell are you talking about? Uh-oh. Is this a black man thing or American thing? Oh, but you know, you can't help but blame black men because black men didn't make you upper middle class and above white women, but of course. And so now it's, well, we won't have your children. Okay. Well, black men, marriage rate is increasing. Black women's marriage rate? Oh. You know what black women are increasing in? Once again, same-sex loving relationships. 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. Once again, yeah, you don't have a choice. Shout out to you, Miss Abby. Huh? Miss Abby, if you want to know why our sons are dating and marrying out more, if you want to, and you don't really want to know, Mr. Z's posing a rhetorical question here, but still, if you want to know, if you really want to know, let's have a young man tell you with his own words why these single mothers, and by the way, he was raised in a two-parent household, but still, these single mothers, y'all raise these boys and these men, and they grow up to hate you. Oh, do they? I wonder what the real issue is. Let's have a young black man tell you what his issue is.
You know, as a kid, I was never taught how evil girls could be. I always was taught like they're sweet, innocent, nice. And it's like, they never was sweet and nice. Some were, but...
Mr. Z's gonna play that whole thing. Less than 10 seconds it took him to get that out. Miss Abby, if you want to know. See, we have a community, black community, if that's what you want to call it, where we raise the black girls to be suspicious of the black boys, to look at the black boys suspiciously and side-eye, to stay away from them, to be suspicious of them, and then we socialize the girls to be antagonistic, mean little snarky assholes. And then we raise the boys that the girls are nothing but innocent, kind, sweet, wouldn't harm a fly, and it's your job to protect them no matter what they say or do. And within 10 seconds, this young man told you what the problem is. Actually, less than 10 seconds, he told you what the problem is. These boys grow up, they want to have relations and relationships and be around and have sex with and kiss on and be kissed on by girls who end up becoming women. But because most black people are still around black people, by black girls. And well, they find out real quick that black girls are not just the little innocent, hapless creatures that they were lied to, well, by women like you, Miss Abby, that black people lie to black boys about how innocent and kind and sweet black girls are. Then they mature and realize that's not the case. If you want to know, Miss Abby, once again, it's a rhetorical question because I know you don't want to know why our sons behave the way they do concerning black women, you know, like you. Now let's finish this and now let's let him continue to explain what the problem is.
You know, as a kid, I was never taught how evil girls could be. I always was taught like they're sweet, innocent, nice. And it's like, they never was sweet and nice. Some were, but so many of them were always just rude, crybabies, just so much emotion, didn't care about, and selfish. Like, but you're not really taught that as a kid. Like, I had to learn the fact that girls that tell you, hold up, mama calling, and really they on the phone with another nigga. I had to learn that the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Or I had to watch some of these things happen to other people. I had to learn the fact that girls do cheat. You know, you talk as a little kid, oh, only niggas cheat. Dad a cheater, dad a cheater. My parents were married, 2-parent household, not the same situation. But we always taught the men cheat, the men are bad people. They don't tell you, oh, wives are cheating, yes. The wives are using dudes for their money. They're not really teaching you. You gotta kind of learn that as a man as you get older. Like, nobody told me, yeah, a girl will leave you to go get ran through by a bunch of dudes. I had to watch that happen to other people to see, like, damn, girls do that? I thought they couldn't do nothing wrong. No one told me that girls are just getting pregnant by niggas just because they bored. Like, they'll just trap a nigga. I didn't know that. I've never been trapped, but I'm saying, like, I had to watch it happen to other people for me to realize, like, damn, they do that. And there's so many things about girls you just never learn as a kid. Or even as a teenager. Like, no one teaches you that. It's some people who will get taught that. But a lot of times, you gotta just learn it and be heartbroken when you see this shit happen. Like, I've been hurt over shit that never even happened to me. Like, I've seen other dudes go through shit with a girl, and I'm just looking like, man, that shit bold. Or I see a girl I know doing something to a nigga, a random nigga I don't know. And I'm like, bro, that shit is bogus as fuck. And it's like, I know in his head, he's thinking she's an innocent sweetheart. And I'm looking like, she's a bitch. You don't even know it. This girl's a bitch, and you try your best to get her, and she's just a bitch. And it's crazy. Like, I watched this shit all through high school. I've seen girls I never even took serious be all over me, offering me buns, offering me everything. Did I accept it? No. But I'm looking like, damn, I'm not doing nothing for you. I don't even really like you. Why are you offering all this to me? And it'd be a dude who liked him. He'd be like, that nigga weird. I don't like him. And I'm just looking like, he's the dude who's actually trying to treat you right. Why are you offering shit to me? I'm not gonna treat you like nothing because you're nothing to me. And it's like, I had to learn that. I wasn't taught that as a kid. You know?
No, young brother. Abby doesn't know. Or better yet, she does know and she's playing dumb because she's resentful that black men didn't make her an upper middle class and rich white woman, and the rest of the world isn't bowing to her feet the way she speculates and thinks and feels that the rest of the world bows to the feet of white women, right? And I see when you said Els, where's that comment from Els? Give me a second. Yo, gives you a second. I just saw it too, and I wanted to highlight it. There we go. Women across the world are celebrating declining birth rates as a form of rebellion. They could do that all they want. Look, to all the women, let Mr. We gonna go straight doomer this stream. Fine. To all the women who are celebrating this, if you think men are dismissive and mean and lack empathy and sympathy now, what happens when men have the artificial womb and they get to decide when they want to have children without biological women? What happens when men can have a child for $20,000, $14,000, $15,000, and they don't have to wait for you? They don't have to deal with you and your neuroses. They're not held hostage by you in child support court. What happens then? Y'all can have this little rebellion all you want. I want you to know we're like 2 seconds away from artificial wombs. Mr. Z is exaggerating, but y'all get the point. See, in the Western world, there might be this Judeo-Christian idea that's causing people to maybe put the brakes on a little bit, at least mainstream, right? We don't know what the military has or whatever. There might be this Christian view that's causing people to put the brakes on a little bit. But once you go to the East in places like China, oh. And once they let it be known that they have this, the floodgates are open. Once they make it affordable, the floodgates are open. You think the US government, definitely the Chinese government, because in China, this is happening to a certain extent. You think in these places, Japan, China, South Korea, you think they're going to allow for angry, bitter, materialistic, consumerist, delusional, I'm not elite, so I don't want to have kids, ass women. I can't meet a man who wants to buy everything for me and do everything for me, so I won't have children. You think these countries and these societies are going to let bitter, materialistic, consumer women hold their entire population hostage if they have the technology to have children anyway? It's bigger than you and your temper tantrum that you're not a rich woman. It's bigger than you and your temper tantrum that you thought your college degree was going to give you the passport to end up with 6'5" tall, blue-eyed, blonde white men who are going to kiss your dirty drawers. And that's to all women on planet Earth. They could have their little temper tantrum, else. I don't think these women appreciate who they dealing with. Nobody's gonna let y'all hold a whole entire world hostage because y'all mad y'all not rich. That your degrees didn't allow for you to graduate into tall, exceedingly good-looking, kiss-your-ass men who buy you everything you want. Where you could do your strong, independent woman thing until you tired of that in your early mid-30s. And then some man is supposed to whisk you away. Some tall, rich, good-looking man is supposed to whisk you away and make you a stay-at-home mom. Once again, that's if you want it. Unfortunately for you, the world don't work like that. And a bunch of women in all these developed nations are throwing temper tantrums because I thought my degree was going to make me rich. All it is adult woman temper tantrum. And in America, in specific, it's out-group woman temper tantrum. Yes, black women are loudest about it. Of course they are. But Latinas are in the same type of time. Asian women are in the same type of time. Indigenous women are in the same type of time. They're angry at the world. This is how out-group women throw their temper tantrum. Yawn. Huh? As if we care and as if we're going to let you hold the whole society hostage because you mad you can't practice materialism and consumerism at the highest level. Huh? Perfect name for your comment. And Pistol Pete says, hysterical, apropos, Pistol Pete says, like negotiating with a baby with a shotgun out on a tree. You hear me? You know what is better? It's like these entitled, like we already know about the young white dudes and, you know, mass shootings and whatnot. Mass deletions, better yet, because YouTube. And it's like negotiating when one of these like super entitled, probably grew up solidly middle class, maybe trending to upper middle class, right? It's like trying to negotiate with one of these folks with all the angst in the world, and they're like 17, anywhere between like 15 to like 25 years old. It's like trying to negotiate with one of them. Like, bruh, like you were born upper middle class or trending to upper middle class, maybe not upper middle class, trending to upper middle class, white in the suburbs. And like your parents have your college tuition in their hands, and like they just gifted you like your first car, and like your life is pretty set. All you have to do is continue on this road. Why all the angst in the world? And that person has a shotgun or a semi-auto, or they might have converted fully auto, and then they just go to a school and like lay waste to it. It's like negotiating with someone like that. How do I negotiate with someone who, like, if they just follow the roadmap, they'll be okay. At the worst, they'll be okay. Huh? The ladies are mad at everyday men for what elite rich white men are doing. They're sucking up all the wealth. They're hoarding the wealth. They're rigging the system for them and their handful of children. But yet everyday average men, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, but especially black men, got to feel the wrath of the women because the women are too cowardly to say anything to the elite rich white men because all of them want to end up with the elite rich white men. Yeah, that's it. We're going to stop having your kids because you won't make us the elite rich white woman. Why wouldn't you say anything to the people hoarding all the wealth? Yeah, that's what we thought. Cowards. Ladies, if you fought for equality, that means you got to be on the battlefield too. You know that, right? Oops. I'm just saying. I'm not talking about all these comfortable ass protests with your cell phone powered fans on them, huh? I'm not talking with your portable handheld fans and your signs that you wrote 2 minutes before you started protesting. No, not them comfortable ass protests. I'm talking about the type of joints where you might get shot with a rubber bullet, maybe even a real bullet. Oops. Huh? Ladies, you can't blame the men because you too cowardly to actually do something. I mean, something of really effective. BlackRock's buying all the homes. Okay, then do something about it. But you kind of can't though because you want to end up with those BlackRock CEOs. Yeah. Uh-oh. Huh? So let's get to the main event. This is Basecamp, and they came up on some data, right? And so we'll cover it in a second. But before we do that, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and let's read this super chat. And HF and H says, it's only a matter of time until the boy, excuse me, hears you're just like your father. He's supposed to learn about hate like that. You know, the ladies, they don't appreciate and they don't care to appreciate how the world views men differently than women, including you yourself, ladies, and how the men, the boys, have to navigate this society. When you are in a moment of anger or sadness or rage towards your son, and you say something like you said here, HF, you're just like your father. And what you've put into this boy's mind is all type of negative ideas about his father. And then you say to him in a moment of anger, you're just like your father. Appreciate, you say that to your son at 13, 14 years old, 12 years old. Your son starts dating, taking girls seriously, 15, 16 years old, 17 years old, depending if he's a late bloomer or not. And then he starts to interact with women, girls, who are younger versions of you. What you don't appreciate is the boys, black boys that grow up in predominantly black neighborhoods interact with younger versions of you, ladies, black women. What you think you're doing, you're not doing. See, you think you have your son's mind forever. You and his aunts and his grandmothers, plural S. And unfortunately for you, your sons interact with girls his age. Your sons are observant. They're paying attention to their girl cousins, older, younger, same age. Your sons are in the room when you're playing men. Your sons are in the room when you're on the phone with the dude you trying to get $200 and $500 from. Huh? Your sons know about this guy at the house 1 week, 1 day, 1 night, and then that guy at the house the next night. Uh-oh. Ladies, it's you. Okay, fine. We are not going to go all the way to the bottom. Let's talk about more working poor, lower middle class women. Your sons hear you when you're talking about those child support checks. At the same time, you telling him what you can't get him. Uh-oh. Huh? Your sons hear you, black women. You know, on my channel and another channel covered this. I think Anton might have covered this. Maybe Passport OG covered this. I'm not 100% sure. I covered this also. The kind of older black woman who said, I want to say she said she was at the barbershop or hair salon or somewhere, and she was listening to this black young man speak, and he was speaking to the barber about, you know, his I guess fiance, non-black fiance. I want to say white fiance, and he went back to, I guess, his home and his neighborhood, and he was, you know, at home dealing with his black family, and they were just loud, and the women were loud and obnoxious, and he said, "This is why I can't end up with a black woman. This is why I'm with my white fiance." And I think he was visiting from college because she's like a pair of headphones, and I just get peace when I'm around her and her family. And I think that's much of JD Vance's argument, by the way, about his Indian wife. So there's something to say about it not necessarily being a race thing all the time. With that, yes, let Mr. Z say this again for the women like Abby. Once again, I'm going to put the link in the description box after the stream. Shout out to all of you that are listening on TikTok. Black women could be whoever they want to be. Black women could behave however they want to behave. Black women could have the diet that they want to have. Black women can speak however they want to speak. Black women can create whatever situation with whatever man or woman that they choose to have. And whatever children come from that. That's black women's choice. Mr. Z doesn't begrudge black women their choice. But black men also have a choice. And black men can choose not to be a part of that. Black men can see black women attempting to enforce a matriarchy if you want to be kind, a gynocracy if you want to be accurate, where black men are only here to serve black women. And black women can use the softer, kinder way of speaking like this, but yet can be pushing a very specific message.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Huh? Black women could be speaking like Miss Abby. Slow and deliberate, while really being angry that black men will subject themselves to the gynocracy. Protect, provide, and shut up.
Miss when
And
men
that's
used
the
to
real
protect,
issue.
provide, and shut up.
Huh? But black men don't have to adhere to it. Madam, just because you speak like this, just because you frame it as the problem really is that black men don't appreciate that you shouldn't just want to have children. You should create the environment to raise children, and you should honor that mother. I appreciate how you're framing it, but really your
Miss when
issue
men
is,
used to protect, provide, and shut up.
huh? That's really your issue. That's really black women's issue. Say it again, Z.
Miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? We know what your real issue is, ma'am, even though you're speaking like this, right? The issue, H, F, and H, is simply the boys do hear their mothers, their aunts, their grandmothers. Okay, fine. We shouldn't hold the younger women to this. But then the younger women are younger versions of their mothers, their aunts, their grandmothers, their older girl cousins. the other young women, black women, the younger girls around them. Huh? It's insane to Z. And I'm using the word by Einstein's definition of the word insane. It is insane to Z to have black women for decades, no matter what the environment, no matter how low the birth rate gets, no matter how low the marriage rate gets, no matter how many non-black men come to scoop and swoop in and save black women because apparently black men are too much in jail, don't appreciate black women, fat phobic, homophobic, transphobic, texturist, featurist, colorist. No matter what is going on in the environment, no matter how black women lack of relationship with black men and non-black men, and quite frankly, non-black women, no matter what's going on, it's insane to Z that black women continue with the same message. The problem is that black men don't value us. The problem is that black men don't know how to value black women. The problem is that black men, once again, are colorist, featurist, texturist, fat phobic, right? It's fascinating and insane. You're right. The boys are moving accordingly, as they should, right? And HFF, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right, y'all. So let's get into Basecamp's video, and we'll speak about it. I broke it into what? Four sections. But I'm gonna play for you when they first realized this, or at least the husband from Basecamp first realized this, and he wasn't even really speaking about black folks initially, but he came up on this, and then later on, I guess he did the research, and we're gonna get to it. So here we go, y'all.
Yeah, scary stuff. And we were also pointing out, like, we know our primary social network is Latin American because that's our primary work network. And we were actually thinking recently to ourselves that we only knew a single Latin American family that was above repopulation rate of our generation, or even around our generation. I say it was in like 20 years of our generation, which was wild to me to think about when I started thinking about that. And to continue here, Chile has a fertility rate of 1.03. The UN is labeling it as 1.1. Colombia has a fertility rate of 1.07. UN is labeling it as 1.6. I already went over that. Ecuador, oh, this one is actually higher than what the UN rates. The UN says 1.8. I mean, not much, but Guyana has a fertility rate of 2.35. UN is labeling it as 2.4. Paraguay has a fertility rate of 1.95. UN is labeling it as 2.4. Again, that's almost a 0.5 discrepancy there. Peru has a fertility rate of 1.8. UN is labeling it as 1.9. Suriname has a fertility rate of 2. UN is labeling it as 2.2. Uruguay, this is another one that the UN is massively off on, has a fertility rate of 1.19. The UN is labeling it at 1.4. Venezuela has a fertility rate of 2. The UN is labeling it at 2.2. Uruguay has a fertility rate of 1.19. The UN is labeling it at 1.4. Although just keep in mind these numbers that I'm listing here. That Uruguay has a fertility rate of 1.19. Right? Like, these are catastrophic. That is below Japan, right? That's getting close to China. Belize, for another one that the UN is massively lying about, has a fertility rate of 1.63. UN is labeling it at 2. Costa Rica has a fertility rate at 1.12. The UN is labeling it at 1.3. El Salvador has a fertility rate of 1.4. The UN is labeling it at 1.8. Guatemala has a fertility rate of 2.2. The UN is labeling it at 2.3. So not big with that one, but some of the other ones are really big. Honduras, this one's bad, has a fertility rate of 2.01. The UN is labeling it at 2.5. Nicaragua has a fertility rate of 1.8. The UN is labeling it at 2.2. Panama has a fertility rate of 1.82. UN is labeling it at 2.1. And Mexico has a fertility rate of 1.6. Below the US's, by the way, as of last year. The UN is labeling it at 1.9. That is absolutely shocking. If you want to know what the Hispanic TFR is in the United States right now, this is based on provisional, but we're looking at a TFR of around 1.97. So very decent. That would make it one of the highest Hispanic fertility rates on Earth. Whereas the what is non-Hispanic white rate right now? It's 1.54. Non-Hispanic black is 1.47. Non-Hispanic black is whoa.
What? Wait, what?
That's him realizing
the fertility rate in the U.S. has fallen below the right fertility rate.
But you knew that, and especially at higher levels of
income. He's going to make a correction later.
Levels of income. I'm talking about in an absolute context.
Oh, absolute too.
Absolute. This year is 2024 provisional. Yeah, last year it was higher. Last year
it was. The
white fertility rate was 1.53. It was 1.58 for the black community. Now it's 1.54 for whites, 1.47 for blacks.
Oh no! Wow.
Once again, it's well, I mean, like, so before this, just for context, consistently, like when you looked at income levels, the one group that had the highest fertility at higher income levels was just white people.
Yeah, whites have if you go above the 50% income rate, whites have one of the highest fertility rates.
So it's really more that like other groups in the United States had higher fertility because they also had higher poverty levels, but now we're just seeing overall
lower fertility. I have
yikes.
always pointed this out. I've yelled this from the rooftop. Northern Europeans are resistant to fertility collapse. Jews are resistant to fertility collapse. There's me doing my little maraca dance, being like, everybody pay attention. These other groups are going to fall faster. You just wait. Yes, it started at a lower rate, but gave them time to build an immunity. And you want to hear another shocking number?
Tell me.
You know what other demographic is above Black fertility rate as of 2024?
Not Asians.
Asians.
Whoa.
Asian fertility rate went up to 1.55.
Wow, good for them.
And the non-Hispanic American Indians and Alaskan Natives have a fertility rate of 1.39, the lowest of any ethnic group in the United States, as we often point out.
Very often pointed out.
Sadly, I have to do a correction here. I did the math wrong, and I'll explain how I did it wrong. But what we're getting here is, and I'll make this prediction now, is that Black American fertility will fall below the other fertility rates very soon. Specifically, what happened is I was calculating from provisional data, and the provisional data had the GFR, but not the TFR. So I applied a multiplier to the GFR to turn it into a TFR. The problem is that the multiplier that you apply to a GFR to turn it into a TFR is different for different ethnic groups, because different ethnic groups have kids at different ages of their lives, which means it's a lower multiplier for Asians than it is for Blacks. So Blacks still have a marginally higher fertility rate than whites or Asians right now, but it's going down much faster, which I'll explain right here in a second, which means that we're likely going to see a lower Black fertility rate within the next, I'd say, half decade or so than any other ethnic group in the US except for Native Americans. Actually, this is wild to me. So if you look at these numbers, the interesting thing about the Hispanic fertility rate in the United States is that it's mostly stable. So I'm going to go 2020 to 2024 for the Hispanic fertility rate.
Okay.
1.88, 1.9, 1.97, 1.95, 1.97. Stable, even trending up a little bit. If we look at the white fertility rate, what does it look like? Very stable as well. 1.55, 1.6, 1.57, 1.53, 1.54. Okay, now let's go to the Black fertility rate, and this is where you see a real strong pattern. 1.71, 1.68, 1.64, 1.58, 1.47. Every year a dramatic drop, whereas in the white and Hispanic, it was going up and down. If you look at the Asian, we see the same thing, fairly stable. 1.54, 1.51, 1.51, 1.47, 1.55.
And I think it's only going to get worse because the biggest fertility depressor in the United States leading up to all this was the 2008 market crash. And already now people, as you can see, they're scaling back their travel, they're scaling back their restaurant spending. Vegas is crashing out. So I think we're getting back to that mentality of I'm going to tighten my belt and stop doing anything, including having kids.
That's going to be one of our next episode headers, by the way, is Black fertility rates. I need to find out where those numbers are from. Below Asian in America now. Like, that is bad.
Yeah, that is bad.
I've been predicting this for like a few years at this point. Got to reach back out to that NPR interview I did to give them those stats, because that'll rock their pants off. I wonder if progressives will finally wake up to this now that Black fertility rates are below white fertility rates.
No, because it's clear, as you can see from the end of the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza, that they don't actually care about the groups they say they care about. When it turns out that they're actually getting screwed over in some way, that things are actually getting bad for them, or worse. Crickets. So don't even worry about it. We'll just talk about it.
I need to.
Yeah. So, Black birth rates decreasing now. Going to what we played earlier from Miss Abby, and I will say this, and going to non-controversial Shannon, you're not saying nothing controversial, bro. If you're in America and you're anti-Black man, then how are you controversial? Like, imagine being another person criticizing Black men and then calling yourself controversial Shannon. What exactly are you saying that's controversial? What does he think he's controversial being a Black man saying that? Speaking about Black men negatively, you're not controversial. You live in America. You were born and raised, if I'm understanding you correctly, in America. So you being critical of Black men, but then naming yourself controversial Shannon, no, you're non-controversial. You are standard issue American Shannon. That's what your name should be, actually. But okay, fine. Addressing Miss Abby again. To Miss Abby, I will say this. If you're encouraging Black women to not have Black men's children, nothing wrong with that. Mr. Z says that we're attached by the hip. If you want to decouple, nothing wrong with that. Hopefully, well, you might be okay, Miss Abby. I hope you are prepared to watch other Black women struggle, though. Huh? Once again, Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US. Childless, single Black women have the least amount of wealth in the US. Let's just make sure we put that out there. So, Miss Abby, if you're encouraging Black women who still to this day, if it's not Black men who marry them, their likeliness of marriage is practically nil. Fine. If you're going to encourage Black women to decouple from Black men, where are Black women supposed to get their security from exactly? The financial, the emotional, the mental, the spiritual. Where are they supposed to? Oh, from other Black women. Yeah, but the highest DV rate in America is among same-sex loving Black women. Yeah, how's that protection going exactly? Huh? How is this supposed to work? Huh? Okay, fine. If Black women are not having Black men's children, for whatever reason they say they're not, are Black women fully prepared for Black men to appreciate and behave like Black women are the enemy because Black women have called themselves the enemy? Well, at least Black women like Miss Abby have. Huh? See, this is why Mr. Z says the outliers are doing too much talking. See, Miss Abby's doing all this talking. Sounds nice. Don't have Black men's children. I couldn't see myself marrying a Black man unless he's an extreme preference. I heard what she said. Cool. She said this on her channel. Once again, I'll put the link in the description after the stream. If this is what you're saying, Miss Abby, are you and other Black women, and maybe you are, but are you and other Black women prepared, huh, for Black men who appreciate that Black women like you see yourself as Black men's enemy? And whatever happened to you and other Black women in the elements happens to you. Huh? Whatever white men put y'all through, huh? Whatever Latinos and Asian men put y'all through, whatever other Black women put y'all through, whatever white women or non-Black women put y'all through, you're out here in the elements for yourself, by yourself. Yeah. So I wanted to play that so y'all could see when Basecamp first realizes this, when the husband first realizes this, and we're going to play the rest of these clips. So here we go. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Hello, Simone! Today we are going to be going over some shocking numbers that I ran into when I was working on another post, and I just sort of started looking at the ethnic fertility breakdown in the United States by year. And I will put that on screen here. So here we have from 2000 to 2023, the CDC's ethnic breakdown. Now, you will note that the last firm numbers we have from the CDC are in 2023.
Right.
So, what happens if we project these numbers and the trends that we have within each ethnic group? Because one thing you'll notice very quickly is that numbers are falling way faster in the Black group than they are in the other groups.
It's wild.
Specifically, Blacks went from a fertility rate of 2.26 down to, this was in 2000, to 2023, 1.58. Whereas in the same period, whites went from 1.88 to 1.53, a much less decline. And actually, if you look at the numbers overall, I thought Asian fertility rates might be stabilizing, and they might, but they have actually declined the most, statistically speaking.
Oh my goodness.
So they went from 2.07 to 1.31 is what they're at now. So very bad. But what I would note is Asian fertility rates have been stable for about 3 years.
Okay.
Most of that fall happened a while ago. So, I get these numbers and I'm like, okay, buddy, let's do the math. Like at what year, if you project going forwards, do Black fertility rates in the United States fall below white fertility rates?
And here we go. It's on. Race war. Race war. Race war. Race war's on, everybody. It's going down. It's going down.
because the official confirmed data we have ends in 2023. So what year is that?
I'm going to guess 2028.
2025.
Oh, wait,
Already
that's
happened.
this year.
Token forfeit. Whites win. Whites win. Race war's over, everybody. Whites won again.
Yeah, so then I decided to go and I was like, well, if it happened this year, there must be somebody who's working with preliminary data that can confirm this, right? Like from the CDC. And so we actually had it confirmed from two sources where they were looking over the preliminary data. Birth Gauge on X, a pretty standard population tracking account in like the perinatalist community.
Yeah.
They said with the new population estimates by age for US, we can finally revise the TFRs for 2024. So this is last year.
Okay.
And so this took the white fertility rate from 1.54 to 1.52. So white fertility rate was less than we thought.
Okay.
The black fertility rate from 1.52 to 1.49.
Oh my gosh.
So last year, we had numbers showing black fertility was well below white fertility, and well below. Like this is a pretty steep drop. If 1.49 is the real number for black fertility, that is really steep drop. Like it means the drop is steeper than we thought it was.
That's
because
crazy.
It continued along historical
And
lines.
this is
1.5 this year.
And this is at all income levels, correct? Because I remember looking at graphs that showed that basically the only group that maintained pretty high fertility at higher income levels were white groups, and then actually black fertility at higher income levels really dropped off.
Yeah, even if you look at historic data, whites by far have the highest fertility rate if they're above 50% income.
But then, so this also means then that really impoverished black populations are having fewer kids, correct?
Well, we are. We're going to go into what's causing this. Okay.
Okay.
So,
I'm so curious. This is crazy.
Given that we have a decently sized black fan base, I feel like this is what the wokes assume they are.
Teacher, can I be racist?
Oh no, black people can't be racist.
Who wouldn't let society define him?
You can't be racist.
Black people can too be racist! And a coach who believed in him. You want to be a real racist?
Can't drive. House the border. Precious.
As often! Play theft. More like prejudice, but without institutional power. None of this happens in Japan.
What I've seen, at least in my experience,
or maybe Planned Parenthood's finally achieving its originally intended mission.
Right. It really is its goal. I actually did the math in this, and the black population would be, because I've seen the math by the pro anti-abortion organizations, and the numbers do seem to check out. If Planned Parenthood didn't exist, there would be a 46% larger black population in the United States. So they're so screwed up. It's the genocide that nobody talks about. What on earth? No, but I mean, if you're talking about a genocide that is that aggressive, and it's 89% of Planned Parenthood clinics are in majority minority communities.
It's targeted.
It's an ongoing genocide, and it was set up. No, this isn't some right-wing conspiracy. The Planned Parenthood's website admits their problematic history of explicit connection with the KKK and being explicitly set up to lower black fertility rates.
It's like that Stargate episode where you have this population that's like, we're nice, we're here to help you, and meanwhile they're like sterilizing everyone and trying to just get them to stop reproducing. That is Planned Parenthood, but with a very racist agenda. I can't believe it. Is that what's going on here? Is it just
it's not everything, but it is part of it. And so I want to go through another account where this was confirmed, and this is looking at the CDC's own site. So a guy, GZ,
they're going to address it in a minute.
Going through the CDC's data, and he showed that the black fertility rate went from with whites being 1.535 to blacks being 1.518, and these are the old numbers. Remember, I said the new numbers showed blacks being even lower than that, right?
Yeah.
The 1.49 number. Another interesting note here is with these new numbers, it puts multiracial fertility rate below white fertility rate at 1.45, with the white fertility rate being 1.52. And the Hispanic fertility rate is still really robust. 1.92.
But is that the high?
There you go, Dylan.
Here's what's shocking. If you take out black immigrants, the black
yes, they're married indigo.
Could be as low as 1.36. This was as early as 2024. And if you have, I have quite a number of black friends, weirdly speaking. I know that people might be surprised by that, but yeah, I have a pretty big community of black friends, and I don't know one of them who is above repopulation rate. In fact, I don't know one of them who has children and is married to another black person. All the ones I know that have kids are married to non-blacks. Right? I love you.
Yeah. Huh? So, birth rate declining, and he's going to address the black immigrants and their children, some of the things that's keeping black folks from other black folks. Yeah, we're going to get into all of that. And I'll bring the panel up in a minute. We're going to get into all of that. Continuing. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Well, when I talk about the eradication of the American black community, it's not just them being replaced by Africans. It is that their fertility is incredibly dysgenic. So, if we talk about that graph, the one that you were talking about, where, we point out that whites have the highest fertility when they're above 50% income levels, blacks really only have anything close to a decent fertility rate if they're in the bottom 20% of income. And
poverty still really helps with
No. I mean, what I'm saying is blacks fall below every other group, like including Asians.
Oh, even when they're in poverty?
Yeah.
I blame Planned Parenthood for that.
And by a huge number. I don't know. It's not just Planned Parenthood. I think about like our black friends who like want to get married and have kids, and like they seem to have the Catholic problem. If I'm going to be honest here, a lot of them are way too picky about who they marry. They are like extremely. They like really. Oh, and sorry, the thing that Simone was talking about was black women, which is also important to note. Is black women are, if you put like a chart on screen of how often on OkCupid people message back different ethnicities, black men are the only ethnic group that actually emails back their own ethnicity less than other ethnicities. Whereas for, I think, almost every other ethnicity, that's the group that they email back them.
Everyone else, prefers
so
they have the highest interest in their own.
Even though, well, and I'll note that actually interracial marriages are still fairly rare. I think it's like 4 to 5% of like.
They're bigger now than they ever have been, though. So they're becoming a lot more common.
Yeah, but they're still like, that's not actually as big a concern. They're just not dating as much. And so like when they date, just what I've noticed is they don't feel this like pressure of like, I have to actually get this done like right now. It's more like when I find the right person.
Yeah.
And when I dated, like you knew, it was very much like I am dating to find a wife and I have to get this done by this timeline. I mean, it was musical chairs for me. Like I was like, by the end of graduate school, whoever I'm dating, I'm marrying, right? Like,
yeah, you were acting like a Regency era woman who was afraid of becoming an old maid. That's kind of where you were.
Yeah. And I have never seen any of my black friends act like this in regards to marriage.
Yeah.
I would bet what you're going to see upstream of the low black fertility rates in the US is incredibly low black marriage rates. Which
we see that in the data. We do.
Yeah.
We do. Yeah. Absolutely. It's
the
there.
other thing that really hit blacks in terms of fertility rates is teen pregnancies. Now, as you've noted, we say that under 19, like if you put a graph of like women's ages and where fertility rates are falling, they're like stable or going up for women in like every category except for the below 19 category. And if you look at teen birth rates, ages 15 to 19, they fell 62% for blacks between 1990 and 2012, and 52% for whites, so more among blacks. And I imagine they've fallen even more since then. And if you're not getting married, and I think that this is what we're seeing as black communities, is when black communities move from being married more to being married less, they sort of boosted their fertility rate artificially through a lot of accidental teen pregnancies. And that was largely resolved through better training around contraceptives and condoms. Although I will note that black women are twice as likely to use no method of contraception than white women, 17% versus 9.5%.
Wow.
Which, when you look at the lower fertility rate in the black group, shows that they might have been, trained in part by organizations like Parenthood to think of abortion as a form of contraception. Because I can't imagine 17% using no contraception.
No, I don't know. Because Planned Parenthood is very bullish. It's very bullish on contraception, on preventative pregnancy care or non-pregnancy care.
So, well, no, I mean, if you're set up in these communities, you can normalize it. You can still teach these other ideas. I mean, I think that one of the things happened, or at least that I've seen, is that the black people who are still having kids, the black women who are still having kids, they often do it without the expectation of finding another partner. Like if the key problem is finding a secure and stable partnership, like if that's the system that's gotten broken for black families, the only path through is to say, then I'm not going to attempt to do that. And that's where you see this really high number of blacks born out of wedlock. Black children in the United States born out of wedlock is
shout out to Julesy.
Because that's really the only way they can be born if the relationship market for blacks is this broken. I.e., black men do not want to reply. I'll put the OkCupid data on here to black women.
Shout out to Ebony K. Williams.
Are really likely to be infected by the urban monocultural mind virus and just like a nightmare to date. Because like I know like a bunch of like based like black men who would make like really excellent husbands and fathers. I don't know a single based black woman
who's not an immigrant.
Who's not an immigrant, I should say, who's not African. But I'm talking about like American black. I mean, imagine.
I was trying to think of a non-immigrant. Yeah, and I'm not even saying from Africa, Caribbean, New Zealand, super based, super fun. So like not even like even from non-African countries.
Yeah.
But like I guess growing up black in America, and that's the thing. That's why I'm saying like the calls coming from inside the house in terms of systemic
the problem is
suppression of black population. There's a very toxic culture and mindset that's being shoved down the mimetic throats of many black communities in America that I think prevents things like marriage and makes like black pills people unnecessarily and does all these things that really harm people over the long.
Well, I mean, I think that this is.
Yeah. So shout out to all the white feminists and black feminists. This is what you wanted. To all the radical feminists, this is what you wanted. Huh? Particularly black radical feminists, the same-sex loving ones, you got what you wanted. Birth rate going to crap, particularly for black people, ADOS FBA folks. Yeah, you got what you wanted. Is it going to help black women? Absolutely not. Political power going to go up? Nope. Social? Nope. Economic? Nope. Well, so you just going to kill yourself off? Huh? Shout out to Real Talk with Yenny. Decenter men, right? Yeah, decenter men. Yeah, yeah. You got what you wanted, lady.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just too much. And I'm just getting nauseous just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have decentered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings. The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation. And I've been enjoying myself. I have. You know, I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people, and I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And I like it. I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're gonna die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. It's peaceful. And this decentering men thing, I think it's necessary because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online. And I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness. I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary. Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting. It didn't last. A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man, or they should get a man, or hurry up, girl, better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to give a fuck. And I like it. And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine. I've embraced my feminine side. I've embraced my light feminine. I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself. And I love that for me.
This young lady, for those of you that don't know, is Real Talk with Yanni. Some 250, 60, some odd thousand subscribers on her channel, something like that. Maybe 270,000 subscribers, something around there, right? Somewhere between 250-ish to 270-ish, something around there. And that's with one channel. I think she has 2 YouTube channels. She's on Instagram. Do not bother her. Do not harass her. She posted this a couple of years ago. While Mr. Z played this for this stream concerning lower black birth rates, is to further drive home the point that this is the mindset. See, when the husband on base camp was speaking, he was speaking about the Real Talk with Yannis. Appreciate, we're still talking about a certain type of white folks, so yeah, Mr. Z gonna look at them sideways, of course. We're not gonna pretend like we don't know, yeah, they got quote-unquote black friends. All right, cool. Especially, and they were saying they have kind of black immigrant friends. Yeah, but whenever white folks are talking about they have black friends and you see what their politics are, you can kind of gather what type of quote-unquote black friends they have. With that, when someone is right, they're right. And so when the husband was speaking on base camp, and he was saying he knows a bunch of based black men who would make great husbands, but he don't really know any based black women. And I'm going to play a clip in a minute where he's speaking about, and he checks his wife, and he's speaking about the plight of black men. As a matter of fact, let Mr. Z play it so that we can address it. and go back into speaking about Real Talk with Yeti. Here we go. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Shout out to the replay gang. Hit the hype button for the replay gang. And for those of you who are listening to this, but you're going to not get to the end before we get to the end, so the hype button would have populated by the time you get to the end of the stream. It's probably going to be a kind of long stream today. Not too long. Hit the hype button. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right, you guys, here we go.
But let's go over why this is happening to blacks.
Please, what's going on?
First, I'm going to go over a Reddit comment, and then we're going to dig into this one, because I thought this one was pretty interesting on one of these. So the biggest gaps are in the Deep South. It is where the whites have remained somewhat conservative, but black populations have liberalized. In 2023, white women in Mississippi had a TFR of nearly 1.8 compared to 1.7 for black women. So this wouldn't explain it all, but this would explain part of it. Like, in the South, blacks have become more liberalized and less religious if you contrast them with white populations in the same regions. But yeah, basically the data does back this up. This is happening, but it's not big enough to explain everything. Then I wanted to get into, because remember, I pointed out that the real fertility rate may be closer to 1.3 something. And that's because black immigrants have a fairly high fertility rate. So let's talk about it, because they're basically outbreeding the native black population right now. And like actually, great replacement theory. Here's my great replacement theory. Native American blacks will be replaced by black immigrants.
Oh, you mean, we'll essentially say slavery immigration wave blacks will be replaced by subsequent immigration wave blacks?
Literally the people...
Tariq Nasheed has entered the building.
Slavery.
Oh my God.
Those will be the people replacing them. So not awesome. But let's continue here.
Actually, you know, a couple of people have said this in comments or messages to us. This is not actually only you saying this, which is
scary. Well, I mean, it's not just that. It's that these immigrants who are outbreeding the existing black population in the United States do not have a high view of American blacks, of the descendants.
Well, and they earn more in many cases. So.
I don't think they earn demonstrably more.
Yeah.
They do see themselves as a separate class. They're like, I'm not like, those people, right? Like I'm like a distinct thing. And that's part of why their fertility rate is high. As we always talk about, when you see yourself as a distinct thing and better than other things, they might even have like an active goal of, I wouldn't even say like they might even, like I have had conversations with black African friends that are like, oh yeah, we need to like replace the American blacks. Like they're aware of what's going on. And they're like, if you have a lot of like black African friends, this may just be me as a filter for this. They're like the most based people on earth. So much so that they love being racist around me to watch me.
Did I not have the clip where he checked his wife? I'll look for it in a minute. So I want to play that. In perfect time for Trell to say this. Zoes will not replace us. So last time I checked, Trell, the entire island of Haiti, 10 million. So even if you took the entire island of Haiti and shook the whole island across the US, you would only get 10 million. Right? 10 million people. So even if Haitians wanted to replace ADOS FBA, they couldn't. Right? It's 9 million and some change last time I checked, and that was a few years ago. Let's say maybe 3-4 years ago. So let's say it's 10 million now. It's not enough. Jamaica is even less, believe it or not. Right? Jamaica has even less of a population than Haiti. I know Jamaicans in the UK, Jamaicans in Canada, Jamaicans in the US would cause y'all to believe that they have a huge population, especially when you see the reach of Jamaican culture. Nope. I think they're less than 5 million last time I checked. On the island, at least. So even if you put Jamaica and Haiti and shook both of them in the US and everybody fell out in the US, you still wouldn't replace ADOS, right? Remember, Black America, and I think that's when they include everyone, you're looking at 40 some odd million people, maybe close to 50 million. It's the third largest Black population, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think it's Nigeria, then Brazil, then the US, if I'm not mistaken. And the numbers might have shifted a little bit since last time I checked. This was a few years ago. So yeah, because Brazil has the second largest Black population. I think it's like 80 million, right? But once again, remember, Mr. Z is saying this is based off of we're in 2025. So maybe I'll look this up back in like 2020, 2021-ish, something like that, 2019, somewhere around that. So yeah, you don't have to worry about Zoes replacing ADOS and FBA folks. Haitians will not be replacing ADOS FBA folks, even if every single Haitian migrated to the US, and even if the US said, yeah, we'll take them all, it's still not enough, right? Exactly. See, Jamaicans are 4 million. See, like I said, less than 5 million. Yep. So I will have to look for the clip, but the husband checks the wife. And he says, like, yo, like, imagine being a black man and you're trying to look for a black woman who essentially hasn't bought into like urban monoculture crap. This is where Real Talk with Yenny comes in, right? This is where Chrissy comes in. This is where Kim Foster comes in. This is where, like, it's shout out to Compassion and Callous. A bunch of black women who are out-group women. They're angry at the world that they're out-group women, number one. Then they're asked out to the market. This is not all the way 100% of the fault is not their mother's fault. I know. Z, not you saying this. I know. When you consider advertising, when you consider how many of us as millennials, before we even mention race and gender, how many of us as millennials, younger Xers, Gen Z are asked out to the market, and then you put race, and then you put gender. Yeah, black women are out here asked out to the market. Then they have mothers who are not necessarily protecting them from a very market view of the world. And understand, when Mr. Z says market-based view of the world, it's not just objects and things and buying things. It's ideas too. It's concepts. Just shopping around for concepts that you feel are easier and more digestible, where you might could get away with being less disciplined. Huh? Yikes. So, of course, Real Talk with Yenny sounds the way she does. And other black women like her. They're out-group women. They're out-group women, and it makes it even worse. When you're an out-group woman with a bit of money, maybe a smidge of status. Imagine being an out-group woman and you no longer struggle financially. Not necessarily. And the white men still ain't choosing up on you like that. At least not the white men you would want to be chosen by. Same thing with the Latinos. Same thing with the South Asians, the East Asians. And once again, you have a market-based view of men. And the black men you find appealing, you find attractive, are the 6 feet chiseled chin, highly charismatic, men of status, maybe even greater than yours. Right? How does the math for you? Well, it doesn't. It's that simple. It doesn't. So, of course, the Real Talk with Yenny sound the way they do. Decenter men. And I don't give a F. Throwing a temper tantrum. For those of you that don't know the backstory, as I said, that video I played of Real Talk with Yenny is about two, maybe 3-ish years old, something like that. Real Talk with Yenny recorded herself back in maybe 2017, 2016, something like that. Maybe even 2015. Saying that she was going to make herself more available, start dating around more, etc., etc. She's going to open up to men. And she was giddy about it, and you can hear it. Mr. Z has the recording on his phone. Now, clearly it failed because Real Talk with Yenny sounds like this now. That's why Mr. Z says temper tantrum. Adult temper tantrum. Real Talk with Yenny went through experiences that human beings go through. You date this person, it don't work out. You like this person, they don't like you. You might have got put in the friend zone. You might think you're more physically attractive to certain men than you actually are. You might not want to change something about your behavior, your comportment, the way you speak, your worldview. And the men that you think you qualify for said, yeah, you might be physically attractive to me, but I'm not in the need of vagina. Shorty, I'm gonna need you to work on that personality and that attitude, that worldview, that view of men, that view of black. I want to. Huh? In need. See, that's the problem, though. Real Talk with Yannies, who are making pretty okay money, don't appreciate that the men that are quote unquote on your level and above are not in need. They're not desperate for vagina. So guess what? You might have to be a bit nicer. You might have to cook him something. Oh, you might have to speak a certain way. See, you're not dealing with the bum dudes with no vagina that's struggling, huh? And especially, real talk, when Yanni's in her 30s now, you're not dealing with the guys when the wind blow, he gets an erection. Oh, now you're dealing with stable and above men with some sexual discipline. Ah, I said this to a couple of coworkers. If you don't catch men, even black men, if you don't catch us before the age of 25, 27, huh? 25, 26, 27 years old, if you don't catch us slipping, oops, the condom broke off, but we're going to keep on going anyway. I don't have any form of protection, but I'm going to hit it anyway. If you don't catch us before the age of 25, 26, 27 years old, everything after that, that's your ass, ladies. The likeliness of oops babies after 28, 29, 30 years old, oh, that ain't happening like that no more. Have fun now. Real talk, with Yanni finds herself in that position. That's where the temper tantrum comes from. Now tying that to base camp in the birth rate. Real talk with Yanni, once again, in her 30s, no children. No children. Last time I checked, at least, no, man. That might have changed over the past, let's say, 6 or 7, 8 months. I haven't been following along with her so much over the past few months. Maybe it's changed. Huh? That goes to what base camp was saying. Black folks over the 50% line, 50% income line, have a horrible birth rate. Now, a different segment I didn't cut out, I didn't play here. The husband speaks about this and says he spoke about this with some Latinos. I want to say he said Telemundo or one of these, I don't know, Latino publications or television networks or something along those lines. And they were saying it's racism. And he was like, so what racism do black folks and Asian folks share where this is an issue? I don't know, that they're not white. To the husband of base camp, bro, stop it. Stop. They're not white. That's what they share. Simple math. All of us have heard of the term white flight. Even black people made excuses for white flight. Yeah, you know, it's because the way we comport ourselves and the white folks don't want to be robbed and the violence and the bad culture and so that's why when too many of us move in the neighborhood, white folks move out in the culture, and it's the way we move. Until we find out white folks do white flight on Asians too. Uh-oh. What's the common denominator? White folks saying, oh no, the resources are for us and the opportunities are for us. Huh? Yeah. See, it's easy to say it's not racism, it's culture, it's bad culture, it's black culture. Assuming that black culture is not really culture, it's this loser mentality, it's the way these people dress and look at the way they speak, and yeah. And then Asians walk in the room and white folks smile in their face and pretty much move the same way. Because it wasn't really about the culture. So to base camp, I say the thing that Asians and black folks share is, once again, white folks. Can we argue that one of the reasons why black women struggle to have children is because of their diet? Right? Yes. Yeah. With that, there are common factors here. Right? We can see that. I'm gonna look for that clip, but y'all gives you a second. That clip, I thought I had it. Apparently not. And yes, Leon, I did see your super chat, and I'm gonna read it right now. And Leon says, "Z, my sister is 40, brothers are 24 and 27, and I guess this is your wife. Wife's sister 30, brothers are 37 and 39, no children. I believe this is a good thing. I said it. Gen A is 42 million. Okay, I don't know, Leon. I mean, what you're essentially telling me is that you are the only one out of your siblings that has children, and your lady, your wife, is the only one out of her siblings that has children. It's which is which I see parallels in my own life of a woman I know, um, a friend of the family, or you at least used to be friend of the family, who had 4 kids, and out of her 4 kids that are around Mr. Z's age, those 4 kids, only one of them has 2 kids. Remember, I said around Z's age, so nobody's in their 20s, nobody's even in their early 30s. Mid 30s and up, 4 kids. As a matter of fact, mid 30s to about to be mid 40s. So about a 10-year stretch. Mid 30s to the oldest about to be mid 40s. 4 children, 1 boy, man, 3 girls, 3 women. The youngest of the 3, girl, woman, has 2 kids. The other 3 don't. Okay, for those of you that remember, I covered this young lady, I want to say last year sometime, Rabia. I want to say it was Rabia. Cute little East African sister. For those of you that I want to say her name was Rabia, right? And she was speaking about what she said she had, 4 sisters, 3 sisters, and all of them were no man, no kids. And Rabia was a little cute, little East African sister, right? Assuming her siblings, her sisters, look like her. None of them have men. None of them have children. Her words. Huh? Yikes. We could mention Real Talk with Yanni. Real Talk with Yanni. I think she has 2 brothers. One of her brothers has kids. She doesn't, and I think the other brother doesn't. Huh? I think Chrissy has a brother. Brother has a couple of kids. Chrissy, no children. Kim Foster, older sister. Older sister has 2 daughters. Kim Foster, no kids. We could do this all day, yo. If Black women want to say, okay, Black women, just in your mind, what it's looking like is that you said to white supremacy, okay, fine, y'all won. We won't have kids. We'll just be out here buying whatever we can afford and try to milk these men for their money. We're not going to get married to them. We're not going to have children. We're going to be a sexual plaything for men and women of various races. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? And then we'll just age out of the game. Well, once again, say it again, Z. A disproportionate number of Black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. Okay, Black women, just admit it. You were in your 20s, maybe even early 30s. You had how many baby deletions? Huh? Then you get to a certain age and then you can have children, maybe. Or you just age out the game and you just resign yourself to either being quote unquote celibate. Huh? Or you could get it in when you get in where you could fit in the Tom Joyner morning cruise, or when you're younger, you're in your late 40s, you're in your mid 50s, early 50s, and you get it in with one of your male coworkers who's 28, who's 32. Huh? And once or twice a week he slide through, knock the cobwebs out, and y'all act like y'all don't know each other when y'all at work. Huh? Yikes. I've been saying this for a while. Black women put themselves in the most insane pincher move ever. Huh? Black women put themselves in the most insane pincher move ever. The stereotype about black women is this.
Who gonna check me, boo?
Huh? The stereotype about Western women, particularly black women concerning black men, well, is
That
this.
if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Huh? That's it right there. But then, while black women are moving and talking and acting like the clips Mr. Z just played, really, they put themselves in the pincer move and they really don't have nowhere to go.
Black women do not be having the options that they say they got. And before you jump in my comments, no, I don't have a man. No, I don't have options. Okay, so I beat you to it. There you go. I already beat you to it. So if that's all you care about, you can go and scroll past this video. Anyway, black women do not be having the options that they say they got, because my whole thing is, if you say you have an option, that means you like that option. That means you are considering that option. So women be talking about, we got options. Oh, a man is the easiest thing to get. But the man y'all be talking about, you don't even want the man. Y'all don't even.
Don't you do it! Don't you! I got nowhere else to go! I got nowhere else to go!
We know, ladies. We know. Black women put themselves in the craziest pincher move ever. I said it before, the outliers are doing too much talking. I've also said these women encourage y'all to fall off the edge of the cliff. The edge of the cliff is a lifetime lonely, a lifetime of antidepressant pills, right? Same-sex loving, brunch and munch. Huh? Y'all go to brunch, and after y'all go to brunch, y'all be munching on each other. Ooh, goddamn. Y'all are encouraged to engage in this. And what exactly do you have to show for it afterward? Not much. Huh? Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US? Not much. So Basecamp provided y'all with the information. They were off about a few things. With that, lowering birth rate, particularly for ADOS FBA. But don't worry, ADOS FBA. Those of us who are Americanized, we right behind y'all. We ain't having the kids neither. Exhibit A, Mr. Z. Goddamn. We starting late too. Shout out to America. I know. I won't have kids early. I'll wait until I'm stable. Oh, little did you know. You're black. Yeah, stable for you is gonna be if you're lucky in your early 30s. No. It used to be in your early 30s. That was about 10 years ago. Now it's gonna be in your mid 30s. Huh? Oh, and don't worry, the women of your age cohort, yeah, they said they're not doing struggle love. So there's no building. You would have had to build yourself, which means nowadays, maybe your early 40s. So I guess you won't be having children with her. Shout out to black women who thinks that church black men. 42-year-old black men will just go date a 28-year-old black woman. If he doesn't want to feel like a creeper, maybe 32-year-old black woman. Still got a few years before geriatric pregnancy. Huh? Yikes. Black women put themselves in the most unenviable pincer move. When I said temper tantrum, this is what I was saying. Shout out to everyone who keeps on harping on, and I appreciate it. I get it. The black men and the black women, particularly black men with 20 some odd children, 30 some odd children, those are the outliers. The black women with 6 and 7 and 8 kids, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids from 4, 5, 6 different baby daddies. We've seen them on Kendra G's show. I played it a few weeks ago. Woman after woman calling into Kendra G. 3 kids from 3 different men. 4 kids from 4 different men. 5 kids from 5 different men. 4 different men. Huh? Does it happen? Yes. It's not a thing, everyone. Our birth rate is going to the crapper. Great thing. The teen birth rate has gone down precipitously, particularly in the black community. Now, on the other end, we have 43, 45-year-olds trying to have their first children. Well, damn. Huh? So now, you don't got to worry about your niece or your daughter calling you into the kitchen or in the living room and giving you the unwanted surprise, right? On the other side, your sister saying, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'll just do it on my own. Yeah, your 46-year-old sister is going to try to grab the last egg if possible. Huh? Oh, man. And shout out to TikTok. Compassionate says we have 40 watching on TikTok. Shout out to TikTok. Shout out to the listeners that are listening on TikTok. Talking about that. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And so I'll start trying to bring you guys up. If I can find this clip before that, though, let's actually try to find that clip first. And y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Y'all give Z a second.
I mean, I guess we've done some episodes on the plight of the black woman who's dating, because most of our
well, the plight of the black man who's dating. So if you're a black man,
black women are more screwed than black men. Sorry, black women, yeah, are more screwed in dating markets than black men.
I disagree if they're sane, because you've got to keep in mind the percentage of black women that are like far woke progressives. And if you're a black guy who's interested in marrying, you know, you're just not going to do that. I think when I was looking it up, it was something like 96% of black women are Democrats, right? Like, and that can just make them like an active danger to date, because you know, you don't know if they're going to hit you with like random charges or anything like that. Like, I wouldn't deal with it. But what?
Yeah. White man married. Wait, white rich man married, telling you, yeah, I wouldn't do it. This is the stereotype about black women. I don't put too much fodder into the whole woke left progressive thing. No, this is the stereotype of black women. Shout out to Compassionate Callous. Essentially, in a different way, he's saying black women are asked out to the market, and they done bought into the monoculture stuff. You know, black folks mainly live in these metropolitan areas, particularly when you get outside the South. And what he's saying is, I wouldn't do it. And he said, not any man that's sane. Let's play that again, because it's a short clip. Let's play it again.
I mean, I guess we've done some episodes on the plight of the black woman who's dating, because most of our
well, the plight of the black man who's dating. So if you're a black man,
black women are more screwed than black men. Sorry, black women, yeah, are more screwed in dating markets than black men.
I disagree if they're sane, because you've got to keep in mind the percentage of black women that are like far woke progressives. And if you're a black guy who's interested in marrying, you know, you're just not going to do that. I think when I was looking it up, it was something like 96% of black women are Democrats, right? Like, and that can just make them like an active danger to date, because you know, you don't know if they're going to hit you with like random charges or anything like that. Like, I wouldn't deal with it. But what?
Huh? Let's play this clip one more again. There's a reason why Mr. Z keeps playing this.
Black women do not be having the options that they say they got. And before you jump in my comments, no, I don't have a man. No, I don't have options. Okay, so I beat you.
Huh? Shout out to BGS. There's a reason why all of us, I think Coach Greg Adams, I think I might have seen him play it also. There's a reason why Mr. Z is playing this. There's a reason why BGS, shout out to BGS who put it in, who brought it up to us. BGS plays this. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, who I think plays this also. There's a reason why we play this, particularly concerning black women.
Don't you do it! Don't you! I got nowhere else to go! I got nowhere else to go!
Huh? It's also why Mr. Z keeps saying this. 23% of black women now identify as bisexual. Huh? There's a reason why Mr. Z keeps on playing these same clips over and over again. Someone said that to me a couple weeks ago. They sent me a message and they're like, Z, you keep on playing the same videos. You know, yeah, I'm getting somewhere here. I'm trying to drill this home. Pause. There is a reason why black women are so chronically goddamn single. Everybody's pretending like they don't get it. We'll say racism and anti-blackness. Okay, fine. Then we'll say for black men, colorism, featureism, texturism. Huh? Now, non-black folks are not going to say fat phobia because they appreciate that black men be marrying heavyset black women that white men would never. Especially white men of means would never, ever. So you don't got to worry about non-black folks saying fat phobia. Not the masses of them anyway. Huh? Mr. Z still looks at base camp sideways. With that, what you have is a white married man saying, I couldn't do it. I kind of understand. Huh? I couldn't do it. I kind of understand. Huh? And from Africa I came says, is that all of Hispaniola or just the Haitian part? Just Haiti. The 9 million or so, that's just Haiti alone. Huh? And he did. And Line says, that man said, I leave them to the elements too. Look, I want to be very clear, Mr. Z's stance on black women. As I've said before, an attractive black woman is an attractive woman. A black woman who is raised right and socialized right and taught correctly can end up with anyone. Mr. Z is engaged. We have a couple of brothers here. I'm not going to call them out right now, but successful daughter married to a non-black man. Huh? We have brothers here, older brothers, daughters married, other daughters successful, right? He's hoping to get her married off. Raised right, right conditions, black women can outcompete, especially if you were to take race off the table, race being an issue, but fine. Black women can outcompete anyone. The issue you have is black women throwing a goddamn temper tantrum. The issue you have is black women not being on black men's program. And then that affects that individual black woman, other black women, and that black woman's daughters. Black women are left out here in the elements because they don't want to be on a black man's program. They'll play with rich black men, elite black men, but everybody else determining your status and your income, middle finger. And well, out in the elements they are then. Huh? Out in the elements for old man winter, huh? Or the scathing hot summers, the rainy rain seasons, huh? The windy cities, huh? Tornado Alley, huh? The Hawaiian volcanoes and the California earthquakes. You out here in the elements. If you're not on a black man's program, where else should you be? Oops. But out here in the elements. Yeah, the white man gonna say, yeah, I couldn't do it either. This is why Z says the Gypsy and Roma class. And increasingly, I'm saying the Acolyte. And does anybody remember what that group was called in the Acolyte with Jodie Turner-Smith and Amanda Steinberg? Do you remember whatever, not even the planet, but what their, I guess, coven was called? Huh? That's what Mr. Z is saying. That is what they will become. And you're going to have to keep the internet out of your son's hands, because the second he out of there, that's what it is. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Black women are out here in the elements because there's nowhere else for them to be if they're not on black men's program. It's that simple. I ain't gonna read that out loud. Hysterical, Black Room. Where else are you supposed to be? If you're a black woman in America and you're not on a black man's program, there's nothing for you but element. You better be able to afford your life for the rest of your life. Maybe your father was part of your life. Maybe he left you enough money. Your mom left you enough money. Some grandparent left you enough money to float you for the rest of your life. Couple that with your job or your career and whatever debt you were able to pay off, and you hopefully you can float yourself financially for the rest of your life. We're not talking about your emotional state, your mental state. We're not speaking about none of that. Just financially. Most women, period, don't got it, particularly black women. So they out here in the elements. The clip that not compassionate, but the clip that Accountable Commentary played on his channel forever ago. The two women in Walmart stealing. Yeah, you out here in the elements. Which channel I was watching? Was that Accountable Commentary again? The black women fighting. You got the one that just came out of jail. I want to say she was more butch. maybe same-sex loving, they fight in the streets. Homegirl just came out of jail. She said, "Oh, I left my kids at this house, and then I just was walking to the store, and no, you were looking for the fight. Now the cops came to get somebody. Now you pretend like you don't know what happened. Out here in the elements. If black men are not running it, what you will have are the Kim Fosters popping all their crap, luxury beliefs, while they're good in their suburbs or in the expensive part of the city. Popping all their liberation crap. Sound nice. That's if they didn't go full hypocrite and they're not in a relationship with a black man. On his program, I don't care what you're talking about. On his program, meanwhile, they selling the masses of everyday black women that liberation crap. And what those black women got to show for it? A sticky back? A black eye from her girlfriend? Oops. Huh? A beat up Ultima? What year are we in? 2025? A beat up 6, 7, 8-year-old Ultima. What she got to show for it? That's a real question. So if the birth rate is decreasing and black women are increasingly saying, we don't want to have your children, black men, because you're not rich enough. Shout out to Abby. Because you don't earn enough, you're not rich enough. Black men said, I bet. Huh? and Black Uru says, they're rubbing themselves raw. They're buzzing themselves to death. And we've played those clips of black women just openly admitting. I can't believe I didn't save the other clip though. Homegirl said she paralyzed herself with the toy. She sent her kids outside to play. She went in the bathroom and damn near paralyzed. She hit the red button so much she damn near paralyzed herself. She had to call her homegirl. This, like, it's funny, but it's not funny. She's not joking. It's funny because of the story, but she's telling the truth. Huh? She caught an orgasm so much she damn near paralyzed. She seized up. Huh? If that's where y'all, this is what black women want to resign themselves to, because you don't get to be rich, elite white women, so be it. Yeah. And Black Uru says, hope you're successful with the drill and Z. Right? And that's why I said pause too. No pun also, no pun. But yeah, no, it did. Thank you for the super chat, Black Uru. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Black Uru. Black Uru was the first person to ever send me a Cash App when I started my channel and started, making videos, and Black Uru was I still have it. Right? It's still there, and I actually screenshot it. Black Uru was the first person to ever send me a Cash App. So it's like, when a person opened a business and they like laminate and like put in a case their first dollar or their first $100 bill. Yeah. So we'll play that one more again, and I'll. Oh, as a matter of fact, also, how did I forget to play this? We're gonna play Medium Man real quick, and we're gonna play another brother who is playing a clip from Shay Sade. So I'll play that because it would have took me too long to find the Shay Sade clip where she actually said this. So we're gonna play these, and we'll play that clip one more again where Basecamp says he wouldn't do it either. He wouldn't engage either. And yeah, so here we go, guys.
I'm gonna just let y'all know right now. This is where this conversation of black men having all these children while they're young, it ends here. because I'm gonna show y'all a figure and it's gonna shock you. And it's rather embarrassing for the black community and for our younger women, but it needs to be said. Black or African American, single race, black women under the age of 20. This is the percentage of black women under the age of 20 that had children. 42.2% of black women had children between 2015 and 2019 under the age of 20. 42% right there. Between 20 to 24, you get 34.9%, 77.1%. 77% for black women age at first child's birth under the age of 20 to 20 to 24. That's 77.1%. So you guys are probably asking, what does all this stuff affect? That means that when black women get married at age 32, which is the average first marriage, chances are they already have kids. The majority of black women already have kids. So when people ask questions like, well, why are the marriage rates so low in the black community? It's because of the fact that our black women have already given birth to somebody's kid. That's one of the reasons. We're not done. I got the black men statistics as well. So when we have these conversations about all these black men running rampant, it's a shock to people that a lot of men in particular aren't having sex like that. and when you think about it, it's like, man, well, how can that be? Well, how are all these women having all these kids? Because there's a select few of men that are having sex with the majority of women, especially in the black community. So this is how you quantify these talking points on YouTube. Age at first child's birth for men, age 15 to 49, black or African American, single race, black men under the age of 20 between 2015 to 2019, 14.1%. 14.1%. So if young black women under 20, 42% are having children, but only 14.1% of black men are having children under the age of 20, are fathering children, where's the problem? Okay. I think we get it now.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Miss Abby. Huh? So let's get this right. Before the age of 20, or by the age of 20, 42% of black women are having their first child. By the time we get to 24 years old, something like 77% of black women with children are having their first child. And black men are supposed to do what with that? Not only do black women have children earlier than their black male counterparts, they're having more children and they're having children earlier. Yet, black stable men are supposed to sign up for that. Yeah.
But this is an interesting one here. Let's pull this up.
Stats from Black demographics show us that Black American women have more kids than Black American men. Specifically, Black American women have 1 million more kids than Black American men. Now, what is this revealing? It's suggesting a few things. It's suggesting that Black American women are having kids with men of other races. And it's also suggesting that Black American women, that a majority of Black American women are having kids with a small minority of Black men. Likely both are true, but nevertheless, it's really interesting to see what's actually going on, what the stats are actually showing us.
And shout out to Shay Sade. And Moonlight says, and thank you for the super chat. So let's say black men go on a baby boom with non-black women. Would that, quote unquote, raise the Black American population because of the one drop rule? So according to Basecamp, they said the mixed race baby rate hasn't really increased much, right? Now we know we see mixed children all over the place, but that could be bias, could be your sample size. With that, we know it's increasing, but it's not what we think it is. People largely are still, when they do date and marry and have children, are having children of the same race. That's largely still happening. If we went on a baby boom, could that increase it for Black men in particular? Yeah. But that's not where Black men are. That's not where the masses of Black men, still the majority of Black men, increasingly less of a majority, but still the majority of Black men, their default is Black women. Now, notice Mr. Z said Black women, not particularly ADOS FBA women or Americanized women. Right? There's a conversation to be had about Black women from the diaspora who are not whitewashed or white worshiping, and whether you can make a life with one of them. That way you still have your Black children, your fully Black children, and you are not held hostage by a ostensibly Black woman, but who has anti-Black white supremacist views about Black men. Who's a hyper consumer, who's hyper materialistic. There's a conversation to be had, better yet, about the position America puts Black men in. And once again, that's why Base Camp said what he said. The husband said what he said.
I mean, I guess we've done some episodes on the plight of the Black woman who's dating, because most of our
well, the plight of the Black man who's dating. So if you're a Black man,
Black women are more screwed than Black men. Sorry, Black women, are more screwed in dating markets than Black men.
I disagree if they're sane, because you've got to keep in mind the percentage of Black women that are like far woke progressives. And if you're a Black guy who's interested in marrying, you're just not going to do that. I think when I was looking it up, it was something like 96% of Black women are Democrats, right? Like, and that can just make them like an active danger to date, because you don't know if they're going to hit you with like random charges or anything like that. Like, I wouldn't deal with it. But what?
So when he says that, all I hear is, shout out to Compassion and Callous once again, just being asked out to the market. As I said earlier, all of your ideas come from the market. You don't really challenge too much. You don't really consider what this means for me, right? What this means for you in your relationships, concerning Black men, right? And you demand that Black men adhere to this also. Well, no. And there's that. And Moonlight, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right. So let's do this. So we were reviewing this. This is what I played earlier. We're gonna play it again, and then I'll let you guys up.
You expose yourself every time, fam. And by the stuff that come out your mouth about Black women specifically, you should be canceled, bro. You don't deserve love, fam. You don't even say nothing. You don't have no words of encouragement or anything. You probably can't even. Y'all boys don't deserve Black women, fam. You don't deserve no woman. Point blank, period. So again, y'all black men, not husband material. So the last thing you need to be trying to tell a woman is that she need to be wife material. Your daddy failed you. Go speak to your dad. Ask him why he didn't marry your mama.
That would be such a dumb, reckless decision. That's not building a family. That's signing up for disaster. And obviously, this doesn't mean every Black man. I know that there are Black men and Black women who are happily married. Good for them. I don't want that. And no, this doesn't mean every Black man, but it means most of them are not prepared. Now, I am sure there are some healthy, loving Black marriages out there, okay? Black husband, Black wife, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't change anything for me personally. Okay, and I know, like I'm speaking for myself when I say I personally would not be marrying a Black man. I'll consider it if he is my preference. I'll highly consider it. I'll think about it, because that's just my preference, okay? And I don't care. Everybody has preferences. Respect mine, period. But, a lot of people are panicking about the declining birth rate amongst Black women. I mean, really amongst all women, honestly, but I'm Black, so I talk about Black women and Black people. To be completely honest, I'm glad it's happening. I'm very, very happy there is a declining birth rate.
The U.S. government is panicking because the birth rate is falling, which means that GDP could be falling, which means that billionaires could make less money.
So they want women to have more babies.
So they are trying everything they can, except lower prices, make better healthcare, allow people to work from home, or making childcare cheaper.
Every time someone brings up how low birth rates are right now and how rapidly they are dropping, the first thing that comes to my mind is always, thank God. If anything, I think we can go lower. Let's all start a how low can you go challenge.
You know how there's a declining birth rate in both America and Japan, right? Like, I'm sure both countries are stressed out about it because America's already like, oh my goodness, we're declining in birth rate. What do? We need to do something, yada, yada, yada. And I'm sure the government
Thanks to your state,
doing the same thing. But what I'm
this
laughing
woman
at
is Haitian.
different tactics being used.
I'm
trying
sorry,
to solve the
AUS
problem at
FBA
hand.
folks.
And the fact is neither of them are doing anything
My
to really
apologies,
solve
I
the
don't
issue.
know her
But
personally.
America's like, oh my goodness, there's a decline in birth rate. We need to do something, yada, yada, yada. What do? We need more people, more workers. What are we going to do? Like, I got it. We're going to remove women's rights. Like, we're going to force these women to have these babies whether they want it or not. We don't care who lives or dies.
Black women are choosing themselves. It means more of us are waking up and realizing that bringing children into chaos is not love, it's survival. And we're done surviving, we want to live. Why should we keep birthing children into poverty, violence, and trauma just to appease a community that doesn't value us anyway? We're not breeding mules. And let's be real, some of the sons that y'all are raising, they grow up to hate us. You birth them, you clothe them, you feed them, and they grow up to call you bitter, masculine, a gold digger, and tell the world that black women are the problem. Your own son. I would never have a son, not a black son, not ever. And having a black daughter would be hard because black people hate black women so much. The community hates our skin tone. They hate our hair. They hate if we're too feminine, then we're trying to be white. They hate if we're masculine. Like, you just cannot win. Don't you dare come into my comment section saying that this is not true, because we see it every day. I see it on every platform there is. On TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. Boys raised by single black mothers who go on to degrade black women online for clout. It's disgusting, and it proves my point. Birthing your enemy is real. And black women, don't you even dare. Don't birth your enemy. That's what you're doing.
If I ever get pregnant with a son, I'm returning it to the sender because I don't want to raise one.
This is the one. If you have a boy and the dad chooses to leave, you especially need to make sure he takes his son with him, sole custody, because the boys always resent the parent who stayed, the mom, and idolize the one that leaves, the dad. This is especially true if you're black. He's going to be watching podcasts or in podcasts, holding a microphone all over the internet and in comment sections talking about how much he hates single moms. He's going to be talking about how she ran his dad away, how terrible she was, how she was keeping him away from his dad, how she made him pay child support so he left, because they believe that their daddy shouldn't have to bear the financial responsibility of the child they helped to create. They're going to hate you. And you would think it would be the opposite, right? You're breaking your back, going to work, providing, taking care of the child by yourself. But
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna let y'all up now. Actually, because so I didn't get to hear like the last, I don't know, minute or so that I've had audio problems, and I don't know if y'all can hear me as well as y'all did before. So let me get a 1 in the chat if I'm coming in clear, and if I'm coming in clear like I was before the video. So I don't, and let me get a 2 in the chat if I'm not, so I can like try to fix my audio. Please and thank you. Right. Okay, so I got a 1. All right. So we coming in clear like I was earlier. All right. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and the link is in the box for y'all. And yeah, y'all. So y'all heard the young lady speaking. Yeah, and I'm gonna play it again as y'all come up because I didn't get to hear that second half. So let's see if I could actually not have these technical difficulties, and we could play it one more again.
You expose yourself every time, fam. And by the stuff that come out your mouth about black women specifically, you should be canceled, bro. You don't deserve love, fam. You don't even say nothing. You don't have no words of encouragement or anything. You probably can't even. Y'all boys don't deserve black women, fam. You don't deserve no woman. Point blank, period. So again, y'all black men, not husband material. So the last thing you need to be trying to tell a woman is that she need to be wife material. Your daddy failed you. Go speak to your dad. Ask him why he didn't marry your mama.
That would be such a dumb, reckless decision. That's not building a family. That's signing up for disaster. And obviously, this doesn't mean every black man. I know that there are black men and black women who are happily married. Good for them. I don't want that. And no, this doesn't mean every black man, but it means most of them are not prepared. Now, I am sure there are some healthy, loving black marriages out there, okay? Black husband, black wife, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't change anything for me personally. Okay, and I know, yeah, like I'm speaking for myself when I say I personally would not be marrying a black man. I'll consider it. If he is my preference, I'll highly consider it. I'll think about it because that's just my preference. Okay. And I don't care. Everybody has preferences. Respect mine, period. But you know, a lot of people are panicking about the declining birth rate amongst black women. I mean, really amongst all women, honestly, but I'm black, so I talk about black women and black people. To be completely honest, I'm glad it's happening. I'm very, very happy there is a declining birth rate.
The U.S. government is panicking because the birth rate is falling, which means that GDP could be falling, which means that billionaires could make less money.
So they want women to have more babies.
So they are trying everything they can, except lower prices, make better healthcare, allow people to work from home, or making childcare cheaper.
Every time someone brings up how low birth rates are right now and how rapidly they are dropping, the first thing that comes to my mind is always, thank God. If anything, I think we can go lower. Let's all start a how low can you go challenge.
You know how there's a declining birth rate in both America and Japan, right? Like, I'm sure both countries are stressed out about it because America's already like, oh my goodness, we're declining in birth rate. What do? We need to do something, yada, yada, yada. And I'm sure the government of Japan is probably doing the same thing. But what I'm laughing at is different tactics being used trying to solve the problem at hand. And the fact is neither of them are doing anything to really solve the issue. But America's like, oh my goodness, there's a decline in birth rate. We need to do something, yada, yada, yada. What do? We need more people, more workers. What are we going to do? Like, I got it. We're going to remove women's rights. Like, we're going to force these women to have these babies whether they want it or not. We don't care who lives or dies.
Black women are choosing themselves. It means more of us are waking up and realizing that bringing children into chaos is not love, it's survival. And we're done surviving, we want to live. Why should we keep birthing children into poverty, violence, and trauma just to appease a community that doesn't value us anyway? We're not breeding mules. And let's be real, some of the sons that y'all are raising, they grow up to hate us. You birth them, you clothe them, you feed them, and they grow up to call you better, masculine, a gold digger, and tell the world that black women are the problem. Your own son. I would never have a son, not a black son, not ever. And having a black daughter would be hard because black people hate black women so much. The community hates our skin tone. They hate our hair. They hate if we're too feminine, then we're trying to be white. They hate if we're masculine. Like, you just cannot win. Don't you dare come into my comment section saying that this is not true, because we see it every day. I see it on every platform there is. On TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. Boys raised by single black mothers who go on to degrade black women online for clout. It's disgusting, and it proves my point. Birthing your enemy is real. And black women, don't you even dare. Don't birth your enemy. That's what you're doing.
If I ever get pregnant with a son, I'm returning it to the sender because I don't want to raise one.
This is the one. If you have a boy and the dad chooses to leave, you especially need to make sure he takes his son with him, sole custody, because the boys always resent the parent who stayed, the mom, and idolize the one that leaves, the dad. This is especially true if you're black. He's going to be watching podcasts or in podcasts, holding a microphone all over the internet and in comment sections talking about how much he hates single moms. He's going to be talking about how she ran his dad away, how terrible she was, how she was keeping him away from his dad, how she made him pay child support so he left, because you know they believe that their daddy shouldn't have to bear the financial responsibility of the child they helped to create. They're going to hate you. And you would think it would be the opposite, right? You're breaking your back, going to work, providing, taking care of the child by yourself. But the moment they get to that tweens and teens, you're the worst person in the world. And to me, all of that isn't worth it just to say that I was the good parent or the parent who stayed.
Let's really talk about it. Most of these men, they don't want to be fathers. They just want to have children. There's a big difference. It's like a child that wants to have a puppy. It's like, yeah, that kid wants a puppy, but is the kid really going to be responsible for the puppy? Of course not. The parents will. These men don't want to be fathers. They want someone to carry their last name. They want legacy, but they don't want the responsibility, the sacrifice, and the hard work. They want these kids to boost their ego, not to raise them. They're out here making $40,000 a year, struggling to pay their own bills, but demanding respect as the head of a household that can't even afford anything. You can't afford anything. But there's nothing wrong with making $40K a year. Perfectly fine. But what is wrong is bringing a child into that with no plan, no structure, and no commitment to the mother. And don't get me started on the idea that a man doesn't have to be rich to be a good father. Yeah, that sounds nice, but it's not enough. Love doesn't pay for childcare. There are childcare centers. I've seen it. There are women talking about it online. They pay $3K a month for daycare.
When somebody tells you they can't afford to have children, this is what they're talking about. A woman in my town's Facebook group shared these daycare rates today, and she said, how do you afford kids here? Because nobody knows how anybody is paying for this. For an infant for 5 days a week with 10 hours of care, it is $664 a week. That is just shy of $35,000 a year for one child. And the price does not drop that much when they hit pre-K here. It's $521 a week, which is about like $28,000 a year, okay? These are incredibly high rates for daycare. And of course, you could drop down to 9 hours a day or whatever it might be. But here's the thing. When you go to daycare, typically you're going to take the most hours because you have to commute to work, you have to commute back from work, and you have to work 8 hours a day. And unfortunately, when you miss pickup by 1 minute, they start charging you like $2 a minute. So usually it's more cost effective just to pay the higher rate for the 10 hours than to pay for the 9 hours, which is like crazy because it's 1 hour difference. These are rates for one kid. We were talking about one child. Imagine if a family has 2 kids. They're paying $50,000, $60,000 a year for childcare. That is unsustainable for most families.
$3,000 a month for daycare. So no, the $40,000 a year isn't going to cut it. Hugs don't put food on the table. Love doesn't pay for diapers, for formula. It's time that we stop romanticizing struggle. It's not worth it. Giving birth to a child with someone who doesn't love you, doesn't respect you, and doesn't understand commitment is never worth it. You are not obligated to suffer. You are not obligated to carry the burden of keeping a culture alive that refuses to protect and respect you. Black women, you should be prioritizing your peace. Don't reproduce with chaos. Don't bring a daughter into this world that hates black girls. Don't bring a son into a system that turns him into your future abuser.
So let me say this real quick before y'all go. Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. It's fascinating that her issue is not struggling, right? Meanwhile, the black women who are not partnered are the ones that are really struggling. And if you go through this article, I said this earlier in the stream. If you go through this article, it says childless, single, as in unmarried, black women have the least amount of wealth in America. So if the goal is to not struggle, madam, what you're advocating for is actually going against what you're saying. Is it Z? Right? So there's that. Let me also say this. This lady, the reason why I played her is so that some of you, my newer listeners, especially those of you on TikTok, to appreciate, listen to her delivery. Her delivery is defensive. It's black men don't value us. Black men violence and black men don't know how to be husbands and $40,000 a year. Meanwhile, the median income in America is $43,000 a year. Not just for black people. The median income for Americans that work in America is $43,000 a year. So this lady, with the way she speaks, and she speaks like this, her delivery is soft and it's slow and it's deliberate and it's unoffensive. And many of you don't appreciate that what she's saying is eugenics on black boys because of her delivery. Now, once again, her framing is a framing of, no, I am defending black women from these black men who I'm sure there's a couple of them that appreciate what it means to be a husband and a father and a partner, but the masses of them don't. This is giving real racist white woman, but apparently this young lady is a black woman. Her framing is that of concern for other black women. The way she speaks is softer and unoffensive. The message is eugenics. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Go ahead, yo.
What up, Z? Yeah. I wanted to clear up a few things. So when they talk about birth rates, it's a load of bullshit to start off with. The biggest decline in birth rates are from 14 to 21 or 22. So basically, women with a high school diploma or no diploma or no college education. And so if you look at they have graphs that show, we see clearly that women that are educated are married, have kids. But then the drop off is, like I said, 14 years old to 22 years old, pretty much throughout the generations. And then the graphs show where women in this generation are having children at a later age, but the middle area is almost the same. And basically, previously, if you look at like the 60s, 40s, the 80s, what it shows is a decline in teen births. And this is why Republicans kind of want to bring back having kids with little 14-year-olds. And you kind of saw it when the guy was talking to his wife, and she disagreed, and she said that's kind of bullish, but she didn't want to tell him the truth about abortion. White women always had access to private abortions that are protected by HIPAA if they don't present the numbers. They present the numbers of Planned Parenthood, because the majority of black women go to Planned Parenthood. White women far exceed black female abortions is just private, so they don't have to publish the numbers. This is protected by HIPAA.
I get what you're saying. Train tracks. Because white women aren't going to Planned Parenthood.
Yes, they have private abortions.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
They don't have to list the numbers. And like I said,
so even if it's in a clinic, we're not talking about no back alley stuff. You're talking about in a clinic, in a hospital or whatever, but it's not It's not.
Yes.
You mean a
It's
Planned
not Planned
Parenthood
Parenthood.
clinic? Yeah.
Yes. So it's
Okay, I get it.
it's not accounted for, and
Mm-hmm.
like that's people are. It's simply this, bro. Like we say, who's gonna pay for these bitches into their old age if there's no population to tax to pay for them? This is all it's about, and I don't think it's that big of a thing when you adjust the economy for two incomes because Americans are saving money. You take away their ability to produce more kids anyway. So they're not incentivized. My mom, all our moms in here, if we're millennials and Gen X, they used to get $15,000 for two kids. You're lucky to get 6 now. Okay, just keeping it 100. You're lucky to get 6,000 for 2 kids now. And like I said, how they increase wages to take people off of social systems, you still have to pay because you have insurance 4,000 or 5,000 to have a baby.
But here's my thing, Leon, and I like the way you frame it because I know you being dead ass serious, but you frame it in a funny way. But so I got to ask you this question, low key hoping that you know how to answer it. So what exactly is the purpose of half of these women, black women in specific, who are not even going to have children? What's the what are you doing exactly? What do you, because if you go ahead.
I think even when you look in the data, before only like 60 to 80% of women, depending on how they do the numbers, ever had kids. So when you look at a community, that's your daycare provider. Instead of looking towards the government and people talking about, well, it's $800 a week for daycare, and you're operating with people that you have no community with. Like my sister hangs out with my son, my brothers-in-laws hang out with my son. When my brother comes down, he hangs out with my son. That's the way it's supposed to be. But people want to utilize government systems. And we understand that the wealthiest people pay practically zero tax. So who's paying for it? Your population of men and women who don't have kids. So
in other words, real quick, Leon. So it's what the nameless protagonist is. Those women will be your non-reproducing women who low key protect the hive. Also.
Yes, yeah, that's the way. No, CC, no, ZZ.
Go ahead.
You have to remember, we've been socialized around an idea. We've been marketing the idea. The fact is this: people who don't live in proximity of their family are dependent on daycares.
Yep.
If you live in proximity of your family, you're not dependent on daycares. This happened all during the. Remember the articles I sent you about the dating revolution in the 60s and how the communities felt about their kids going out and dating other people from different communities. It all aligns with that same stuff when you saw the increase in this because people were going to college and they weren't living in proximity of their community. So there was no form of courting and an increase, and we were advertised dating, which is actually something based on going on an adventure and nothing serious. So, you know what I'm saying?
I just want to say this because to what you said, and because Black Uru's up here and we already used one of his quotes, let me use the other one. So, in other words, these hoes that got liberated into madness is what you're saying.
Yes.
Basically. Yeah.
There we go.
No,
and on top of that, I just want to add.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Leon. You've been going. Go ahead.
When you look at the data and you look up actually how many boomers had children that were American citizens, there was only 63 million Gen X Americans born. The rest of that population are anchor babies. So it's like 10 million anchor babies. We have to remember 30% of the American population that are boomers are actually immigrants from the 1965 Act and 1950 when they're moving more Eastern and Northern Europeans in. So there's a lot of misunderstandings and bullshit taking place. Boomers didn't have kids and they're the biggest fucking population.
Yeah, because this is a project, because this is part of this is the neoliberal project. Let's connect this with neoliberalism and even like the piece Z refuses to cover, which is
I just don't got the time. It's
Which is,
time, y'all. I gotta really concentrate on that one because I gotta bring the heat for that one.
yeah, no,
Go
I
ahead, go
already
ahead.
know. It's a lot of information with the Powell memo. With the, I mean, it's all about. I mean, this is like the effects of the disintegration of the extended family unit. Like I said, birth rates, all of this shit is connected. So like the Atlantic just dropped the article. I think what was the date on it? It was I believe it was actually it was this older article. It's from 2023 called "The Great Cousin Decline," and essentially,
I remember that. Mhm.
yeah, what we're experiencing is like the second, third order effects. Like essentially, the Great Cousin Decline is a byproduct of the decline in overall birth rates and family formation, marriage rates included, which break down because the article kind of lays out how cousins are essentially the key to extended family units. And to your point, you said it earlier, Leon, like the more we get, itemized away from families, like, you have the nuclear family model, which is kind of what everybody's kind of, or before we started ushering alternative family models, the nuclear family model, obviously from the 50s, was the model and kind of is still the model millennials are kind of trying to they have in their
Yeah,
head that we're
but
going
it's
to,
bullshit.
live in this. I mean, that's to your point. Yeah, that doesn't exist, but breaking down so the extended family model predated the nuclear family model, but what you were
Yes, the
saying, like,
tribe.
yeah, so like, but that creates a situation where families or nuclear families end up having to resort to paying for childcare and deciding to have less children because it's so expensive to just have you and your wife, and like I said, with less marriage rates, it's not even your wife anymore, raise children and connect them through extended family models that don't exist anymore. So essentially, like I said, long story short, this is all connected to the neoliberal lens that we kind of look that
I,
Z
I,
talks
I gotta
about.
say it this way because let me say it in a
Please
way
make it
that's really
clear.
gonna
Yeah.
hit compassion.
Hey Z,
They
before you
priced
say
us
it,
out
let
of
me
having
add
a
one.
family. No, wait, Leon, no. They priced us out of having families. You got what you got. Shout out to
Yes.
the
Yes.
society. Shout out to America. Hey, shout out to all the women. It costs to pipe. It costs to raise children. We heard you and we raised you not having children with you. And because we're not having children with you, we don't feel any type of obligation to you and have fun in a world where men
Yes.
don't feel obligated to women. Because not only do you not have our children, we're atomized anyway. Oh, the
Yeah,
world.
and it's not just priced you out, it's
Can I touch
socialized
on
you
that?
out of family.
I just had to get one word in.
Can I
So
touch
you have to
on that?
Wait,
remember
no,
when
Leon. Wait,
people
no.
move to cities.
Let Black Guru go, Leon, because
Go
you
ahead.
win, bro. You've been on it. Go ahead. Let Black Guru go. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to kind of expand on that. Was mentioning that in the chat, and I was kind of going back with him and use a personal anecdote. Earlier this year, I attended a family reunion, and it was nice and all. We did spend time with family, younger people, mostly younger people.
You're breaking up bad, Uru.
But
Yeah, you were choppy.
Go on that
do
connection
you
you
hear me?
usually on.
Yeah.
The connection kind of bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say there's an increase in the drop of birth rates when people move to cities. So
Oh yeah,
that plays a
no.
part too.
We know that. Yeah, no, you're right. No, you're right about that. You're right about that. Yeah, because you just to keep up. You look, especially for there was a couple years it would have been damn near impossible for me and my lady, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if we lived away from our parents. Like there was a couple years, like it would have been. It just was even having the relationship was taxing.
Yeah.
Not like we were
Same
arguing
here.
or whatever. It's just the spending the intimate time and just the BS time, the sit on the couch talking time.
Yes.
There's a couple years where if you're trying to keep up, if you're not trying to be in the poorhouse, it just is really difficult. Now you imagine throwing a couple of kids on us, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, what you're saying, Leon, is 100% true. Number one, number two, if you're and this is why we're kind of in this weird inverted situation where the poorer folks on the bottom 20%, as Basecamp was saying, they're having children. And then when you get all the way, once you start getting all the way up, upper middle class, white folks are having children, right?
Right.
So it's the poorer folks that don't care. Those of us that are trying to be stable, trying to get stable, trying to stay stable and above, yeah, we're more conscious. Like I said earlier, I said this to a coworker, a female coworker. If y'all don't catch us before the age of 25, 26, 27, where when the wind blow, we catch an erection, y'all not gonna catch us slipping.
Yeah.
Which is a good and bad thing, because now we're conscious about who we're dealing with, and we're not trying to have children. I know a few people. In a previous generation, they would have had their first kid before the age of 25.
Yep.
Now we having our first kid at 37.
Bro, I know one of my best friends is a surgeon, and his girl and his wife, they just got married like 2 years ago. Both 35. He just finished a fellowship, and he's just starting his career as a surgeon. And his wife is college educated, works for Salesforce.
Yeah.
They're just now having their first child. She's pregnant now with their first child. They were basically waiting to both basically collectively earn $500,000 to have one child. So to your point of like being people, the middle class, the people in the middle class are almost hyper conscious to the point. And it's like you play the compilation of the people kind of celebrating birth rate decline, which kind of tells you like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you just don't. You're too young to understand the ramifications to that.
In a weird way, it's coping. Right? In a weird way, it's coping, because what you're saying is, I got priced out, but damn it to hell anyway, we all gonna suffer. And it's like, right? Like, I don't know, right? And what you're saying is, well, I didn't want it anyway. You can't fire me. I quit type language, right?
Yeah.
So but let's let Black Guru go. But somebody's background, please mute up. Somebody's Black Guru. Okay, go ahead, Black Guru.
Am I coming in clear now?
A lot better.
Way better. Yeah, way better. Go ahead.
Well, I attended this family reunion. What was startling of the experience was there were a lot of people there. I didn't know a lot of them. And, these are all children of cousins or children's of cousins or whatever, grandchildren at this stage of my life, probably children of children of cousins of mine kind of thing. But in addition to, I agree the birth rate has lowered. But what has also happened is you're 3+ generations into baby mamas, and into baby mamas to an extent where folks don't really know each other. So you got a half sibling, you got kids, and you have a half sibling somewhere, but you didn't really grow up with your half sibling. So what kind of relationship are your children going to have as cousins? Are you going to even really know of each other's existence? And then go a generation after that, there's a complete and total disconnect. Unfortunately, y'all might be even having sex with each other at that point as second cousins.
Yeah,
be quite honest.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think there's a story out of Baltimore that says that, Black Guru.
In addition to the birth rate issue, which is definitely a part of this whole extended family issue, it's also the fact that you just don't know because we're so broken.
Yep.
Yeah. Is that me or is that Black Guru? You finished? I think you muted up.
You stopped.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but okay. But yeah, no. My apologies for cutting you off earlier, Black Guru. But no, I want to say I saw something. That in Baltimore, that's a situation that happened. Where it was a cousins and second, third generation cousins who were out here in relationships with each other, not on purpose, but because they didn't know that they were related. all of the, and yeah, so
Jesus
that's the
Christ.
thing. And if y'all remember one, I covered this, I don't know how many, maybe 6 7 months ago, maybe at this point. The young lady who said, you know what, we should give the kids our last name. And remember, I was saying, like, okay, you give the children your last name, your baby daddy moves out of town, or you move out of town with the
Mm-hmm.
kids, he has kids from another woman, she does the same thing, give the kids her last name. And so how easy would it be for you to move to LA with your kids, then you move back to Miami, or your kids move back to Miami from
Yep.
LA, and now your son is sleeping with his sister he don't even know about, his half
But
sister.
Z, that's
Like, how easy
patriarchy.
would that?
What are you talking about?
Exactly. Yeah. It's absolute insane. Like,
Yeah,
that's
bro.
number one. But number two, and going to what you were saying earlier, Compassion, about this, the living in these cities, and what Leon was saying, living in these cities and having the situation we have now, it really has priced us out. And we have to be honest about that. The reason why I would argue your friend was waiting for damn near half, not even damn near $500,000 a year, is because
Yeah.
the competition is real. And what people want I remember BGS saying that you were a pretty okay parent if you just fed your kid and make sure you could get them to 18, and they were supposed to take off from there. That's not the era we live in now. The
Yeah.
off ramp is damn near 27, 30 years old now.
Exactly. Exactly.
And for all of you Xers, I'm sorry to say it, especially you younger Xers, I know you don't want to hear it. The off ramp ain't 18 years old no more. The off
And
ramp not even 22, 23 when they graduate college. Shit, I know
and
some white folks right now. They off ramp for their kid was goddamn 35 years old. I'm not joking.
and Z, that economic squeeze, how's that socialized us out of? It's not only been priced out of family
Yeah.
building, we've been socialized out of it because of that economic reality. So because of, like
I
you
think that's a
said,
before and after, because what you're saying is which came first, the chicken or the egg. I'm saying the chicken and the egg, right? The chicken and
yeah,
the egg. It's not which one, because I think it's a loop that keeps on feeding into itself, which is we're being priced out, so we're coming up with these coping mechanisms. That's the socialization, and then the socialization is helping us to also not want to do it anyway, right?
Well,
So
no,
it's like feeding into
yeah,
itself. Go ahead.
I think the environment, because the environment molds how we socialize. So to your point, this economic environment has shifted. I mean, over time, because like I said, this is a long story, going from the boomers, even really silent gen, all the way up until where we're at now with Z's and millennials. That continuum and that environment that we've lived in economically has been shifting that entire time, which has been, and we already know they've been socializing us to confront a changing economic environment that has made it so, like you said, people aren't even, like my friend, aren't even planning to have their family until 30. So and what we're seeing is the system's breaking down because it's not the system. Birth populations can't run on a system that extended out for your young people. It just can't
Well,
run like that.
so what we're dealing with, because I'm watching these people find funny and interesting ways of always coping. I'm not talking about us civilians. I'm talking about the elites,
Yeah.
the technocrats, the talking heads, the pundits, where you know when they're pushing the age further and further out. They're pricing us out the game, and I'm watching these folks as they find out that, like I said, the top 10% of folks are responsible for 50% of the consuming. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
The top 20% are responsible for like 85, 90% of the consuming. This is impossible.
Right.
Okay, so if that's the case, and the competition is real, and we all know it, and people want their children to do better than them,
Yep.
you're watching what that costs. It is costing your population. Okay, fine. To all the elites, we got the message. All right, economic Darwinism, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared for what that means? Are you
Yeah.
prepared for what that means? Some of y'all gonna be okay. Those of you with helicopters and private jets and whatever the hell in bunkers, you gonna be okay. But all the rest of you, who's not too far from us,
Yeah.
have fun.
And that's what I don't think people have a language for even imagining. That's how you could have people joking about or saying, no, we need more birth rate decline. And this is not, I don't look at this like a unfortunate, like it's sad that our families our families are declining. I'm looking at it from a structural standpoint. That oh no, like the way you lived up into this point is not possible without the population and that tax
Yeah.
base going forward.
Yep.
Can I
Yep.
cut in a little bit now?
Go.
So these people, they don't have any true political philosophy or ideology.
No.
What they do is they simply regurgitate the talking points from the mainstream Democratic Party, which already doesn't benefit them, and they do not have the critical thinking ability to rationalize how do these policies impact me, my family, or just the people I give a fuck about. And I've had way too many conversations with Black men and women about things like immigration, how immigration is hurtful to us. Well, you know, people coming over here picking strawberries don't affect us. Yes, the fuck it does. And they ain't all picking strawberries. They getting benefits and things that we don't get. Like I've heard about those secret job fairs that was going on in Chicago a couple years ago and other places and whatnot. And because of that, they don't have the language capability to even begin to push back and make a demand of power.
No.
So they will always go with whatever the MSNBC, CNN liberal dynamic is because they don't know how to think for themselves. And I hate to say it, but a lot of those women who are talking that way, cool, fine, whatever. Just tell you just find another way to tell me you a weak little bitch you can't take the world for what it is. Like you don't want to be here, fine. Go do your own thing. But I'm like
they lack a systemic analysis, better you. They don't think that you're gonna get old. Less people means less nurses to wipe your ass. Less doctors. That's like that's a longer waiting list. That's more pain for you. You're not gonna be able to walk in them heels for the rest of your life. You're gonna have bad knees. You're gonna maybe have a messed up hip that need to be checked. Like all of this stuff, right? They don't appreciate the way the whole entire game is played is the younger folks fund the social security gaps for the older folks. How's that supposed to work for you? And remember, men tend to die earlier than women. How's that supposed? So let me get this right. You never got married, so you're not getting no husband social security. Whoops, you never had kids. That's less people for you to rely on. And I mean that in a positive sense, for you to lean on, because once again, you never had kids. And I already had the article about the kinless Black women, right? So how is this supposed to work for you? All you know is the spite. You're dancing because it's funny. The men don't get to have kids. The system don't get to have kids to turn for the cog in the machine and all this crap. Cool, but how does this work for you? Okay, you're dancing in the streets. You think it's funny. You're 28 years old. You're 32 years old. Let's say you're projected to live until 78 years old. You retire. Even if we work on the retirement age now, 67, you have 11 years of what the hell are you gonna do?
Exactly. But no, to better you.
It's up to.
Go ahead.
I mean, up to that point.
Go ahead, Uru.
Up to that point, somebody made a way. The state made a way. The schools made a way. Social services made a way. The tax credit, earned income, child care credit made a way. WIC, SNAPs, something made a way. A man, you know, I can kind of flash this little box around. You know, I could guilt, you know, my mama or maybe even my daddy or my grandpa, you know, somebody made a way. So you're kind of seeing the end result of someone who has, from various different sources, Section 8, whatever, from various different sources, they were able to cobble together a somewhat comfortable or functional lifestyle in lieu of, you know, maybe getting married and submitting or at least cooperating with a man, that sort of thing. So all this stuff came together, affirmative action or DEI or whatever came together to make a way. And so what you're hearing are people who are the result of that, maybe several generations, the result of that, who've not really had to at all be considerate of any sort of deep, like as you say, structural issues or
Yes.
macroscopic or macroeconomic issues. They just have never really had to be concerned about that because all the fiat money and welfare
Yep.
reform means that all the black girls can go to college. You know, that's been an all a part.
And it's not, and to Better Use point, yeah, to that, and to Uru and Better Use point. See, it's not Better You. It's not so much that they don't have the critical thinking skills. It's a school of thought that what Uru just described. A person that does not have to consider the structures, the structure or the institutions or how this works at a systematic level is a postmodernist. And this is the school of thought that for everybody from the PhDs all the way down to the people that don't even know what postmodernism is, the normal, average, regular, everyday black girl on TikTok just capping, they all are we are all ensconced in postmodernism. That's what it's not so much that everybody's dumb, it's that postmodernism is antithetical to systematic analysis like that. Telling people, hey, we have to have children at scale for to support a structure or institution.
I'll give you prime example. So we thought this was a leftist thing primarily, and then one thing you gotta love about Trump, boy, hey, he gonna expose your ass, right? So, you see this on the right. All these farmers, all these Latinos, they heard what he said. He was very clear. They voted for him anyway, got bit in the ass, and this is not what I voted for. No, this is what you voted for.
They couldn't see the structural ramifications because no one can. No, especially the more educated you are in contemporary America,
I heard indoctrinated, but I'll let you get away with educated. Go ahead.
Exactly. The more educated you are, the harder it is for you to understand our rebuttals with these structural analysis. Because you look at us as modernists, and that we didn't get the memo that no, everything is looked at through a postmodern lens. It's really the individual. That's why no one can think past themselves. Like you said, a Mexican migrant can't really see, or a first generation Hispanic isn't thinking structurally or from a macro standpoint. Everyone's thinking from an institutional or a theory standpoint, which is by design.
Standpoint theory. That was done on purpose.
Also,
Go ahead.
if you are a white farmer, you're 2, 3, 4, 5+ generations of American policy of protectionism of the American farmer. So, I mean, regardless of whatever you think, and that's been exclusive of party, Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, they all have protected the American farmer. So when Trump says whatever it is he's saying, their mindset is, well, regardless, me, my father, my grandfather, or whatever, we've gotten the subsidies and we've gotten all this stuff, so we've been protected and got the special cutouts, even though the black farmers were excluded from most of that. And so it's going to be some special thing done for us. It's not going to apply to us.
Yep.
This is
The white farmer.
Go ahead. Let Better You, and then you got it, Leon. Go ahead, Better.
So I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I feel that's more of the how. Basically, you're telling me how they got to the point that they're too stupid to even recognize their enemy. That they're too stupid to even know who shit was. Matter of fact, can you imagine you listening? Put this thing in there about stupid people. It's so true.
Well, think about it. Think about it.
More and more, it is so very true about stupid people and how dangerous stupid people are.
Look, don't be telling KMS he right. Look, KMS gonna listen on the replay. KMS, we ain't gonna. I ain't admitting nothing, KMS.
I mean, saying stupid, but characterizing as stupid people. I mean, there are a lot of very rich, successful, accomplished, high status, stupid people. They have prevailed over generations. So simply calling somebody stupid, I get what you're saying, but historically, that has not necessarily been an impediment to living a very productive life in America.
At all.
Being stupid.
At all.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at in terms of when I say stupid, because you're right, Uru. However, most people throughout history have been able to recognize when somebody is harming them. And when you take the basis of pain away from an organism, you have an organism that is going to have a hard time to survive, because when you can't realize who is harming you, who's enacting things that are against you, and you support those very same things or very same policies without anything, and you just on board.
I think there's a misunderstanding that I think there's a misunderstanding when people think. I think there's a misunderstanding when people think about policy, and we remind ourselves that there's 52 states. If you add the one that's in the Middle East, the little state, there's 52, 53 states.
The little slice of
All
Europe,
of these
you already
states
know.
have, yeah, a little slice of Europe. So there's state policy and federal policy. And that goes over people's head, because you can look in Mississippi, they have a lot of socialism, a lot of healthcare, a lot of old people's homes, all type of shit. But they're a conservative state. But they function differently in a lot of these southern states than versus some conservative areas. They function differently. So when I think about farmers, they have been subsidized. When you think about women that have been voting Republican that are white, and you see them on TikTok talking about, I'm not getting my $2,000 of food stamps. You're like, wait, $2,000? What the fuck? How the fuck you get $2,000 with 3 kids? Wait, y'all going crazy over a black woman get $250? Like, what are we $250? You know what I'm saying? So it's like we see that these policies are being cut for a reason, and class compression is happening for a reason. I have a theory on why the class compression is going to happen and what's the result, but black women are going to look how they wish to look. They're going to be cream, brown skin, blonde hair, curly hair with, blue and brown eyes. So they're going to look like, Brazilians in the next 30 years or 50 years. You know what I'm saying? That's how everybody in America is going to look.
I mean, I hear y'all, and y'all gonna have to create a new type of white dude. I know where you're going with that, Leon, but at least down here in South Florida, I don't know about the rest of the country. At least down here in South Florida, I don't see it. The Latinos and the white dudes, they're not going. So maybe their sons will. I'll give you that. Maybe their grandsons, but them, they ain't going.
See, the crux of the class warfare, again, goes back to what you talk about, Z, and I think the point of the idea of neoliberalism. We were in checkmate in this society in terms of the whole society, taking it out of just specifically black society. Everybody's a neoliberal. What do we already know once you understand what this country, the fabric of the ideology, the prevailing ideology in this country is liberalism. And it always has been. They've weaponized that liberalism. Liberalism, all that really means is individualism.
Yeah.
They've got this before we can go into the complexities of what we see decisions we see people make, you can start from what's the prevailing overarching ideology from it don't matter about if you're a progressive liberal or you're a traditional liberal, which is just a Republican or a Democrat, but they're both individualists. Yes. And what neoliberalism has done to the entire society, and why nobody knows what the fuck is going on and how to really fix it, or how to stop any of this slide, is because they already checkmated you from an ideological standpoint. Like I said, that's why I agree with Black Uru. Yeah, it's not so much that you're stupid. It's not so simple that motherfuckers are just like slow. You are indoctrinated to not be able to push back against the Leviathan that's managing all these institutions and systems and managing these
slides. You gotta say why. Because it takes sacrifice. And the sacrifice is your independence.
Yes. Ironically.
For you to push back on this, you gonna have to wait for it, collectivize,
right,
unionize. Your opinion may not be the most prevalent opinion. Shit, your opinion might be wrong.
Right.
And so so you have to sacrifice that with another person and another person and another person.
But the
And
problem
that's the
is,
way
Z.
you fight Jeff Bezos. You
But
can't fight Jeff Bezos by
But the
yourself. Go
problem
ahead.
is, Z, the millennials been trained into individualism since they was in fucking middle school. So you're
Not
telling a
even
bunch of
shit. Since we were born, bro. Since we were
exactly.
born.
You're telling a bunch of Disney Channel neoliberal conspicuous consuming negative
Yep.
libertarians to
Yep. Yep.
collectivize. And the and
Yep.
the and the elite or the Brookings Institute already know you motherfuckers aren't going to do that. We re-engineered you specifically not to be able to do that. So
Yep.
you couldn't terraform this environment and push back against policy. So that's why you're getting. So it's not stupidity. You are in the Third Reich. You're the Hitler. You're the Nazi youth. Sorry, Z. I didn't want to say that word. You were raised for this, and you can't see who's your enemy. Not yet, till it collapses. Until it collapses, it'll be clear that we were checkmated from the beginning. The
Yo,
reason,
it's like my bad. It's like being in a Saw movie and finding out at the end you're screwed. You're screwed from the beginning.
yeah, exactly, yeah. That's why what we're saying right now to anybody listening on TikTok or any normal, civilian, the uninitiated, this sounds crazy. Like that's why they don't see the connection to birth rates. That's why they can laugh about it because you're an individualist. You don't understand how national birth rate affects you as an individual. Like you said, Uru, the farmers at the point where y'all so subsidized, y'all don't even care about the state of agriculture because you're gonna
And
get paid not to farm
let
sometimes.
me say this. This is how I get you too. Culture war. This is the thing. So we have folks that it really was the culture knows despite your face. We have a bunch of folks that didn't appreciate what they were signing up for. I'm not just talking about voting. I'm talking about us walking down this road and not checking people throughout this entire process over the past 40 some odd years, right? And so now we're here where all the systems are atrophying because the elites needed you to get here. And so
Yep.
now you're here, you don't know what the hell you're doing. Your children don't know what they're doing. Your grandkids don't know what they're doing. Nobody knows how to push back in a way that's sacrificial because that's what you need to do. And so, yeah, your house prices are going to keep on rising. You're going to
Yep.
keep on watching. And all Donald Trump did was just finally say, you know what? Y'all been doing lightweight. Reagan, I get you lightweight. Clinton, lightweight. Obama, lightweight. Biden, lightweight. No, let me show them my second term what it really looked like.
Yeah.
Just say,
Hey,
no,
Z,
you
can I
know
get two words in
and
before I leave?
real quick. Hey, fuck lobbying. Just come to me directly. Put $100,000 in my hand so I can modify this goddamn White House and put a ballroom in this bitch. Go ahead.
So
I think
another
the part that people are missing is how this hierarchy works. Like people want to get out of line. White boys want to get out of line, but how they operate, if this person steps out and challenges one form of the system, they'll just push them out and replace them with someone else. like this shit, this how this shit functions from the top to the bottom. Literally, you challenge people in the upper middle to challenge someone else, and you'll find yourself outside of your community as an outcast and replaced with someone else.
White men don't push. White men are serfs. The
No,
last time
I know.
they pushed
Yes,
back
yes,
against
yes.
anything was like the Pinkertons or some shit. They not
No,
pushing
I'm in
back against
agreement.
shit. They don't want to get out of line. They
But
want a
this,
better spot on the plantation.
that's what I'm saying. It still functions that they understand what they can go against, but they understand the repercussions of doing it. That they don't do it. They're fully aware.
No, let me put it this way. No, let me real quick. Let me bridge the gap between what Leon is saying and what Compassion is saying. The elites got us coming and going, y'all. They know how to play the race card. They know how to play the gender card. They know how to play the sexuality card, and they got everybody. And this is why I'm so annoyed with. And I engage in it. I'm not above it. The cultural war talk. I'm not above it. With that, there's a line I won't go with, and that's why y'all see me always bring it back, and I always bring up that line in Black Women Know, where it's the. Hey, what did Chris Rock tell Jackie Chan and what was that Rush Hour 2? You follow the money and you go end up in a rich white man's pocket or house or whatever the fuck. So yes, I know that's the end goal. That's the fucking end goal. That's always been the end goal. But if I got you on the culture war shit, then you vote against your own interests, Venezuelans and Cubans in South Florida.
Yep.
You vote against your own interest, farmers. You vote against your own interest. Like you do that shit because you're in the culture war shit. How did right? And I'm okay, fine. We won't even just talk about voting. you advocate for you have the idea of a temporarily embarrassed millionaire, and so you advocate for lower taxes on the wealthy. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
your ass is going to be a less than $70,000 earning person your entire goddamn life.
Meanwhile, you're
So,
replacing the taxes they're not taking from them, dumbass.
Yes.
so
No,
They
sure.
take
You know, a lot of people don't realize that. Say that again. Say that again, Compassion. Okay, say that again.
you're advocating for lower taxes for the rich because you think you'll be there one day. In the meantime, they're taking more taxes from your regular ass.
So what a lot of people don't appreciate about the bill that Trump signed a couple months ago, I want to say, and not the big beautiful bill, so that was a month ago, right? So yes, for us everyday workers, we're getting a tax cut right now, but it's sunset clauses. So the tax cut for the elite doesn't have a sunset clause. The tax cut for us, if I'm not mistaken, ends in 2028, which is the exact same time around the exact same time of the next election. So the next person that walks into the White House, Republican or Democrat, has a decision to make. Do you continue the tax cuts? Understand why the tax cuts matter. The taxes are what fund all your social programs and whatnot. If you
Yeah.
continue the tax cuts, you're killing the social programs, but you're putting a couple of dollars in people's pockets immediately. But then they end up having to spend that money on the
On them.
same program
Exactly.
that you ain't funding with the taxes.
So they're not saving no fucking
You
you're
see what
just
I'm saying?
so I mean, Jesus Christ, it's just so hard for people just to see this.
So
You
it
gotta
looked
zoom
like
out.
I got more money in my pocket because my paycheck is a little bit got okay. So everyday person, your paycheck got $50 more in it, $30 more in it per
Right.
paycheck, right? So okay, that's cool. But guess what? Whatever social program your baby mama's on, nigga, guess what? Your child support went up because they got to find the money somehow.
You got $30 more on your paycheck, and Amazon got like a $200 million refund.
so
You
You know
see
what
what I'm
I'm saying?
saying?
Like,
hold up. I want to be petty real quick and just point out one thing with what Leon was just saying about how white
Mhm.
guys in the system. You know, that kind of sounds like they see if they go against the system and make themselves an enemy of the system, where the system could inflict pain on them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, look,
Curious, certain groups of other people can't make such calculations. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm I'm of the belief that it's if millennials are cooked and Gen Z are cooked, then could we at least raise our kids to fight this shit? Because I
no.
don't know how you have a bunch of cowards that who gonna raise
No,
kids
exactly. No,
that's
they
gonna
cooked.
fight shit.
That was the purpose of cooking you, nigga. They
Yeah,
trying to
so I
make sure
wouldn't
you
raise the
don't
kids to do
raise.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how they got us. That's why we ain't got no Martin. That's why millennials didn't produce no Martin Luther Kings or Malcolms or nothing.
No, I got you. And Avenue Rant said this years ago. Sarge Willie Pete probably remembers who Avenue Rant is. Avenue Rant said this years ago. He said, "Who did extras create again? Oh yeah, Biggie and Pac." I was like,
Yeah.
so there
Yep.
Malcolm and Martin was Biggie and Pac, and for millennials, who we got? Drake and Kendrick. So artists
Yeah.
again.
And Z's got NBA YoungBoy and Sexy Red.
You
So
see what I'm
it's
saying?
just descending. It declines every generation. Yeah.
And
So
so notice what I purposely said entertainers, y'all. For those of you that are listening, like, no, the entertainers are not our leaders.
yeah,
Excuse
they
me.
are.
Thank you.
Name the grassroots guy that's our leader. Like
I swear to God, if one of y'all mention Patrice Colors, I'll throw you off a goddamn balcony. I swear to God, don't
that's
you dare
and
mention
the
Patrice Colors
sad
or Alicia Garza or one of them
bro,
lame
the
asses.
saddest part, if they did say Patrice Colors, they would be correct. That is the closest thing to the grassroots activists that we actually have, and she was bought and paid for. So
Thank you.
that is what it. I mean, again, what do I say? Ass out to the market. Your
Yeah.
ass out to the market, bro.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah.
you know
Good
the
point.
solution. The solution to this, it is the family unit. Like to even what you were saying in the comments earlier, compassionate. Like my dad, this from his family and everything, his family structure at the time, and just the sheer number of children that there was, he had over 100 first cousins. I
Yep.
have about 75.
Yep.
My son has none.
And that's crazy, bro. You see how that's exponential decline. But no,
Wait,
and
Brother,
to that,
your brothers don't have no kids?
No, and
No.
my brothers
Wow.
my brothers are 11 and 10 years older than me. They're solidly
Ooh.
middle class. Honestly, my brothers were born at the right time because both of them have properties. Both of them have great paying jobs. They make six figures.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
have not
Yeah.
been lucky enough to
And,
find somebody to get on their program and
and
have a couple
And,
kids with. So
I'm glad you went there because you knew I was going to go there.
and
My point,
yeah.
exactly what the fuck I said a little while ago, which is when we're stable and you don't catch us early, you don't catch us at 25, before 25 years old with the oops, baby. It's over after that. You didn't catch us when we were
Yeah.
young, dumb, and horny. Once you don't
Yeah.
catch us when we're young, dumb, and horny, it's over.
No, but Z, let me put perspective to
Go
what
ahead.
better you just said. Because when people hear the family is the solution to this, it sounds kind of lovey-dovey and like pie in the sky. But no, at a systematic level, what's the first institution that models collectivization for you?
The family. It's the family.
With when you cut out any model of collectivization at the family level, how the fuck am I gonna form a union by the time I'm 20? I don't even have a fucking union with my cousin. I don't even have a collective model of a parent. A two-parent household wasn't modeled to me. So it's very easy for me to grow up and be a total individualist that can't see the value of collectivization at any level if you break the family.
Let me read this real quick from Inspired Truth before y'all go real quick. And Inspired Truth says tax cuts equal auto repair for bad roads.
Fuck
That
yeah.
the genius comment in
Yep.
Inspired Truth. Exactly. You get your tax cut, then you wonder you wonder why your bushings are going out every so often, and then used to,
Yep.
yeah, because the roads are crap. The roads are crap because who pays for the roads? Your tax dollars, sir. So guess what? So yeah, you save, like Compassion was saying, you save a little $30. Now you got an extra little $30-$40 on your check. It's not probably not even that much, but okay, fine.
Yeah.
$30-$40 on your check, and now you got to buy new bushings, and your mechanic gonna have to put them shits. That's gonna cost a whole lot. There go your $500 bill. Ha! Go ahead.
But yeah, to add on to what you're saying and kind of illustrate how that looks and what I was saying, growing up, like my family is very tight, even to this day. I was never in a daycare because
Mhm.
there was always either a grandparent, an aunt, or an uncle that I could go to
Mhm.
for that little period of time that my mom and my dad needed somebody to watch one of us. And that wasn't just me. Like I said, I got 77 first cousins.
That's
Same thing.
crazy. Yeah.
Damn. That's how my aunt started her daycare business from watching all of us. And she never hit anybody upside the head like, hey, look, it's X amount of money. Just simply because she's doing everybody a favor and a solid, and they knew, hey, this,
Yeah. Y'all family.
hey, take this, or whatever.
Yeah.
But you
And
know,
she turned it into a business. Go ahead.
but you know what's required to do all that stuff? Cooperation.
Well,
Mhm.
Yeah,
even with,
that's just not gonna happen. Let me put it this way. I think you will get that at the top levels. The problem is, okay, if you're gonna financialize, if everything's gonna have a dollar amount, everyday people are not gonna have it to do it, and they're not gonna be socialized to do it, even in poverty. What you're gonna have, or even in the struggle, maybe not full on poverty, but the elites will. The people
Mm.
that are on top will. Their kids are gonna be Martin and Eddie's kids. That's what's going to end up happening up that way. Meanwhile, your kids are out here freestyling and doing whatever at 30 something years old with regular
Or maybe they
ass
look or they may
$55,000 earners. Go
or
ahead.
maybe they looking at it like what kids? The middle class will just be
Yeah,
service
man.
providers to
Yeah.
the richest kids. Your ass
Well,
ain't even
isn't
gonna have
that
kids.
isn't that what's happening now?
Yes,
I
that's my
mean, like
point.
if you think about it, well, we're really scaling it. We're really talking about the next generation and we're scaling it. But right now, that's what's happening. I mean, like that's what's happening now. That's what DoorDash is. That's what Instacart is.
Yes.
That is what we're doing now. That's what Uber is. We're doing that
That's
now.
sad as hell.
That's what I mean. Like think about it, and we've had shout out to the Roger Report. He said he used to do Uber. We've had people better use the
Mhm.
Uber Eats and all this other shit. Bro, you bring it. Yeah, you might be bringing food to regular people too, but who are you also bringing food to? People in offices that work pretty
Yeah.
okay, six-figure earners, right? 150. Maybe they're not millionaires, okay, but they're making 120, 150 a year. You know what I'm saying?
Let,
Who
let me
who are you
let
doing
me
it?
give
Go ahead.
let me give you a preview of the future. The preview of the future in the techno feudalist future is everybody will be basically a gig worker. The middle class will all be gig workers, and
Yes.
and we'll all be doing we'll be delivering menial shit to rich people or doing menial repairs for their mansions.
Yep.
And
let me say that gig. Let me go into detail about that gig worker real quick. So what that means is you don't have a job per se. You're like a day laborer type gig worker. You're the Mexicans in front of Home Depot. So you know a little bit about roofing, you know a little bit about driveways, and maybe a head honcho who actually has a house and who has the truck. He'll stop by. Maybe you're his favorite person, so he'll stop by and be like, "Hey, Compassionate, hey, I got this job today. You know, I like you, and you do pretty good work. So yeah." And that's what the modern gig is gonna be. It's not gonna be our 9 to 5s and our no. Where you know what you're doing on certain days. No,
let me sprinkle the sauce on it. Let me sprinkle more sauce. It's gonna be UBI because you can't forget about robotics and AI.
Yeah.
It'll
But
be a
UBI is not
universal
gonna be enough for a lot of shit.
exactly. The average person will supplement their UBI with
With the
doing
gigs.
gig work.
Yep.
And none of us will have children. The only people that will have children will be the rich. And it won't matter because they can, robots will take over more jobs and they will, we'll be doing CRISPR, gene editing shit. And the rich, it'll be the rich will be like Elon with like 11 baby mamas, and they're gonna have like 22 kids. And we're all gonna be the service providers for billionaires' kids and billionaires themselves. And we're gonna be satisfied with it. We won't own anything. What did they say? We'll be satisfied with not owning shit.
You will own nothing and be happy.
We won't even own the Tesla we're driving to deliver this shit. We'll just be renting that.
They're already trying to work on that. What they're trying to do is, and when it comes to the car, because most as a car enthusiast, I kind of follow this. What they're trying to do with the automobiles is, do you need a car? You don't need a car. You need a mode of transportation, but you don't need a car. So what if the automated car brings you to where you need to go? It brings you, and it brings itself to the next person who needs it. So let's say you need the car from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. The car picks you up from whatever gig you did, drops you home. Then it picks up Compassionate, who needs the car from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Then it picks up better you from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. So, and one more thing I want to say about the gig, there will be like projects. I estimate that there will be projects, and what I mean by that is like what you'll have is like, okay, we have this project. It's gonna last like what you see with construction sites. This project is gonna last 2 months, and so for 2 months, as long as you working and you busting your ass and you kissing ass and you tap dancing, you're part of this project for 2 months. So you have a steady pay for 2 months, and then after that 2 months is done, you better go find something else, or you was already looking for something else that last week or two before that project ends. So most people will be day-to-day gig workers, I estimate, but then other people who will be on projects, and I'm talking about even the people that they won't be elite, but that who we would see now is maybe white collar professionals. That what I'm saying in the next few couple generations, I foresee those people will be on those type of projects that last a month or 2 or 3. Go ahead.
But when I was doing DoorDash, I actually saw true affluent wealth. I was delivering food from time to time to 4-story homes. I didn't even know residences got that fucking big. I remember I delivered to the guest house one time, and it took me a second to realize it because the guest mansion was a fucking mansion. And I'm driving by this big ass 4-story house. I was like, why they houses match? And I'm driving down this big ass long drive. I was like, oh fuck, this a guest house?
Yep.
Guest house bigger than your real house.
But I'm gonna tell you, this is kind of where I see the future going. If it goes completely left, you will have 2 groups of people. You will have naturals and you will have augmenteds. The augmenteds will be individuals who are, for lack of a better term, test tube artificial womb raised babies who don't truly have any parents, who are just simply drones for society. And the naturals will be your wealth, your Elons, your Peter Thiels.
I agree.
And you will have a society where there won't be any money because they will just simply grind those people in the dirt and plug another one in. It'll be worse than the Matrix.
Let me read this real quick from Eric, and this goes to you, Compassionate. And Eric says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Oh yeah, Compassionate. Who was saying it earlier that the stream dropped from I think was it Inspire Truth? The stream dropped from TikTok. Somebody was saying that in the comments earlier.
Let me check it. All right.
Okay. And Eric says, God damn, Compassionate and Callous, the psyop runs so deep we can't get out. I fear this society will have to collapse before the masses wake up. See, you don't want a societal collapse because then all the shit stops. So a shakeup, an awakening, but a societal collapse, you don't. It's not like you just pause. It's a complete societal collapse. All the advancements, all that cool shit, that shit stopped. So I don't know about that, Eric, but let me see what everybody else has to say. And definitely what Profession has to say.
Good. No, we
But
good.
yeah,
We got 72 on TikTok. Shout out to TikTok. 72 live.
shout out to
TikTok.
Shout out to TikTok. This is Mr. Z's channel. Shout out to Have you played Ed and everybody else yet? Have they?
Hell no,
you're the first one.
You're the first one. I'm trying to catch. Yeah.
Okay. That's what's up. Shout out to TikTok, Mr. Z on YouTube, Mr. Z Blackneffect on YouTube. So shout out to the TikTok listeners. Yeah. So and why I'm tying this to women and to Black women is I want us to appreciate what I'm saying. What you will have, and this is where class and race kind of intertwine. So shout out to all the intersectionists. This is where it intersects. What will happen is elite white folks will still be having kids the natural way. Yep. They'll still be having kids the natural way. They'll still have families. They'll still have their the fucking movie Elysium, like we keep on going back to. It'll be that shit, right? Like they'll have their big ass mansions or their house in the sky. And they'll be straight, and all the rest of us is gonna be out here freestyling. And you will have your liberation. What does that liberation look like? I mean, we see it now all through the hood. And not even just the hood, even the Black women that are doing okay financially, them bitches are not happy. And you could tell they're not happy. You want to know why? Because they try so hard to be.
Bro, you said it. It'll be a gypsy class of bitches lugging around horse-drawn carriages nomadically around North America. That's what it's gonna end up. You'll be part of a band.
Too?
Yeah,
cat mom and cat dads.
Let me say this real quick, and then you got it. What was the name? Does anybody remember? Because maybe Trell might remember. What was the name of the group on Acolyte? Their coven, whatever, the women's coven. Does anybody remember the name of the group of women that Jodie Turner-Smith and Amanda Steinberg were part of in the series?
See that.
Yeah, but I didn't watch it neither. But I know the gist of it, and I watched a couple of the breakdowns of the whole series. Right, and I was like, "Oh, this is exactly what the fuck I've been talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about." And I don't think it's a coincidence that they made the head of the group, Jodie Turner-Smith, and the daughter Amanda Steinberg. I don't think that's a fucking coincidence for a second. I don't think it's a coincidence that the head of the goddamn coven was a dark-skinned Black woman.
No,
that is not
that's the most believable.
Bro.
Yeah, even if you're writing fiction, that's believable. And like you said, and that's where Black women are headed straight up. Like it can't. I don't know where it can go. I mean, like Dr. Neil said it in his book. They gonna be neoliberals fall, girl. That's really what they're already positioned to be for the decline of the West. When it starts to collapse and decline, they will be blamed for the cultural decline, and white women will let them hold that. And that's going. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. Or Dr.
Let me read this. So this is the name of it. It's Brindoc's Coven. Brindoc Coven. So that's what I'm gonna just start calling. That's the new term for the asses. Thank you so much. All for one Black men. Brindoc Coven. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let me know if I'm. Doc's Coven.
One thing, real quick, Z.
Thank you. Woo. Go ahead.
This is somewhat unrelated, but I think you should probably get this graphic. You know, you always say liberated in the madness a lot of times, and liberation. And it just struck me the other day. I was watching One Piece. Blackbeard's attack is called liberation, but it drags everything down into this black hole. And I think you should get that shit because it's so poetic. because that's exactly what it
Wait,
is.
whose attack is that?
Blackbeard, when he was on the island fighting.
Oh yeah, I remember exactly. And it sucked everything out, and then he was able to spit it back out. And so it's this shadowy thing, y'all. Think of it as like, what was the name of that movie where the black slime was in the lake, and like if you got close to it, it like fucking eats you up. Right? It's like a black slime. Somebody gonna know, especially an extra. Some extra or older millennial gonna remember what I'm talking about. I only saw it once when I was a kid, and I don't remember it that well. With
back
that
in the day.
Yeah.
You ain't talking about the thing, are you?
Is it the thing? Somebody gonna say this, but maybe.
I don't
But
know.
yeah,
But yeah. Blackbeard's attack.
That's all that I didn't know it was called Liberation. Or was it the Blob? Is it the Blob? I don't know. I'm all for one.
Yeah, the Blob.
But yeah,
Yeah, the
is the
blob.
Blob?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you, all for one. All for one coming in the clutch. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know it was called Liberation. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yeah, it's a wrap now. I'm cursing you low key better you because of the shape of Blackbeard. I think you being funny. But we gonna leave that one alone. I think you being funny. You even pay attention to Blackbeard's attack, but look how Blackbeard look. And I'm just gonna say some of these sisters out here. I'm just gonna leave that on the table. Anyway, continue.
Hey, but Z, you had that perfect example. What you're talking about, you have that going on with women in the Philippines. Black women that go over there, don't respect the culture, have more money than the Thai men.
The average Filipino.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they can't find love, so they can't find a man. So a lot of them are becoming lesbians, but they find that that's not working for them, and so they're searching for a man in the Philippines, a black English-speaking man in the Philippines, and it's just in Thailand, and they're just confused. They're lost in the sauce.
So the confusion is, look, you're not hearing. Men want pepperoni pizza. If you're not gonna serve us pepperoni pizza, first of all, you're not gonna change our appetite. I need to stress that to every woman, technocrat, social designer under the sound of my voice. You ain't changing our appetite. Forget just black men. You're not changing men's appetite. That's why you have Western women, because I saw the clip of the white women in Japan, and I've seen a couple of them actually of white women in Japan. They go over there. The Japanese dudes want to pipe on them, but nobody's trying to wife them. No one's trying to wife Western a-hole women. Okay, fine. Well, what about Japan and South Korea? Nobody's trying to wife up your spoiled rat consumerist women across the board around the world. They're assholes. Go ahead.
They essentially, because it's real simple, and Neil deGrasse Tyson says it very eloquently in that clip you play. It has to be a cost to you not adhering to your part of a social contract. You can't go, if you go to another, you're known around the world of a group of women that do not adhere to the traditional social contract. So of course no man is gonna date you because you're playing some new game that no man on the planet has ever entertained or accepted. So it's very, very simple. If you're not gonna hold up your end of the social contract, which is what we're all talking about, y'all have reformed y'all end, but y'all want to keep our end traditional. Fuck you.
Yep.
And you're not, and your countries are going to suffer for it. Simple as that. We're not dumb enough.
Let me play this for the people. Compassionate Biz. So, shout out to the TikTok watchers and listeners. This is what Compassionate is referring to.
You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
It's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
And let me play this for the laymen's who don't appreciate what I just played with Neil deGrasse Tyson and the white dude from Charlie and Chocolate Factory. Let me play it. Let this light-skinned sister say it for y'all.
Shoot the messenger. Feminism told y'all be strong, independent, and alone. And y'all followed it to the grave. Y'all pushed all the good men away, called submission slavery, and think being difficult is cute. Now y'all 35 and tired, looking around like, oh, where the good men at? Sis, they moved on. Real men want peace, not problems in a lace front and a loud voice. Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness.
And there you go. For those of you that didn't appreciate what Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, And there y'all go. Go ahead, y'all.
Yes. And when men are speaking, because people don't recognize the simplicity to this art. When we speak in the purple pill space, in the relationship or the dating space, when black men or even in the black manosphere, when we're speaking about relationship dynamics, we're really speaking about a social contract. Men want a certain thing to hold up their end of the bargain. This society is trying to have his cake and eat it too, because most men are not aware that there is a such thing as a social contract, and that there's supposed to be a reciprocal relationship in any contract. And as simple as that, if you're not going to hold up your end, if you do not want to have children, young lady, that's not holding up your end of the social contract. So to expect a man to hold his end up in cooperation with you is ridiculous and childish, and men are not accepting that. It's
Let,
not.
let me
I
let
don't.
me play. Go ahead, compassionate. Go ahead, later.
No,
No, land with that, and I'll play this afterward. Go ahead.
I just want to make it clear that no one cares if you feel like cooking or cleaning or taking care of children. No one cares. That's what men would trade provision and protection for. Plain and simple. Otherwise, we'll play GTA and get an apartment and travel the world and have fun. Fuck it. That's what
Say
we'll
it.
accept,
And
or
let
you
them
or nothing.
let compassionate let the folks know that you have white coworkers who are doing exactly what you're saying right now.
Yes, I'm in the trades. I'm a concrete form fitter, or I'm a carpenter by trade. As by specialist, I'm a concrete form fitter. The guys that pour concrete, build all the high rises, anything you walk around your city and see that has concrete was formed up by a concrete form fitter carpenter. They make great money. The young apprentices, the guys that are this Generation Z, essentially, even some millennials, are vast majority of my job site is about 100 guys. I say 75% of the job site is single and unmarried. They have girlfriends and shit, but they're technically unmarried. And when off season comes up, like it is coming up now, you can't pour concrete below 32 degrees. And in Illinois, we go below 32 degrees often. So during the off season, guys just stack their bread all summer and are taking trips to Europe, taking trips to South America, all throughout the whole off season. That's their plan of life. They're not married. They don't have children. The guys that are married on the work job site are ironically all are stepdads. That's the funniest fucking part. The guys that do have relationships are in committed relationships with women with children already. And the young guys are not
So
playing that
let's be
game.
very clear what let's be very clear what you're saying. Stable white men with no children have been relegated to stepdaddy. And the other men who refuse to do stepdaddy are passport bros.
100%.
That's what I heard.
100%.
And let me play this. Let me play this for line real quick. I got your line real quick, and you got it. I think that was somebody trying to speak. Wait a minute. Where did it go? Where did Ed over here running? Give me 1 second, better you. There we go.
Mario.
Before I play it, when we speak about the social contract, this is black men speaking to non-black, whoever the hell's, about the fact that black women aren't accepting the social contract. So y'all could come and get them. Here you go.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Sung. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they leftover. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
And to Miss Abby, I will say, stop threatening us. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Stop. Go end up with your non-black man. Go end up with whatever situation you think is going to be the best. Stop trying to threaten. We do not care. Go away. Seriously, all we want, just go away. We know you want to talk crap. We know you want to raise.
I'm gonna say my bad, bro, but I'm gonna say it now. The black manosphere 100% supports black women dating out, expanding their options and dating out. 100%. Please go. Like
Go
Ted
and go
said, we will
raise your
give.
tragic mulatto daughters. Go ahead.
Yes, we will sell you how to the men that pick you up. We will actually help them date you. Please divest.
You know, it's funny because I'm in a somewhat similar. Well, actually, I am in the construction industry. The company I work for, we build mega projects, and
Mm-hmm.
I work in like the automation section of it. But we are in a close contact to a lot of the guys who doing jobs like you said, that the carpenters, the guys pouring the concrete, the guys, doing the electrical, so on and so forth, HVAC, all that shit. And a lot of us have lunch together in the same rooms together. And the thing that I've noticed just from kind of ear hustling conversations, there's a few young black guys there. Virtually all of us are single.
Mm-hmm.
They are white. A few white guys. It's kind of like give or take. The older ones tend to be married, and then you have kind of like that. I guess you would say like older millennial, young Xer,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like maybe like 40 to 50, maybe. Or so. A lot of them are actually married to women who aren't white. Like they're white guys. They're married to like Latinas. They're married to
Yeah.
Asians.
Yeah.
They married to
Facts.
like one dude's like his wife's Malaysian. I was like, God damn, man, you motherfucker, you can't
Well,
even
but
spell
yeah,
Malaysian.
because everybody calling it woke mind virus, and it really annoys me. It's particularly on the right. Not everything's woke, you fucking lames. The issue you have is that you priced your sons out of marrying your asshole daughters. You didn't tamper her stupidity and her delusions, and so now your sons are going to get them a goddamn Filipino wife. At least they can afford the bitch. They can't afford your asshole black, white, Americanized Latina and Americanized Asian daughters. At least with the Asian daughters, some white guy with a couple of dollars or some Jewish guy with a couple of dollars will wife that bitch. But your regular ass white dog, and she's gonna worship him and he gonna fund her, right? So that there you go, even Steven. But
I push
even with
back
that,
on that. No, I push
go
back
ahead.
on it. No. We can afford them. We just don't want to pay. You're just not worth the price.
No. There's a reason why I say it the way I say it, because there is. I truly think women play a very interesting game with the divorce, right? With getting married, having the children, and then filing for divorce on your ass. The reason why I say we can't afford them is because I'll agree with your framing. Yeah, we can't afford you. Now what? Can you afford you?
Well, it's another way to
You see
put
what I
it.
did there? No, but there's go
No,
ahead.
we'll put it a different way. Fine, we can't afford you, but I don't see anybody else buying.
Well, yeah, that's true too. That's true too. But I love saying that, like, okay, fine, we can't afford you, but can you afford you? And clearly, women can afford themselves, particularly black women. Once again, black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the U.S. And there you go.
Hey, Z. I got a video of this black woman, that a good-looking black woman that went over to Paris, France, trying to find her love. And then 6 months later, she had to bring her ass back because she understood that that these guys out there are not paying for her. The only people that's going to be paying for her are black American men. She can get some white men, but all they want to do is stick. So she has to come her ass back to the United States after 6 months and say, my most important thing is building a legacy, building my financial future. And I can't do that over there.
And
They
that's
just
why,
can't do what we can do.
and that's why Z say, and we don't want no rejects. We don't want no divestment rejects. If you ain't finna try every man and get denied by every other race of men, and then call yourself coming back to black men to taking the last train smoking. Get the fuck out of here. If we ever find out you went to Paris,
No returns.
ain't no returns, bro. Y'all can keep y'all ass. Y'all better search for whatever you can. Black men, we are not taking that shit back after you realize black men are the only people that will take you.
No
No.
You know why?
No returns, no exchanges, no refunds. Ever.
You want to know why, though? To everyone, you want to know why? Because what happens is you age out and you just get put on the carousel. Within the white dudes put women on the white women, black women, Latina women. You're gonna be on the, if you have a proclivity for white dudes and you age out the game, you're gonna be on the car carousel. That's all you're gonna be on.
Flame as
Nah, cool on that commitment. That commitment shit is dead.
Wait, but in white society, oh no, you on the carousel. As a black woman at a certain age, at 48, 52 years old, oh no, you on the carousel. You
And don't
ain't no wedding ring,
misunderstand
bro.
us. I'm not mad at the white boys. If I were one of them, I would too.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't mad at them at
Shit,
all.
goddamn.
I
Hey,
would too.
that's a yeah, and that's why there's no backseas, there's no returns. Because we already know they had you going through something cruel over there, and then you go try to come back over here.
Right.
No,
Nah, you couldn't make it. You couldn't make it to the G League. No. Stay there.
Yep. I'm about to leave out, man. But y'all have a good weekend, fellas.
But YouTube better. You be safe, man. But
Safe, yeah.
dudes are feeling it. I put a quote up. You remember that quote I sent you not too long ago? I put it up on Threads, and it was saying, "Welcome to modern dating, where men have to practice self-improvement, only to end up dating women who practice self-sabotage under the illusion of empowerment." A lot of dudes felt that shit, so I think it is spreading, and I think men's tiredness, or mainly just they're just weary of treachery and less tolerant to disrespect, it's spreading. So the social contract that what CC is talking about, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, it's spreading is an understatement. I think. I
Yeah.
mean, it's yeah. I mean, it is what it is because they're their own worst advertisement at this point. So we don't even really have to do much work here. I mean, a lot of the work you guys do as the content creators in the Black manosphere, I think, has definitely made an impact on just the conversation.
Yeah.
So, and men,
That
I
quote,
mean, yeah,
yeah, that quote I just said is sitting on almost 500 likes right now.
yeah.
wait, say it. Oh, the quote that you just read.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Likes right now.
this is what's happening. Okay, fine. Men, you know what? I might even accept. For argument's sake, let's accept men are mules, and they need us here to do the labor and to shout out to Black Guru. Somebody got to pay for these souls, right? Okay, fine. To subsidize their asshole daughters and to do the manual labor and build the buildings and maintain the physical infrastructure. Shout out to Sergeant Willie P. Okay, fine. What do we get for that?
Yeah, what's the incentive? What's
Thank you.
Chrissy say?
What's the incentive?
What's the incentive? No, for real, and it's a real question. If men are here for not Lizzo, I heard you say Lizzo. Did you say Lizzo? Hysterical. No, it really is. What's the incentive? So if we're mules and we're here to subsidize your asshole daughters who's gonna divorce us in 10 years. If you're not black, if you're black, she's gonna divorce you in 5 years. That's if y'all even get married. If she doesn't weaponize the kids against you and turn your son into a rainbow. Ooh, I said that out
I
loud.
know the answer, Z. I know the answer.
Go ahead.
The
What's
answer to
the incentive?
the incentive is equity. We're supposed to be
Fuck out of
repairing.
here.
We're
Fuck
repairing
out of here.
patriarchal dominance from our forefathers. So
Yeah,
if we
that's
want to be equitable, moral men, we will just pay for these hoes.
yeah.
That's gonna be.
And
That's gonna be the.
until you tell the society and the women what equitable mean. Equitable mean the women's the women's life. Their life expectancy goes down to equalize with ours, right? Oops, that part. What else happens with equity is what else happens? They start getting the same type of heart disease we get. They start getting the same ace and pains. They start doing the same type of manual labor. Cut the fucking over indexing on office jobs and white collar shit. Stop it. Stop being cowards. Get out here in the hot sun.
You
Right?
talking
Go ahead,
about kosher? You talking about kosher equity? We talking about
Yeah.
intersectional equity.
Yeah,
Intersectional equity is a
I know.
one-way street. We don't equalize
Exactly.
down to the men now. Come on now.
No, thank you.
No,
Thank you. Fuck out
but
of
I
here.
mean, well,
Get behind this steering wheel for this 18-wheeler. Go ahead.
Well, to that question you were saying, what do we get for it? I'm like, some of the women will probably just use sex. I'm like, well, my answer is, I'm like, well, we don't have to marry you to get that. You've already demonstrated that.
Yeah, and not even just that. Look how many fucking dead bedrooms there are across America.
Oh
As a matter of
God.
fact, the
But yeah.
first thing you do when you get married is stop having sex. Fuck out of here. Nope,
Yeah.
How you
nope,
turn the valve? You
nope.
turn the valve off as soon as we move in.
Thank you,
Yep.
thank you. All right, hell no. But let me read this from the Roger Report real quick. And he says, I've been here about 7 minutes. And he said that, it's only been a few minutes. Okay. He said, I've been here about 7 minutes. I've definitely been enjoying it. Thank you, Russ. Thank you. Right. And when I don't know if you're talking about the stream or you're talking about something else that I'm not a reference or somebody else might have reference. Okay. Anyway, shout out to the Roger Report. Y'all check out the Roger Report Monday through Fridays, 9 Central Time or 9 Chicago time. Yeah, y'all check out the Roger Report. He has the second best show on YouTube after Mr. Z, of course. The second best. He like to say it's the best, but we both know, it's the second best. Raj has the second best show on YouTube in the morning. That's when Mr. Z could get there in the morning. Raj is definitely more punctual than Z, that's for damn sure, and more steady than Z, because I just be throwing y'all a stream whenever. Raj is faithfully Monday through Friday, 9 o'clock Chicago time. So 9 o'clock mornings, 9 a.m. mornings Chicago time, and there y'all go. But yeah, thanks for the super chat, Raj. And let me see. Yeah. So what I was going to say, Hemisphere, if you want to say something, go ahead, because I don't think we've heard.
Oh, hey, man. Mr. Z, did you get my cash out?
Did I? Oh, crap. Yeah, you're going to have to give me a minute because I cannot look right now. We are in transit. Unless you want to hear a skirt, pow, 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 in the background. I know you don't want to hear that. I know you don't want to hear that, so you're going to have to give me about maybe 20 minutes. So about 20 minutes. But yeah, y'all, so, but go ahead, Hemisphere, if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to the birth rate decline conversation for a win. I actually met the guy, Malcolm, the base camp guy, at a convention for it last May. But yeah, I don't see anyone around me really having kids. I'm definitely not having 2.1 kids in this country. But I'm working on my way out. I'm doing the passport bro thing too.
See, don't worry, Mr. Z is nearly 40 years old. I don't have any kids either, so yeah, man. And especially, I think, like I said, we for those of us that want to be stable and above, we kind of mess ourselves up because how long it's taking now to be that stable and above.
Exactly.
So we have reckless cousins who started having kids before the age of 20 something, and now their kids is damn near grown. And here we are trying to be stable and not be in poverty and not have our children in
But
poverty.
see, that's
And
what
we having our kids damn near 40.
But here's
we
another thing
perform in a
about that.
different.
But here's another aspect to speak to the not having kids thing. It's also goes beyond just money. It's if you're around other people, you see other people the way they raise their kids, or even when you're out in public, you see the way people raise their kids, and you're like, yeah, I don't want my kid to have any part of that. I don't want my kid going to school with your kid.
Yeah.
That's another
See,
aspect that doesn't get mentioned.
see, that's the weird thing though. Like we grappling with like a weird because I don't think people really, if you go in past generations, maybe go boomer silent, like traditionally people didn't the word like you use the word stability, Z. And like for millennials, what stability means now, and you're right, like the adulting costs way more now. So
A
like
lot more.
to have a house and have the things that once were just prerequisites to start a family. But a lot of times I think we in this like millennials definitely have a
Wait, compassion. Wait. Pause for the cause.
Yeah.
You started the family and you acquired those things throughout.
I
So
was gonna
maybe you
say
had the
that.
kids before
Yeah.
you got the house.
And
You got
that's
the
my
kids
point.
before. Yeah,
But we
go ahead.
not
Yeah.
operating on that type of model though. It's more like like I was telling you about my friend that we trying to get to a place of like almost perfection or wealth.
Marriage and the children are the capstone at the end of adulting. The problem is the adulting process is so expensive and takes so long that we're pushing that all the way into our late 30s and early 40s and having a certain amount in our head of whatever I earn a year or whatever I have saved up, whatever number. I remember Heavy said sister what's her name, Wednesday, that Zoe used to have a show with, and Tone Talks was on one time on Zoe's show, and they were talking on the show, and and Wednesday said something along the lines of like, I want to be a millionaire before I even consider having children. And you know
Right.
Tone with the numbers. So Tone Talks was looking at her like a million. He said a millionaire. Do you understand? She was adamant. She was
Yeah.
dead ass serious, right? And you imagine it like, and she was a swirler too. So a heavy set swirler that wants to be a millionaire before she has children.
There go that
You
Disneyland. There go
let
that Disney. That angels in the outfield belief. I know it can happen.
But it's no, but it's a artifact from the.
He said angels in the outfield.
But it's an artifact of it's the idea
Go
of
ahead.
it's an artifact of the idea of family planning that we have the ability to do in this society, where we can say things that others generations it wasn't feasible to say, like before birth control or abortion legalization. It wasn't like you could really engineer your family exactly how you want it. Like now we got we got Ebony K. Williams, you got IVF, that you can really make the claims like, oh, I'm going to start my family when I'm 37 years old, like when I make $2.57 million. Like you can make and that actually gives you the ability to stave it off to the point it never happens, or you destabilize the population while you trying to get rich or hit this number, which is no generation really had to grapple with that as much as millennials have to, and it's not so much that we have to. Because I don't even think it's not so much that
you know what I think Ebony also showed us.
What?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, because I know I was burging a little bit. You know what I think Ebony something that Ebony showed us, and this is nobody wants to say this, and I've been suspecting this for a while, and I think if I'm not mistaken, Kev C said Kevin Samuels said something similar. Or kind of trending this line, and I've been saying it for years. It's like Ebony pretty much is showing us, no, family is a luxury now, and I think everybody's afraid to say it. I just said it.
Yeah.
I think what they're trying to tell us is, no, nigga, family is a luxury now. Having kids is a luxury now, and I think the women intrinsically realize that that's what the system is saying to them, and they're throwing a goddamn fit. And I think us as men, low key, we're not throwing a fit per se. I think some of us are, but I think we all could feel like, oh, wait a minute, are y'all saying to us that a woman and some kids are a luxury now? And women are saying, are you telling me that having a husband and some kids with a house and this is where you start hearing elite women mainly telling other women to divest, not from black men, but from these ideas and these dreams, these aspirations. Go ahead.
Think about this, right? Think about the designer names, the name of the babies, Dior and Chanel and all that. So maybe it's a subconscious kind of acknowledgement of that as well.
Well, hence Forever 21. Called Forever 21 for a reason.
Well, yeah, is that you know what I realized? My dad made a comment forever ago. I can't remember what child we were speaking about because one of the celebrity people named their kids. You know the celebrities be naming their kids white, black, or Latino. It don't matter. They be naming their kids all type of out there names. And my dad said something, and I want to say it was maybe in my early 20s, and I think that was the first time I appreciated. Oh yeah, because when you know your child is going to be straight, and they don't have to have a quote unquote standard name. You don't have to name them something standard because they're going to be straight financially. Exactly. Or even if they're getting hired, you don't have to worry about them having to do a 9 to 5, a regular 9 to 5. You don't have to worry about your child being a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 9 to 5 worker. So you don't have to give them the name John, right? You could give them the name Blanky. Right? You can. I can't remember. Go ahead.
Imagine filling out a job application and your name is 7.
Not serious. Yeah. Yes. Yep. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't actually look at it as a bad, but I do remember thinking to myself, oh yeah, I forgot money allowed for you to do this too. Name your kid whatever the hell. Right? And so I'm tying that to what we're saying by saying, yeah, when the money's involved, the children become a luxury. The wife, and especially we know men subsidize women, so a wife becomes a luxury. A girlfriend is a luxury too, but not obviously not as much as a luxury as a wife. And I didn't actually intend to go that doomer this stream for what I just said, right?
I mean,
But
you
I
know
kind of
what?
walked there just now.
You know, you're being nice. You're being real nice with that word luxury, because a lot of my good friends are all married, and the way they talk sounds like debt to me. But sounds like debt
And let
to
me
me if you're really
read
listening,
this.
and I really
And
listen to
Coturo. I'm just going. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Says, so is Trump going to send farmers to war? Hysterical. I mean, no, I don't see.
Nah,
No, farmers ain't going to war. Their sons ain't going to war. No, they
they
have to
already
go.
mad as hell. Well, farmers are already pissed as hell because Trump gave Argentina $20 billion.
Yep. Yep. Oh, and remember, Argentina is the U.S. Competitor for the beef.
Oh, yep.
So
But at the same time,
he gave them the 20 billion, and they're the competitor for the beef that China's getting.
the soy. No, I think it's soybean.
Is it the soy or is it beef?
And soybeans.
Oh, and you might be right. You might be right. Yeah, it's soybeans. It's
And
soybeans.
soybeans.
Because
Yeah,
I know they're
even though
big cattle ranchers over there too. So that's why I'm getting it
Argentina
confused.
has a history of being terrible with money.
Oh no, seriously, their entire existence. Well, at least their
Yeah.
entire nationhood, better yet, not their existence. Sorry to the indigenous
You
folks of
know what makes
Argentina,
it
but yeah.
funny though? What makes it funny, because me and my homie were having a conversation about that, because he's like pro reparations, right? And we were talking about it. I was like, the thing about the reparations thing, I was like, the one thing that white people will unite for is to make sure black people don't get reparations. I was like, okay, fine, but
Say that.
seeing as Trump's comfortable with giving Argentina $20 million, y'all ain't getting no money either. And the funny thing is, you know what their president's name is in Argentina? His name is Javier.
Yeah, it is Javier. Yep.
His first name is Javier. I'm like, so $20 billion to
Malay.
Javier, and not to your farmers.
Exactly. And it's true that producer says Ebony K's child name is Liberty. Go figure. Yeah, it is Liberty. It is. She said that too. She said that on the interview. I played it on my channel a couple of times. Yep. Exactly.
Don't let them kids find out how that kid was born, because them kids gonna let her have it.
Let me read this from the Raj Report. And the Raj Report says, and thank you for the super chat, Raj. And the Raj Report says, I got the second best show. Now, that's the first time I heard you lie on air, Mr. Z.
Said it's misinformation, man.
I'm sorry?
Yo, give me a second. Yeah, let me have a 4-piece combo spicy.
Thank you. You said the 4-piece combo?
Yes, ma'am.
Popeye sound good right now.
Yeah, you done. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm getting. Yep.
Fry ass biscuits. Here you go. Yo, y'all still there? Or is it my audio?
I think it's V.
No, we here.
Oh, okay. It was like extra crying. I thought it was me. I thought it was me. But no. This is where we at, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody waiting for fellas pretty much waiting for GTA 6 to come out.
Basically.
It's pretty much where we're at. They'll go ahead. They'll get a girlfriend. They get a girlfriend. They'll take one. But for the most part, it's not worth it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how they gonna incentivize. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
There's been like a 60-year long project, so it's hard to, reverse course now.
Mm-hmm. No, not without, as Blue like Uru puts it, not without bloodshed.
Yeah.
Not without bloodshed. It won't happen. It will not
Okay.
happen.
Oh, so the name is Culture. Okay. I'm trying to read. I'm like, wait a minute. I can't. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah. Okay. And thank you. Somebody drop the link for Zulu, please. Zulu expediently. I'm kind of preoccupied right now. And okay, Culture. And he says Kanye West all falls down, right? And thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the super chat, right?
Yeah.
And I'm definitely look. It's been a little while. Mr. Z is starting to chill out on all that. I used to eat Wingstop more, Popeyes more. We chilling because y'all know Mr. Z Mr. Z's wedding suit is gonna be fitted.
Yeah, you about
So we
yeah,
gotta
we
get
know.
rid of the gut. We
Yeah,
gotta
man.
get
Don't be
rid of the
stressed.
gut.
No, we
Hell
don't.
yeah.
Yeah, you need to slim
I
down.
ain't
You know
trying
what
to
I'm saying?
pump a
Don't be
button. I'm
stretching
not
out.
trying to blind somebody. Exactly. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
don't be
line, because I
stretching
know
out
where you
that
go.
tux now. Don't be
Right?
stretching out that tux. Don't be stretching out the tux
You
now.
imagine if I pump a button at the wedding?
Oh God, no. God,
Hey, no,
no.
on some real shit though. We gotta chill out on the commercial chicken. Like, chill out
For
buying
real.
any of that chicken out here because I think it's a recall on like hundreds of millions of tons of like shards of metal is in in the chicken that they sell to like Popeyes and all the commercial chicken that we
Yeah.
buying.
This
So
nigga gonna tell me this shit while I'm a car away from getting my food. I
Hey,
am
I'm
keep
a
my
sorry,
car
bro.
sister's
away.
face with a
There's
wing
only
My
one
right
girl
car in
just
front of
now.
told
me.
me about it. I gotta put it out there. Hey, we
He
gotta
about
chill
to
out.
stuff his face with a wing
Hey,
right now.
the decline of the American decline is going to extend into the food. Our foods is already trash in the
It's already been,
when
yeah,
we
Say
was
it
that.
already
decent.
has.
So I'll be cautious of buying eating out. Black men.
But even eating healthy
Oh
though, I
man.
mean, there's a decline because God forbid, like you can't even get like strawberries or raspberries to stay fresh that long.
Nah, hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, strawberries and
True.
raspberries, nah. And I go to freaking Publix. You'll get
Mm-hmm.
like if you don't kill those raspberries like by the end of the week, say you buy on Sunday, you don't kill that by Friday, Saturday, nah, you might as well
It's
toss it.
spoiled.
Yeah, you
Ain't
Yeah.
might as
shit
well toss it.
lasting no more.
Yeah, might as well
Hey
toss it.
man,
Toss the shit
You might as well
out of here.
toss
the fall of Rome is
Hey,
slow and
bro.
steady, man.
It's yeah. No, so Marvin Gaye was speaking about the mercury in the fish. How long ago was that? Was 1970 something, right?
Yep.
Thank you. So now we got so rest in peace Marvin Gaye. So now not only do we got mercury in the fish, we got what you said, metal shards in the chicken.
Metal
What the
shards in the chicken,
fuck is
bro.
going
Yeah,
on?
metal sharks in the chicken.
What
As
the
Marvin Gaye said, and I quote, "Taxes, debt, and trouble."
Yeah, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah,
That's all
man.
it is.
Yeah,
Stevie
man.
said in the city. I think that was what, 80 something, early 80s,
Yeah.
something like that, late 70s, something like that. And here we are.
I wanted to take it to
The fuck?
see I remember
Go ahead.
it might have been a week ago. You posted this video in your community tab, and there was a dude talking about gaming today and how the
Yeah,
quality
yeah, yeah,
quality
yeah.
of gaming has gone down.
Man, that was
And
like, look, all of our time, our sense of time is fucked, dude. That was more than 2 weeks. That was more than a week ago. That's like 2 weeks ago. Go ahead.
yeah,
I know what you're referring to, though.
yeah.
All of our sense of time is shit. Go ahead. Mine's is.
But he was speaking about the decline of video games because now we got
Hmm.
nothing but agenda pushing, and then
Yes, yes,
microtransactions, and then this and that.
yes.
So the quality of gaming has gone down, which is pretty much speaks to why everybody is so hyped up for Grand Theft Auto 6 because there's really nothing else to play. I mean, as of right now, a game just
Mm.
came out called Battlefield 6, and
Hmm.
it's it's rumored to be quote unquote the Call of Duty killer, like quote unquote. Even though the director works for both
I
or
was gonna say
started
it's
both.
basically just like Call of Duty, really.
Mm.
Yeah, it is, but it is actually mine. But it's definitely geared in modern warfare. But because I'm playing it, and I've been playing the fuck out of it. I ain't even gonna lie, and I don't even like first person shooters, but I like this one. But
Yeah, but Battlefield 5, I mean, Battlefield used to be distinctly different from Call of Duty, and
yeah,
they kind
yeah,
of trying to chase that market of this real quick, it's to me, because I'm a Battlefield fan, and it's not
yeah,
as good. It's basically when I played 6, it's like, damn, feels like Call of Duty. It's
yeah,
not the same, the maps are smaller and shit. But
yeah.
yeah.
Let me say this real quick, y'all. But while I got the time, shout out to Timothy. And Timothy did send me the cash apps. He sent me two, and he says, nigga birth rate collapse, hysterical. And cat moms, bro, they really gonna be cat moms. They're really gonna be cat moms and dog moms. Dog moms. I don't think black women over-index on cats the way white women do, but they're definitely gonna be dog moms and cat moms. But definitely, they definitely
No,
gonna be
you
them
know what's
small
gonna
dog moms.
happen? Women's overall lifespan is gonna decrease to closer to men's because they're not gonna be able to retire. They just got to work for the rest of their life. Ain't gonna be no living till you 80 shit if you got a slave to take care of yourself your entire life.
Yeah, but I also want to speak as far as the animals concerned. I'm like, yeah, their health. If their personal, those women's health insurances go up, oh, there's gonna be less dog buying.
Oh no, yeah, no, they gonna give up the dog first. You know, dog food and shit is expensive. When
Yeah,
shit get close,
dog food is not cheap. Hell,
yeah.
a hospital visit, a vet visit for a dog, that's not cheap.
Ooh, oh yeah, that
And when's
costs.
the last
That's
time
not
you
cheap.
seen a home? When the last time you seen a homeless woman with a dog? I ain't never seen it.
Never.
You know what I'm saying? So
Ain't never
they
seen
don't.
that.
They won't let everything go and keep the dog like a man would. They gonna get rid of them fucking dogs soon as it get hard. So it won't
Yep.
that dog shit gonna be that shit gonna be over with. Gonna be a
Yep.
bunch of feral, random, abandoned dogs running
Mhm.
around.
And I'll be
Some
that's fine. I'll be the single guy that cleans up. I'll clean it up. It's fine. It ain't nothing. I ain't gonna marry him anyway.
I think
Not
also
this.
we have like I think also we
Zulu,
have like the
you're not populating the right way, Zulu. I don't know what's going on. Go ahead, Timothy.
I was just gonna say that well I was gonna say that I think that we have like a fundamental difference in what we think the
It's
societal
Inspired
decline is
Truth,
gonna
not
look like.
Timothy speaking. My bad, Inspired Truth. I thought,
Yeah.
yeah, I was like, wait a minute,
Yeah,
that's
I was
not
gonna say that's
that.
true.
I was like, wait a minute, go ahead, Inspired Truth. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
So like I mean I've had like conversations like say like with an ex or two like where they really believe that like if we go into this extinction where okay they're not having kids, society declines, and they think they're going to be living in opulence like Caligula or something. like seriously, they think that this is
Yeah.
going to like go well and it's going to be like fun and all kinds of luxurious benefits because you have a smaller group of people rather than
No.
dealing with the structural order that causes you not to have all of the things that you enjoy from an actual society. Like you're talking about
Say that.
your reality is gonna be like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and you're thinking that it's
Yeah.
gonna be like Bridgerton's or some stuff. I
No.
mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's not. No. It's gonna be Booker Eli.
But wait,
It's gonna be.
let me say this real quick. Though. I'm sorry, Lon. Let me say this to Inspired Truth. I'm glad. Look, I know I go doomer often on my channel and whatnot, but I'm glad Inspired Truth said that. And it's a human thing. That's not particularly a woman thing, but it's a human thing to go to the positive first, right? And exactly what Inspired Truth said. You assume that, okay, less population, that's going to be more for me or my progeny if we can manage to stay long enough and we don't get caught up in the low in birth rate, et cetera, et cetera. But how do you know your children, your great-grandchildren, are not going to be part of goddamn Mad Max? Exactly. like, do you appreciate how much of our society is built off of essentially sharing knowledge and like sharing
Yeah.
knowledge and a certain structure where people are incentivized to innovate? What
Yeah,
happens
yeah.
when one group of people, and this is what increasingly black women are relegating themselves to, increasingly kind of segregate themselves off because you giving black men the middle finger, and non-black men aren't checking enough, and black women, obviously non-black women, or even the ones that are same-sex loving, aren't checking enough. So what does that do for black women? Like, yeah, so you end up in a Mad Max situation, or like I said, acolyte situation. Somebody told me the name earlier. I forgot the name of the tribe, but I'll look it up again in the coven. But yeah,
Thinking it's gonna be
yeah,
Sex in the
yeah.
City. Thinking it's gonna be Sex in the City. It's gonna be more like Dark Knight Rises.
Say that.
yeah, and even if
And
you're
here's the thing: poor people got guns too.
yeah,
Yeah.
and even if you're lucky enough to land yourself into opulence, like let's remember what societal decline looks like. Even how did things end for Marie Antoinette?
Right.
Say that. Hey, Head and Shoulders were no longer attached.
Yeah.
Head and Shoulders, bro. Head and Shoulders, bro. And Head and Shoulders didn't know each other anymore. They didn't know what each other was doing. God damn. Head was looking at the shoulders like, what?
Yeah, you get institutional breakdown. And like nobody
Yeah.
wants that type of smoke. It's funny to imagine that, the gender war will result in less babies. Ha ha ha. That's gonna result in, again, population size is a real simple. Your armies are smaller. Your armies are
Exactly.
based on your
You
population.
understand we're out as far as the U.S. military is concerned. China still outnumbers us like 5-1.
Yes. So we can't afford like at fundamental places, like you just said. Somebody just said, the guy who invents the cure for something he doesn't exist in your society. So
Nope.
you don't innovate at the same pace as a society that's having 9 children per woman. And it's just basic math. Like you won't have this, it won't be a magical place.
And here's
That's
the
what
thing.
people don't
No.
understand.
And here's
Well,
the
they
thing:
lack.
women are trying to square that circle, saying like, well, only a certain percentage of men reproduce. But I'm like, you understand Michael Jordan reproduced, and you understand none of his kids can play ball worth a shit, right?
No.
Go ahead, Zulu.
Y'all looking at it wrong. Y'all looking at it wrong. Y'all see, the thing is, they believe that necessarily when the quote unquote the collapse happened, I'm just gonna fuck the winner. That's the problem. The problem that y'all necessarily have is that you believe these women. The women belief is that necessarily I'm just gonna be quote unquote. I'm gonna sit by the but what they say? They sit by the end necessarily and get the winner. The reality of the finish line. The reality is the motherfucker that gets to the finish line is gonna be so either beaten up, he gonna have it, and his resources gonna be so tied up and so tied down that like bitch, you become what's the word, a liability.
Yeah.
And the reality is they don't. The women believe that necessarily the men are not going to look at them as they truly are, as truly as men has always looked at them as a liability.
But the thing is though, you need a society to sustain that finish line.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
You need every. I was telling this girl from Korea this when I was in Japan like a couple of months ago, right? She was telling me this dumbass shit when she was like, well, okay, when the collapse happened, I'm gonna be okay because we're gonna have this and this and that. I basically told her, I was like, you know, you're not gonna have an army or something like that. Also, she was like, yeah. So I was like, basically, ma'am, you know what happens in Korea? The last time you didn't have an army to protect yourself. She was like,
the Japanese slid
Right.
all right
You
on
know where
through.
you want to have that talk.
And I had to tell her, I was like, damn, you either gonna I basically had to tell her, I had to tell her in the most brutal way, you gonna be fucking. Instead, the question is willingly or unwillingly to the person you either want to be with or not be with necessarily. A person that's of your culture or not of your culture, but you gonna be effing. The question is, in what condition? And then I said it to her like that, and she looked at me like,
And
y'all can't be bursting these women bubbles real quick. Like Yo Gabby, go real quick, line. Real quick. Go ahead, Yo Gabby, and then you got a line. Go ahead.
First, thank you for having me, Z. But I came actually to support the points that are being made currently, that women do not understand the dynamic of societies. That's why often you can hear the feminists say it doesn't matter if you have mostly women and just a few men because women can reproduce with just one man. They don't understand that society is an ecosystem and a large part of the work is done by men cooperating with one another. But without men being specialized in different specific spaces of societies, it's essentially they expect it's going to fall back to a bacteria which doesn't have as much specialization. But the inconvenience is that the more a society becomes complex, the lesser of a proportion of the societies is able to perform different tasks of societies. In other words, you have specialists in the few area, and when the society collapses, the majority of people do not know how to survive because they no longer practice for the past generations on the old skills that managed to maintain the whole of society.
Right.
But women do not understand that kind of dynamic. And then they end up, as Zulu said, their body is going to be the first currency as it used to be. But they won't. Yeah.
No, you're right.
That makes sense.
Y'all not understanding. When I told this Korean woman in Japan this, I said this shit necessarily right now. I said this shit in my most.
You know you triggered her when you said that shit. You triggered her ass when you said that shit.
When I told her this shit necessarily, I told her that necessarily in Japan around Japanese people, and all of a sudden it clicked. Right, it was the moment like it's like that moment in that person's brain when all the circuits are firing, and she figured out, bitch, you about to be 8, and you necessarily. She really figured out.
You know what scared me though, Zulu? What scares me is, appreciate this. You had to say it clicked. What frightens me is that you're talking to a Korean woman in Japan And
Right.
you're talking about it had to click. You had to explain to her, and something had to click. She couldn't get it off the
About her
rip.
own
Number
history.
one, the fact that
Right.
there was even a conversation to be had where you had to explain something to her and then go this brutal with the explanation
No,
for it to click. Oh, by the way, this is a part of your history too. This happened to your people.
but this is what happens in industrialized society, affluent societies. The rubber doesn't meet the road for the women, so they feel like they have the license to play with the social contract.
They
Like you
do.
said, what we're talking about as the rubber really meets the road of why you want a robust society and you want to reproduce as many citizens of your own society as possible is because we got to somebody got to man these walls, bitch.
Yeah, but here's the
Because
thing.
they are people that will take you and take everything your society has.
You know the
This
funny thing, the funny thing about that CNC, isn't that the same past that they always talk about how women couldn't vote and couldn't do anything? You don't think that can't happen to you again?
It's going to
When I
happen
keep
again as it
telling
happened every time.
they really, when I keep telling you, they really believe that necessarily they gonna bargain they pussy out of this. Like some of them really believe shit. If it collapses, I'm quote unquote cute enough that I'm gonna make it.
no,
Reality is, if
Well,
Zulu.
it
here's the
really
thing,
collapses,
but
No,
here's the
Zulu.
thing about that, Z.
No,
Then you're no different. Then you're
hold on,
back
bro.
to
Like, look, let me finish.
Wait,
Let me finish.
wait,
Let me
wait, wait,
finish.
wait, wait, yeah.
When I'm telling you, if you actually seen true collapses, right, bro, girl, you gonna be out there trying to survive. You gonna be trying to offer your pussy necessarily to any dude who can give you a water pack.
but Zulu, I think we
Please.
underestimate Zulu. Let me say this though. I think we underestimate because we projecting right now. We
yeah.
saying as
Yeah,
men,
you telling
we
facts.
would not stoop to a certain. We are not prepared to exist at certain levels. We underestimate that there are levels of debauchery that they're willing to exist at if it all collapsed that we can never really comprehend as men. This is why you really don't
I
give your women this type of latitude in a society and it lasts long because
and
they
I
can't
and I
really comprehend the gravity of the shit we talking about for real, for real.
and I
Just
think I think y'all don't appreciate how much the women think they're exempt from the rules. Going to what Zulu's saying, going to what Gil Gami was saying earlier. They don't think that okay, put it this way. Even worse than the water pack you were saying, Zulu, they don't appreciate that man will trick you, pipe, and still not give you the water pack. As a matter of fact, murk you afterward. They don't think that they can meet their end after he pipe.
but Z though,
They don't appreciate that. Go ahead.
but that's better than the what men endure, which is annihilation. At least I have a chance. I can bend it over.
Yes.
Where women
Yes.
across millennia have always had the option of an invader invading the camp, is he might not annihilate me. The men,
I
they
can
know for
survive.
sure, ain't no quarter gonna be given, nigga. You're being annihilated. Ain't
Yeah.
no. The men are
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
specifically
true.
targeted. The women have always had a wiggle room that, yeah, we might look at it like, bitch, what's
Literally,
the odds of him loving you and taking you into his wife, his fiefdom?
his
But
harem, his
they
harem.
say at least I got a chance,
For real.
nigga. Compared
Yep.
to
Yeah.
Yep.
you, I got a chance to bend it over and he might like me,
Yeah.
And
no
what
matter how
Professor
much
Hey,
the
says,
odds aren't in my favor.
yeah.
So in other words, you want to talk about equality and all this other shit, but if it really comes down to it, you can't have it. You going back to the same reality that y'all love talking about, that y'all fought for or fought
fought
against
against. Yep.
Or no,
50, 60 years
or
ago.
in other words, they're a hypocrite. Yes, they are
Yes,
Yeah,
hypocrites,
Yes.
absolutely.
that's
and they
great.
don't.
You,
Absolutely.
that's
And
what I'm
really,
about to say. Like, you know how
we
hypocritical that sounds.
but no, but you projecting, bro. That's what a man would say because we got some semblance of honor. They're the weaker vessel trying to win at all costs. So they will be hypocritical and they don't care about it being overt.
Oh yeah, well,
They
Absolutely.
They
Yeah.
look at it
really
like
What
whoop
do.
my ass,
Let
nigga.
me let me
yeah.
do this. Let me do this, y'all. So let's let Gil Gammy go. We have Black Root that just got back up here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. How did people be saying it? If you like what you're hearing, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I gotta start including that part. If you like what you're hearing, shout out to TikTok. And if they're still listening. And go ahead, Gil Gammy, and then we got Black Root, and then we'll continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's to jump on what Compassionate is saying. From our era, women already always understood that they can always survive with their body. And that's why I always say that you can observe that nationalism is always something of men. Women go along to get the best status within the environment that men produce. But men are the ones who actually have to consider what's going to happen tomorrow, after tomorrow, and the day after. But women, they essentially they behave as if food just appears in the fridge. They don't understand the whole chain of events that lead to the food appearing there. That's why there was that much confusion during the quarantine when they had to fight for toilet paper in the stores, whether in the US, Canada, elsewhere. When it goes to the basics, men are still have the ability to survive, but women always have to see that whether a man is going to enable them to survive. But when there's not enough men to sustain society, women themselves become a burden that is too high for even a single man to survive, to
Exactly.
accept. In other words, they won't even have at a certain point harem. A harem would only works if you live for a very long period at a lower state, and then there was maybe fluctuation of men. But if everything collapsed suddenly, even the men are gonna say, "You cost too much. I'm on my own. If you survive, you survive. If you die, you die."
Exactly. I
what
I
Gael
just agree with
is
that. I
saying
agree. You know what
is
I'm saying?
why
When I told the woman
it's
this, the
just
folks thought I was
explain
lying when I told her
the
that, bro.
importance.
Go ahead, Black Rule. Go ahead.
I mean, Gael explain the importance and why you need the women to submit, because you don't need the women to understand everything, but you need them to do what you need them to do and support what you're doing, regardless of that. That's
Right.
why submission is important. Because you don't need a woman to think like a man. You don't need her to do like a man. You don't need her to plan like a man. But when you do plan, when you when you do build, you need her to support that effort. And you need her to support it, sometimes unquestionably support it. Sometimes with some pushback, sometimes with some deliberation, perhaps maybe some debate. But ultimately, you want to be like I view the position of a man ultimately is to be sort of a benevolent king where he is generous and protective, but he still is king. First and foremost, he still is king. And everything else
Preach.
comes from him being king. Benevolence, generosity, everything comes from him being king.
They were just protesting against that not too long ago, so there that goes.
I couldn't agree with Black Guru
Talking
more.
about the no
I
kings
don't know.
protest, hysterical.
I was just saying the irony of Black Rule using that word.
That's facts, though, Uru.
Go
I
ahead,
couldn't.
Inspired Truth. Go ahead. And wait, real quick, compassionate, Inspired Truth, and then you got it.
Was it me or was
Oh,
it
is that
compassion?
Himothy? Oh, wait.
That
No,
was me,
wait.
actually.
Who was? Wait,
It was
somebody was
true.
talking just now. Was that Inspired Truth or was that Himothy? Please, I'm.
It was
No, it was
true.
me.
Yeah,
It was
go
me.
ahead, bro.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Inspired. Okay, Inspired. Go ahead.
I was just saying that I couldn't agree with Black Guru more. I don't know exactly how we get that in a reality where you can be president of the United States and still get disrespected on at home, in public, on air, on interviews. It doesn't seem like it matters what we accomplish.
I
We still
mean,
can't get that.
it
You let
won't
them
because
die, bro. Like
the honest
it's a
truth
simple
is they
answer.
will not do it unless they're compelled to. That's just the honest truth.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes.
You have to
It's
be
They
like
won't
willing
do it unless
to.
they're compelled to.
yes, and that's
You
the
must be
elephant in
willing
the
to make
room.
sacrifices.
And the society does, to your point, truth. The society obviously is oriented to disincentivize men from ever actually, exerting that type of power to compel. Because to Uru's point, in a functional system, we know the men understand that the women just gonna have to. You don't need to understand, bitch. Just follow
Do what
orders
I tell you.
because this is life and limb is at stake. So but to
Not,
to the to the conundrum we're in is that the environment actually arrests us from compelling them in the ways that's really and you really don't reason with they obviously can't be reasoned with, and that's where men have been. That's where we're at even now, where we're trying to make them see the systematic reasons why, bitch, all of y'all can't be. Cannot be to each his own. It has to be some order so we can actually project out into the future and predict something. We've been trying to reason with them to understand that concept, and I
You
don't
you
think
you know what? You
put it
know,
this
real
way,
quick,
like this
compassionate. Real quick,
Judge,
what ends up with all of this ends up happening is I said I was going to cover it again. I'm going to cover it again now that I have double the amount of subscribers and I got TikTok listeners. Before I get to that Powell memo, compassionate, I'm going to have to cover the interview of Ezra Klein and Dr. Richard Reeves because he doesn't say it overtly. I don't even think he appreciates that he pretty much says the women became the buffer class and the elite. The women are the elite white man's bitch. And like he says it, and I don't even think he appreciate what the hell when he said in that interview. And that's all I heard him say essentially. And I'm gonna have to recover that. I covered it maybe a year and a half ago, close to 2 years ago now. But I'm gonna have to recover that. So and now clearer sound and whatever, and we'll get through it. But that's essentially what ends up happening is they just get in the way. Appreciate we have a wealth inequality we haven't seen in a century, right? At the least a century. It's the Gilded Age 2.0. You have the 800 wealthiest people have the same wealth as I'm sorry. The 800 wealthiest people have some 606 something trillion dollars. 800 people in America have $6 and some odd trillion of wealth. More than the bottom half of the American population, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what the numbers say. So that's what men need to fight against. Men. Though, because we know the women ain't gonna fight against them. Bitch, nobody wanna hear about your pussy hat. Bitch, if you ain't trying to get shot or shoot, move the fuck out the way. So we know that's gonna be an issue. We know that's gonna be an issue, but they're in the way with their gender shit. They're in the way with their fake ass liberation, talking about hair color and skin tone and weight. Move your fat ass out the way and body shaming. That's what they're talking about. Go ahead.
The elite know that, and that's why they flopped this. I mean, because it was all designed. It's class warfare. It's the elite against the proletariat. The best way to arrest the proletariat was plot twist. Let's just destabilize them at the family level, and then niggas don't have the energy. They started with black people. Us. Yes,
they started with black. Yep.
So like,
and not even the white man got to feel it. How, as usual. Go ahead, Zoom. Go.
Like, yeah, I don't really think y'all understood when I told that woman in a Japanese store, in a Japanese restaurant, surrounded by Japanese woman. If you don't do your job, they gonna be back here tomorrow. And what you gonna do then? The look on her. See, you don't understand. When I can imagine.
I can imagine.
The fact that you had to explain that
hurt me. They hurt me.
Wait, let Black people go real quick. Let Black people go real quick. Yeah.
She is a product of what going on 80 years now of America covering their ass. She is several generations a product of that. She is several generations of being shielded from the Japanese coming over there and whoring out the women and killing the men. So, when you grown up in that protective American bubble that they put over there, because hell, North Korea would have came and ran through there on their ass if it weren't for that. But you've been a product of that protective bubble for what 3-4 generations now. So they know it's there, but they've been in this la-la land. It's like being drunk, but then in reality, something happens. Maybe you drink a cup of coffee or something, and then reality comes back to you a little bit. And that's what happened. They've been drunk, essentially, for generations. And that's why it took you painting such a stark picture to kind of wake her up from that drunken stupor.
Like you don't understand. Once I said that to her necessarily, I mean, when she hit me back, it took her almost 2 weeks for it to really sink in. Then 2 weeks later, she called me necessarily and she said, "Oh, I think I may be ready to make a family." And I looked at her and I was like granted, that's cool. But at this point in time, she was telling me that she told me this. She was already like 29. And she
let me emphasize what Black Rule was saying, right? So, like Black Rule was saying, so Japan, if you don't appreciate, Japan was the Britain of the East. They fucked over China. They had North and South Korea by the throat. They were working their way all through or not Indonesia, the Philippines and all that
No,
other
you're
shit.
right.
They were
You're
all in
right.
Cambodia, Laos, all that shit, right? And so the Japanese were the UK of the East. They were just fucking up everything. So it took the two atomic bombs for them to back the fuck up. Serious shit. If it was not for the US, the Chinese would have been speaking Japanese.
Yep.
The Laotians, the Cambodians, the North and South Koreans, maybe even the Indonesians, all would have been speaking Japanese. Like this is the world we would have been in. Number one. Number two, the fact that she knows that history. That's why Zulu was able to jog her ass with that shit. He was able to scare the fuck out because she appreciate that it took those two fucking bombs being shoved up Japan's ass for them to back the fuck up. And for her to know, and it's only 80 years ago, maybe because like I'm a loose
You're right. It's 80.
historian or
It's 80.
and yeah, it's 80, but I'm just saying like maybe because I kind of care about this shit that I appreciate that was yesterday in the grand scheme of things. That was yesterday in the grand scheme of things,
That's a man's
especially when you
lifetime, bro.
yeah exactly. And so and when you consider that was yes, Black was right. That's about 3-4 generations ago, but at the grand scheme of things, that was yesterday. That's yesterday. And as Black was saying, the Korean War was in the 50s. So that's even sooner of a time. And go ahead.
But that's a byproduct of a neoliberalist. I think because it's black people that don't know nothing about Jim Crow.
They don't.
That'll be shocked when you describe them. They speak as if they don't remember that, or they're not taking into account the history of their own people. So I think, but that's the beauty of neoliberalism. You render individuals, especially neoliberalism coupled with postmodernism, where they re-narrativize history in such a way that it's not objective any longer, and people don't carry it in their consciousness and use it as a framework to study the world. That's how you can be reminding a Korean girl in Japan what the Japanese did to Koreans. You have an African American has to remind a Korean girl of this.
What you cannot, what's difficult also to consider is how much the change in environment changes people's perspective of reality in history.
Yep.
Like for me, very often, going to visit relatives in Mississippi is always a very sobering experience because you hearken to a lot of stuff when you go to the Mississippi Delta about Black people. You can't miss when you're seeing cotton, and in some cases, occasionally seeing some people picking the cotton. When you see those old buildings that were there, some of them antebellum structures, the old slave mansions, for example, it's more difficult for you to forget the past. And what has happened, particularly in South Korea, there's been a lot of environmental change over that 80-year period. Much of it propped up by commerce, by international commerce in particular, international diplomacy, Americanization of things in particular. And so even just the environment in which the things happen going back 80 years, it's a radically different looking place. When you come up comparing it to Chicago, you're going to forget or not really feel Jim Crow when you're in Chicago, but you're going to feel Jim Crow when you're in Clarksville, Mississippi.
Yep.
Even if you didn't necessarily live through it, even if they're a couple of generations removed, it's in the DNA, man. You're going to feel it's going to be a different kind of experience. And a lot of how and why they've been able to, quote, forget things have been the environmental changes, which then removes a lot of the story of what happened.
Yeah,
I agree with Jackaroo. I think real quick. I think because think of it. Soul is what 50 kilometers, 50 miles away from the North Korean border. I don't know, watch so much stuff on this. It's crazy. But right, and the demilitarized zone was that the what is it, 38th or 36th parallel? Right? Okay, fine. You're 50 some odd kilometers away from and this is, by the way, so the reason why I'm mentioning it's not like the U.S. capital. Like the capitals in a lot of these other countries are like 50% of the goddamn population live within like that metroplex, right? Type shit. So, you know, when you consider that, and when you consider North Korea is right there, right? So even you could be North Korean fish food, let alone Japan. Yes, Japan don't have a nuke, but North Korea does, right? And right, so for you, I think Black Who said it better. I don't know why I'm trying to say the same thing twice. I think he's right. For you to have to explain to a Korean woman in Japan about how easy it would be to be put back in that position, how easy that would be. It's frightening that you would have to explain that to her for her to get her mind right.
And the craziest thing is, I was telling her, right, as I was telling her this thing, I was like, now, granted, you talking to me as an individual. Now, when I was telling her, I was like, you talking to me as an individual. Me as an individual, I'm a good person. Me, Zulu, the individual, is a good person, right? Now, if you were to say the whole group of Americans, that's a whole different ball game, girl. So even if you're dealing with me, God forbid necessarily if Kenya get their stuff together and they say, hey, we want everything in Asia. What you gonna do, little Asian girl?
Yeah.
What you really gonna do? You 5'2". The average African woman is at least like 5'7". So you can't even beat the women of it. So you already know what that situation that means for your men. You gonna be a slave in that next world, right? And then as I kind of walked through it, I was like, cool. Now let's say the Europeans came over and they did the same thing to you. Now you already know what they did because they did it to you officially, right? Now the Japanese do it. Now it can be any other group of people on this planet. You're just that close from quote unquote being love me long time necessarily, and if you don't love me long time the way I want to, your neck broke.
I think that there's absolutely something to the fact that environment does matter. The environment that you live in definitely shapes your perception of reality. I think that there should be or could be an opportunity to introduce the concept that impulsive greed can have long-term consequences. Like that's really what this kind of comes back down to. Like you go and you decide that, okay, I want some opulence for myself, not going to have kids, and then you have these consequences, these deleterious consequences that come from that. And the general gist of a whole lot of what we kind of push with our hyper consumerism and with our brand of capitalism is really just surrounding itself around more debt, more credit, more do what you want, and damn, there's no consequences later until they actually come and then bite you, way down the line. But that somehow critical thinking and the concept that long-term consequences can exist
But
got dropped.
truth, the itemization got people in a position where they have nothing other than consumerism and the market to lean on because they have eradicated family. They've eradicated again, again, I'm not on some lovey-dovey shit. Family was the one that would transmit the history of your people to that Korean girl. South Korea is ravaged by feminism and single mothers and low birth rates and nobody's
Remember,
marrying
that's where the
just like
4B
the West.
movement come from.
Exactly.
Yep.
So that Korean girl is growing up. She's around single mothers, if mothers at all. They're not. In Black community, we know the story. Like what you was talking about, Uru, the Mississippi, the Jim Crow. Our families have been eradicated. So the stories that are transmitted through families, the institution of family, are no longer there, and people are operating strictly on the market or what school taught them or consumerism. So like there isn't any alternative to turn from other than consumerism at this point.
Yeah, can I say like I think I was talking to it's technically
real quick, Zulu, 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Let me say this real quick. Make it a little like funny. Compassion says we're asked out to the markets. For the Korean young lady you were speaking to, she's asked out to the chaebols. Go ahead.
But she added that to them chopsticks, bro. She don't know what chopsticks she gonna be using, but she gonna be using a pair of them, boy. But okay, all right. All right. Damn, I forgot what I was about to say. I was about to say something. Shit. My bad, I forgot.
My bad. That's what. My bad. That's what I get for cutting you off. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, there is one other thing that happened, and to add to what Compassionate was saying, and it was said famously by this great German philosopher about 150 years ago. Quote, "God is dead." End quote.
Oh, yeah.
God is dead in America.
I remember I was gonna say, right?
That was Friedrich Nietzsche that said that.
Nietzsche, yeah.
That God, it was controversial said then, but in this society, in America, I know they talk all this evangelism and all that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
This is a godless society. And I compare it to the society I was born into. The society I was born into, totally different from this society, completely different. You know, I came up in the world where my mother and them, they were in church 4 times a week or more. You know, everything was kind of structured around church. Sunday school, the nursing board, the usher board, all these things. My wife's family, they built churches, for Christ's sake. You know, Pentecostal as well as Baptist, they built church. It just was a very different world. So you can't even really even talk about family to me, because the first thing that comes to my mind when you talk about family, I think about the church. They are inextricably linked from my perspective and my reality. And God is dead in America,
No, 100,
and especially amongst Black people.
No, Derek, but I would say that if the families make up communities, and communities make up the church, and once you break once you break the family, you break all the institutions that would regulate any, like you said, transmission of history, a continuation of orientation through the family or through the community. And again, the market isn't mentioned yet. The free market or capitalism or consumerism isn't even mentioned yet in a functional, what you probably hearkening back to, where I don't think it was necessarily specifically God. I think I can make God is the concept of family is dead. So if the concept of family is dead, and that's not the orientation, that is not orienting people, and then everything else comes after that, then the market, or in this case, the market replaces it. That's your God.
So then family is protected us from being
It's
slaves.
interesting. I kind of view it a little more ecologically or more circular than that. Because when I say, well, here's the thing, the coming together of family, how you dated, whom you dated, what families you dealt with, where you went, that resulted in who you dated and who you married, who you made children with, how many children you made. All this was very religious for Black people. It was very religious. It wasn't. So even just the making of the family and the getting married and the staying married through the hard times, and all of that was it was inextricably linked to, and you didn't really have to be, like, as a man, you didn't have to necessarily be a particularly religious man, but you accepted, embraced that you were in a environment of faith. You supported. You were tied to churches that you never attended. So I mean, just because that was what you were supposed to do as a part of that family and a part of that community and that society. So I agree with what you're saying, but then, like I say, from what I saw and I observed, it was kind of cyclical, because once
we don't disagree.
Essentially kill God, it was very easy to kill the family. It was, in my view, it was just very easy. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just explaining the complexity of how those things work together.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. It's inextricably linked. Yeah, but go ahead.
I was gonna say like, now me personally, like when I understand the value of family because that's how you quote unquote get the genetic memories or the family memories of what happened. Like I can actually remember talking to my granddaddy and talking to my aunties, and they were telling me, "Hey, you couldn't do this in the 1950s. You couldn't do this in the 1960s." I remember my auntie told me a story where quote unquote a white girl did something to her, and if I remember correctly, necessarily right, she ended up snatching her a snow cone or something like that necessarily, and she being worried about somebody coming after her because she snatched because the white girl did something to her. She snatched her phone, her ice cream cone. Right?
Yeah.
Like I would to personally sit there and absorb the stories and the emotions. Now people don't understand the emotionality of that moment at the family union as a family. So for me, I can absorb and I understand necessarily when people say, quote unquote, in the 1930s, 1940s, you couldn't do this because I'm sitting there like talking to my auntie, talking to my granddaddy, talking to my uncles, and they carrying me the message down from their lips. Now imagine you got 4-5 generations of that just not there. You screwed, bro. You like they don't say it. They don't tell it to you in the history books in school. You screwed.
You know what? You know. Well, here's
Let me say this real quick. Real quick. Because I want to play this, and you got it after this line. I promise. Black Rule was saying that the God is dead, and he was speaking about church. But let's play for Black Uru. He's seen this already. But let's play for Black Uru why black men are not in the church anymore. What we got in church now, y'all?
Birthing children and go through pain and go through menstrual bleeding. You can't handle that. And a man's job was to work from sun up to sundown.
That's the modern church right now. That's why we're not in there.
You know my response to that. You know my response to that. You know when you know they'll talk about this shit when we can't handle. Oh, word, we can't handle that. Just wait until y'all have to sign up for selective service. Just wait.
Yeah, because I be getting tired of all this. You can't handle shit. I be like, when I tell them at the end of the day, we already technically replaced you. We gotta like when Japan said we really thinking about using this artificial womb. I already knew it was game. So like I'm really looking at folks like you really have no purpose in a society other than to be a functional flashlight, right? So if you don't get to doing something quick or beneficial for somebody, you gon' necessarily, God forbid, I hope the society can get to the point where it's just like majority of men, ain't no women there, you know, on some alternate world kind of stuff. But like at the point, like if you get to the point where you just creating artificial wombs, what is the real value of a woman?
Here's the issue like that I see. Like I see a ridiculous gender flip that's going on where they try to make, you know, men, women the same thing, and they take away like what we actually want. Like we would not have a reason for a relationship if we had exactly the same thing. You have $20. I have $20. I'll trade you my $20 for your $20. That doesn't work. How about I'll trade you this $20 for a nice redfish almondine with a side of some of those nice delicious rice with peas or something, you know, something that I can actually use, something I actually want. But we have this breakdown where this demand for giving men not what they want.
The women say we don't cook necessarily, and if you cook,
actually,
the women say we ain't cooking, you gotta cook.
Well, that line go, and then you guys Zulu.
Hold on, Zulu, but hold on. To what I was saying to some what you just said about the artificial wombs. Now you couple that like with artificial wombs, and you already know that men raise better children. So what good are you?
A flashlight. I said it.
So like if no, but I'm talking about the other aspect because that's when the bargaining will start. And they'll be like, well, what can a woman teach that child? I'm like, well, it's already been shown that men raise better children, regardless of gender. So
she becomes a flashlight in that new society.
A flashlight.
She becomes a physical flashlight.
All
And
that,
I
all.
keep telling them that. They
Yeah,
keep looking at the math and saying,
I don't even think she'll even. I don't think she'll even be worth that in a world of AI and you know artificial skin, whatever kind of stuff they can do with the dolls. I don't even think she'll even be worth that.
Damn, she
no,
might
no, no,
have to.
no, 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 no,
She
no,
might
no.
have to
She'll still
sell
have
it.
that purpose. No, she'll still have that purpose because it's always going to be one or two who want the original. But at the end of the day, but think about it, just like when you got artificial oil or you had like fake sugar versus real sugar, what's the predominant sugar on the planet? It ain't brown sugar now, is it?
I get where you're
It's
going
white
with
sugar.
this, like they kind of reduce themselves like just to that, and then they also want to shame men because they want that, and it's like, but that's all you've left on the table. You took it all off.
You took it all off. It's like I offer you nothing but this box. Then when you tell me, okay, cool, I'm gonna take the box that's all you offering is, oh well, shit, your box is worth necessarily five. Like, you don't understand. I was out there necessarily with these women, brought 30 yen, 40 yen, 100 yen. That ain't shit. You must really understand how much 100 yen is, bro.
I mean,
Hey,
you come with.
Z. I can't hold on with all this
How much is
slander.
500 yen going for,
These
bro?
women,
Wait,
these women.
wait a minute, because we got to pause for Tunnel Stutters. Stunting. Go ahead, Tunnel.
Yeah,
Live from
these women are
paradise.
going to bring you tender, loving care, cooking, cleaning, having your baby, bringing you joy, and bringing happiness and family into your everyday.
I got an
But
artificial
tunnel
woman that
but
brings me
tunnel runner,
family.
man. Listen, the days of Luther Vandross are dead, bro. That shit
Hysterical.
dead, bro. That Luther
Z, help
Vandross
me,
earth
back
singing
me up.
rap
No.
dead, bro.
Let's take it a step further, line. Luther Vandross even believed it when he was singing because he didn't like fucking women. I'm just
No.
saying.
Damn.
Even Luther
What?
Vandross like, nah, I don't know, nah. Hey, I'm
Damn.
singing for y'all, but that ain't me, bro. That ain't my speed. That's what Luther was on. Somebody tell me I'm
All right, well, you
lying.
know what?
Luther was like, I
Well,
ain't even on
baby
that type of
facing
speed.
them. Well, baby facing them. Baby facing them. That shit dead,
For
bro.
real.
That shit
Bro,
dead, tunnel.
Hey. Oh
I
man.
see,
don't
I
know.
know what
Hey,
you do from time to
Trell
time,
I'm
bro.
says
speechless.
Strauss is the number one stunner. Shout out to Birdman. I did skim through that No Limit versus Cash Money last night. I did skim through it. Shout out to Inspired Truth in New Orleans. Shout out to Inspired Truth in New Orleans.
They did that on one of the
Like,
concerts real
That shit
quick.
was funny. But they
like,
didn't
I
even
don't
have it
think
in the state, did they? I don't think that was in the state. That was in Louisiana. Did they have it in Louisiana?
Wait, what the that whole
The
Cash Money
verses,
versus
The
Cash
the
Money versus
verses.
No
that was
Limit.
that was like kind of like online, like from my understanding was it was
Yeah.
like kind of like a trend and stuff, and
Yeah.
so they ended up like doing
Okay.
a
Yeah.
little skit from that trend at like one of the concerts that I just went to, like with Chris Brown and all that. So
Mm.
it's kind of like
Oh
kind of
shit!
gotten up to be
Hey,
whatever.
Inspired Truth said that he was trying to take a picture with Chris Brown for $1,000. Inspired Truth, what you telling me right now? What you trying to tell me? I'm playing with you. I'm playing with you. Inspired Truth said, "I got my $1,000." I'm playing with you.
I was about to say, like, nah. Tell me you didn't go to the concert. Tell me you didn't go.
Hey, look,
Hey, bro, ain't nothing wrong with a
there
Chris
was
Brown
people at that
concert, but no
concert.
nigga need to be trying to take a picture. I was about to say, ain't nothing wrong with going to a Chris Brown concert as a straight man. You
Bro,
just
that
don't
is
be
packed full of
trying to take pictures with this nigga. Don't take no
that is
pictures
packed
with
full
that
of
nigga.
beautiful women. I'm telling you.
But you know what?
Hey,
I ain't gonna
Z, the
shit.
problem is when you take your wife or your girlfriend with you, she want to take a picture with them. Come on,
Oh
girl, you better come on
shit!
out
Hey,
here.
All
hey,
right,
I saw a sign
all right.
out. It was like, hey, Chris, pick her, for that take you down scene, with you saw with like Kill Nicole. Like, yeah, pick her. I'm tired of her. Pick her.
Damn shame. Damn
Yeah, easy
shame.
way to get rid of her.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm never gonna forget that Black Room said. Wait until y'all realize that half the reason why these girls like Chris Brown is because he touched up Rihanna. I'm never gonna forget that. I was like, you know what? I never thought about that.
No.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's not surprising.
Go ahead.
this is what
Go.
this is what my daughters told me. This is what my daughters told me,
Ooh. Yep.
and they're from
Yep.
that age group. Yeah, that was
Yep.
they told me that like right after it happened, and I remember being shocked by that. But yeah,
So what was that rooted
that I
Yeah.
think
in?
that's
Like,
a
where
huge
did that
part.
come from? Like, why?
I think part of it. Well, let me explain to you. Because from what I understand, I think part of it was they weren't quite feeling Rihanna that way, and part of it was he was willing to lay. He was the cute, light skinned, tall dude that was willing to lay hands. That was very attractive.
I thought so. I figured
Hell no.
I did. That does not surprise me. I don't think a lot of women were feeling Rihanna like that, and I think that's part of it. So that's not surprising. Hear them, yeah. That actually
Rihanna was not well
No,
liked
I think
until necessarily.
ironically they like Rihanna more after she got hands put on, because I think they
Exactly.
could
Oh,
relate
they
to it more.
identify. Oh
Yeah,
God, that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
victim
yes.
conundrum of that. Oh God, that's just a whole nother monicum of just messy shit. So let me get this
Well,
right. You don't like the woman, but you like her more that she got her ass whipped.
think back to that time. Think back to that time. Her fame kind of took off after
After that,
It took
yeah,
off
that
that time.
yeah,
incident.
it did. Yes, it did. I remember that mugshot. Woo, that mugshot was rough.
Man,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I know.
yeah, that's true.
So my only question is, what society y'all think is actually going to be able to make it? From what I understand, how I'm looking at it, right? This, how you want to call it, modernization is going to eat a lot of civilizations or culture groups. Now, for me, I already threw my dust off, my hands up for Black America. They gone. Now, my question is, what place do you think is probably going to have a good chance of making it or holding on?
The Muslim countries, they have their women under control, and some of the African countries that have their women under control.
If I could say it in a different way, let me say this real quick. Go.
No, I was gonna tell you,
Go,
bro.
Jula.
I've been to so many Muslim countries, bro, and me and pledges. What is it? Black Mind necessarily. We talk a decent amount, right? I can assure you, bro. A lot of shit going down in the Muslim country. We just don't get the stats from them. That feminism shit, and like you gotta remember when feminism went off, that shit in certain places it went off worse than it did in America. But over there, it went off heavy, bro. Heavy. I'm done. Sorry.
Let me say. I think, and Nameless said this years ago. The societies that have a proclivity for family, you're not going to be immune, but you will be more insulated. If it gets too bad, it just radiates everything, and nobody's safe, right? With that, no class, no race, no anything. But the more well off you are, and the more you're family oriented, and the more you have that foundation, I think that somewhat insulates you better than people who, as Compassionate said earlier, asked out to the market. If you asked out to the market, then you asked out. And I think those, to go to what you were saying, not Sparky, but trying to run it. Yeah, you're just screwed. You're just screwed.
What strong family communities are not also very religious?
Can you separate strong family structure from religion? Yeah,
I don't believe.
Yeah, but it might be a little different.
You can.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're going to go hardcore, authoritarian. The only ones that can really withstand, because religion compels you to do something outside of yourself.
Yeah.
And on a beyond a logical and even at times even an emotional basis. I got to do this because God requires it of me. There's a power to that cannot be replicated anywhere else.
Well,
and if you go to
without rules,
Black
we're
Hole
no different
says,
than animals.
yeah, but if you go to what Black Hole says, there's a one country among all the whites who has a birth rate that is 2 or above. And you know which one it is?
The little slice of Europe and the Middle East.
Exactly. And if you observe the mouse Utopia, one of the factors that change that is significant is that they no longer have either predators or internal group competitions. And in nature, this kind of predator or internal group competition stimulates the birth of the population to maintain itself. That slice of Europe in the Middle East keep having an external predator, quote unquote predator, and they also have a religious input. That's something that enables them to keep on reproducing because they have to maintain themselves because they're in an enclave of opponents, which is not the same situation for Europe and the United States. All those white countries are all below 2%, despite the fact they have an advanced economy and infrastructures.
Well, then how do you explain South Korea? Because South Korea got North Korea right, literally what's that, the 38 parallel, 36 parallel? Like they right there. Like
America.
so go ahead.
America.
I agree with you, by the way, Gabby.
Is Korea?
By the way, go.
Is South Korea especially religious? I don't know South Korea.
No, they're not. They're not. No, yeah. Good point. Yeah, they're not. They're not. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah. Nothing bigger than
No,
than
South Korea believe that necessarily when you talk to South Koreans in person, right? They quote unquote have bit into, when I mean full heartedly, they believe in white supremacy. Do not believe when I say black women believe in white supremacy, Koreans believe wholesale in white supremacy and they like their position in it. So for them, they believe they have no actual weaknesses outside of quote unquote maybe China. But if you know the difference between how China and Korea are a friendly kind of brotherish kind of vibe outside of Japan. Let's say that, right? So considering that, like they're like, okay, if what they believe is they're gonna quote unquote unify was it North Korea and China, was it North Korea, and everything gonna be all right. That's if everything go the best way. It's if shit go the best way. And I keep telling folks that's over there, that's if shit go the way. Because if something happened there, let's say, I don't know, God forbid, a new advice gets made in Africa, and then all the Africans say, we want everything. Baby girl, you out there, bro. Like I keep telling folks, you want advice from being yes, sir, to necessarily can I have some more? Like I don't, you want thing for speaking your language to saying yes, sir, can I have some more gruel or whatever. You want invention from that, and I think a lot of these women don't really understand that you just that close from it. But
so then, white supremacy is their religion,
huh?
So then you say basically white supremacy is their religion.
I think white supremacy is the global religion. To be honest, I think white supremacy is the religion on planet Earth. To tell you the truth, I think there's a handful of us that know better, and that's really about it when we're not on that type of time, and we work every day to decolonize our minds. We know the things, and I think everybody else, especially people that they're getting by, they're just living, they're just existing. Oh yeah, no, white supremacy is the religion, and if you talk to people long enough, you'll see that. Yeah, and not just white people practice it too.
When you go to the society, literally, right? Everything is that you got to remember. These are yellow people. I don't know if anybody know about how Asians really look. They're actually yellow people. There is no such thing as no white Asian. That shit don't happen. They're all yellow, right? So when you have a whole bunch of yellow people necessarily who convince themselves that they use any historical evidence they can to say that I should be white, like they say, quote unquote, oh, you're inside the house, so that's how you say, quote unquote, we classify that. No, even then, because the most people who even went outside, your commanders, your chiefs, your kings, or whatever, bro, they still had to go outside and still do stuff. So even them, they could not avoid the sun. So even when they use that as an excuse, it's not it. You really see it when you go to the country, when you actually physically land in Korea and physically see all the white signs, all the quote unquote, you need to open your eye signs. You need to, with no more double eyelids, you need round eyelids. You don't need the tuck lip, you need a full lip. And you can see it in their face, like it's there 24/7. So I can understand how they have this kind of mentality of I'm not this, I'm less than, so forth and so on. But like that's neither here nor there. But realistically, their religion is white supremacy. They know what it is. They sometimes they admit it to themselves, sometimes they don't when it's convenient. Yeah, man.
And let me read this real quick from Detroit. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. Detroit says, somebody hire me. I'll go get Corey Holcomb and Lil Jon to make love songs for the ladies. Hysterical, bro. If Corey Holcomb and Lil Jon made a love song, they don't be no lovers and friends. This just gonna be hoes and enemies, some type shit like. Imagine if Corey can actually sing. He can actually hold a tune. I've heard him, but that would be funny. That would be some funny backwards comedy. As a matter of fact, some of my favorite comedians are like from Chicago. Well, yeah, some of my favorite comedians are. I don't know what it is about Chicago, but they'll be producing funny or entertaining prequel. I don't know, but yeah.
They make some of the best musical artists come from there though. I'm starting to notice like up top they got some real good hidden musical talent up there though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think because Corey would give me like Luther / Gerald Levert, but funny on an R&B track, right? Like that's what I think he would be like a funny version of like Luther / Gerald Levert on wax, right? Like that would be funny if you could especially with Lil Jon in the background with the ad-libs. Oh, that would be hysterical. I would buy that album. I might buy a physical copy of that shit, actually, if they were to produce music. Hysterical. And Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Making music for the ladies. I don't know, but you can't actually play it for the ladies. It shouldn't be too funny, and they're gonna be insulted too. So you can't. They're not gonna be turned on by that shit. For the most of them, you have to have a special type of woman for her to be listening to an R&B joint from Corey and Lil Jon and be turned on by that shit. She different. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, like, yeah, no, the what Zulu was saying earlier, the frenemy relationship between China and Korea, yeah, the whole East has a very interesting history. The fact that we're all in this, no matter where you are on planet Earth, minus a few places, outside of Africa, of course, we're having this conversation about birth rates, and the clips that I played earlier, where the women are celebrating it, and the questionable men, the sexually questionable men, are celebrating it, and that's how me and Compassion got into the conversation, and Barry got into a conversation about these people lacking a systemic analysis and like celebrating this, and that's what's so fascinating about it, is watching the women celebrate this and watching the sexually questionable men celebrate this. Like, what don't you appreciate about how this affects you? What, you think you're immune from this? You think you just, and like Compassion said, that's what happens when you have a neoliberal lens. But yeah,
when the conquerors come in, both those groups are just gonna bend over.
I was just gonna say, both of them people gonna suck. I was just getting ready to say it, bro. Both of them people, as soon as the shit hit the fan, they gonna be trying to suck some dick, bro.
So neither of them have an interest in caring as much as regular guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you seen the movie? What's his name? The movie Mongols: The History of Genghis Khan. In the movie Mongols, there's a particular scene when Borte, the first wife of Genghis Khan, who was doing back and forth to save Genghis Khan saves her. Once she's stranded in the desert with her first son, then there's a caravan of merchants who come by. Borte asks, "Can you help us?" The merchants, he looks at Borte and her son. He says, "I don't know how you're gonna pay," and then he keeps walking away. Borte looks at her son. She looks at the desert. She looks at the merchant. She looks at her son. She looks at the desert. She looks at the merchant, and then she screams, "You know how I'm going to pay." She managed to cross the desert. How did she manage to pay? The same way that the women.
Hey, Alexa, play the scene of Forrest Gump when the mom was getting it in with the principal, please. But for all of you that remember Forrest Gump and the whatever the principal was walking out the house, sweaty.
He said, your mother really values your education, son.
Right. Jesus Christ.
And that is something that women don't realize. That's something that women don't realize. Men don't actually need to make a revolution to crash the system. They can either do less or do nothing, and the system is going to crumble because it requires the work of men for women to survive on a daily basis, which is not the same thing as men's dependence on women's work to survive.
Mm-hmm.
They understand. Well, most of them do understand is that they do have the belief that I'm just gonna fuck the winner, right? The problem they just don't understand is when you have societal collapse, fuck your pussy. Because at the end of the day, I'm fighting to eat. And personally, me, I'm a nice person. I repeat that. Zulu is a nice person. But man, if I got to starve, I'm not the nicest person. I will eat you and your kids, shot.
But here we go. This is the thing. If we're in those type of extreme situations, Maslow's hierarchy of needs dictates that is not the primary concern at this current moment in time. And if I'm on that type of time, it's not really. It's pleasure matter, but really, what I'm doing when I'm engaging in that with you is establishing dominance. Once again, the quote, of course, it came from a white man. Everything about life is sex, except for sex. Sex is about power. Right. So like if we're in that type of extreme situation, when I'm engaging in that and my belly's not full or whatever, I'm trying to establish something here. And you ain't gonna necessarily like what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. I'm just saying, if that's where we at.
I keep telling I keep telling folks, but you either gonna be effing me, you gonna be effing your man or the man that's here, or you gonna be effing somebody else that you don't like. Now you can either F me or your man. At least one of them gonna care about you. The other person, hey baby girl, you better make that pussy work, bro.
But even that fulfills some sort of a fantasy. Like, I mean, you look at some of the materials that some of them are into. Like,
Good point. But then that goes back to what Black Woman was saying earlier about the real quick. That goes back to what Black Woman was saying about the Chris Brown thing. Is like exactly what Inspired Shoe said. Like for some of them, that's some fantasy shit. Like, do they want to live that life for real? I don't know. Okay, if we're gonna try to be sensible with that, the idea of it being taken. Oh yeah, like low key. I said this before, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna find this clip again. It was a young young lady, kind of petite, and she was being interviewed, and she's doing well, I guess, for herself, at least back when I saw the interview or the conversation. And she was like, she wants to be dominated. She's never been in that situation. And she, feminist, and she said it, female power and all this other stuff. And I've never been dominated. And I kind of want to experience that one time, and that just to let go and to essentially when she was like she wanted to be choked out and all this. She didn't say all that, but that's where she's going with it, because all the men, I guess, who she's allowed to engage with her have done so, quote unquote, respectfully. And homegirl want to be smacked on the ass and maybe choked out and shut up and hey, it got go into the fantasy, go into the fantasy. Jesus.
A lot of women have, for lack of a better term, great fantasies and different things.
Yeah.
I think every woman wants to be dominated and, for lack of a better term, just slutted out, at least from time to time. I mean, we can have all these talking points about being nice and respectful and whatnot, but I mean, when you bumping uglies, like, you want to enjoy that shit, and that's just all it is. Like, however you get it, however makes you feel the best, you want to do that.
Damn. Yeah, I think there's we have so undersold our sons the reality, and I realize this more and more every time I watch one of these fucking lameoids that talk crap about the red pill and pretend like they don't appreciate, or maybe more frighteningly, they don't appreciate why the young men are coming over here, because y'all lying to them. And I keep saying it for anyone that will listen. We don't have pamphlets, at least for the Black minister. We're not handing out pamphlets. We're not handing out flyers. We're not trying to recruit, right? No, your sons are, you can blame the algorithm to a certain extent, but your sons are coming here because y'all lying to them. You're lying to them about women nature. You're lying to them about the fact that the women are running up against the wall of their equality and they want to practice hypergamy. Y'all are fucking lying to them that the women don't actually want equality when you show them what it looks like. And y'all are lying to them about being a good guy and a nice guy, and that bitch gonna cheat on you with that fucking tall, chiseled chin motherfucker over there if you let her. Like, y'all lying to them about that. And when this eventually happens to when how women move eventually happens to these men, then, they turn out they end up sounding like.
As a kid, I was never taught how evil girls could be. I always was taught like they're sweet, innocent, nice. And it's like, they never were sweet and nice. Some were, but so many of them were always just rude, crybabies, just so much emotion, didn't care about, and selfish. Like, but you're not really taught that as a kid. Like, I had to learn the fact that girls that tell you, hold up, mama calling, and really on the phone with another nigga. I had to learn that the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Or I had to watch some of these things happen to other people. I had to learn the fact that girls do cheat. You know, you talk as a little kid, oh, only niggas cheat, dad a cheater, dad a cheater. My parents were married, 2-parent household, not the same situation. But we always taught the men cheat, the men are bad people. They don't tell you, oh, wives are cheating, yes. The wives are using dudes for their money. They're not really teaching you. You gotta kind of learn that as a man as you get older. Like, nobody told me, yeah, a girl will leave you to go get ran through by a bunch of dudes. I had to watch that happen to other people to see, like, damn, girls do that? I thought they couldn't do nothing wrong. No one told me that girls are just getting pregnant by niggas just because they bored. Like, they'll just trap a nigga. I didn't know that. I've never been trapped, but I'm saying, like, I had to watch it happen to other people for me to realize, like, damn, they do that. And there's so many things about girls you just never learn as a kid. Or even as a teenager. Like, no one teaches you that. It's some people who will get taught that. But a lot of times, you gotta just learn it and be heartbroken when you see this shit happen. Like, I've been hurt over shit that never even happened to me. Like, I've seen other dudes go through shit with a girl, and I'm just looking like, man, that shit bold. Or I see a girl I know doing something to a nigga, a random nigga I don't know. And I'm like, bro, that shit is bogus as fuck. And it's like, I know in his head, he's thinking she's an innocent sweetheart. And I'm looking like, she's a bitch. You don't even know it. This girl's a bitch, and you try your best to get her, and she's just a bitch. And it's crazy. Like, I watched this shit all through high school. I've seen girls I never even took serious be all over me, offering me buns, offering me everything. Did I accept it? No. But I'm looking like, damn, I'm not doing nothing for you. I don't even really like you. Why are you offering all this to me? And it'd be a dude who liked him. He'd be like, that nigga weird. I don't like him. And I'm just looking like, he's the dude who's actually trying to treat you right. Why are you offering shit to me? I'm not gonna treat you like nothing because you're nothing to me. And it's like, I had to learn that. I wasn't taught that as a kid. You know?
Oh, that brother.
Even if we
just
were
hit on something deep. Like,
real quick, let me say this real quick. You will hold that thought for 30 seconds, not even. Even if we wanted to be super extremely generous with this conversation, we're not even raising the boys that the girls are human beings also. And many of the things that you experience, they experience. We don't even we raise them, as he said, and as some of you were saying in the comments, of this innocence of girls and women that boys and men just don't have. And so when your sons come out here in the real world, in middle school, right? People start hearing puberty, middle school, right? And your sons are realizing, wait a minute, that's not what's going on here. High school, oh my God. High school is a goddamn, what the fuck is going on here? College. There's the resentment that builds, and this is why women like to pretend like they don't get it. The resentment that builds is that many of you, to protect your image in your son's mind, you lied to your sons about the proclivities of women, the behavior of women, the lying, the cheating. The women are human beings also. So even if I want to be generous and not necessarily sound so antagonistic or aggressive towards women, y'all lied to your sons. And they end up sounding like this man at the best. Real quick, go ahead and shoot.
All right, so I just there's a lot there, but right there, kind of like to the tail end, he kind of touched a little bit on the aspirational nature of romanticism. Like, we kind of like went and indexed heavily on romance, but like the guy that a lot of chicks want a lot of times is like, there's some sort of a barrier there. There's some sort of obstacle. There's some sort of thing that's out of touch. You want to go and try to reach this thing, this goal, whatever this thing is. But then after you get it, yeah. And like, once you actually like kind of like
you believe the lie, bro. Like, if you believe that, quote unquote, when you get to the end of that thing, you will endure a lot more because you believe that when you get to the end of the rainbow, it's going to be a pot of gold. When you get to the end of the rainbow and there ain't no pot of gold, you looking at people kind of wild, ain't you?
Well, here's the thing about that. Like, I mean, once you get it, then it's like nothing else you really like aspiring for too much. And on top of that, like, that's when the work starts. That's when the duty starts. And duty isn't nearly as much fun as romance. Like, the romanticism side of the coin it actually engages the emotions. And like, as emotional creatures, like that can be like that's like kind of like an addictive thing. That's the thing that
it is
that people that people kind of like utilize like to kind of like push a lot of the consumerism too. Like, you can shape reality by kind of like engaging emotions like that.
Like, but basically,
the goddamn dopamine receptors right off.
Like, basically, they already scapegoated their sons to. They already scapegoated their sons to white America by offering them to white supremacy. That's how I look at it. So my question is, more black men need to come to that reality. Now, the problem is when you actually interact with the younger men and tell them that they are on the belief of you hate black women. Now some of them get it. Some of them get it, but it's way too many of them who still out here. Man, Jesus, my God, my black woman, the woman is my mama ain't never did nothing wrong. I'll be like, oh, well, you already there, bro. You already there, bro.
But think about, I mean, like, I get it. No, it's understandable. It's understandable. It's understandable. And that's what I was saying earlier. What ends up happening is that, just like you said, my mom has never done nothing wrong to me. Understandable. What he's really saying is mom has effectively in society, in school, and my female teachers, and my grandma and girl cousins and aunts have effectively indoctrinated me into a worldview. There's nothing wrong with that until he run into the wall that at the very least, if I'm being super generous, women are human beings too. And if women are human beings too, that does not mean that women only exhibit even better qualities than the best of men. Kindness, generosity, etc., etc. No, that also means if women are human beings too, that means they also exhibit worse characteristics than men. Lying, cheating, snake-like behavior, violence, physical violence, mental and emotional, right? Abuse. That is not how we're raising our boys. That is not how we're raising the boys in America in general. That's definitely not how we're raising black boys in specific concerning black girls and women. When your sons come out here, go ahead.
I've had this conversation with my son, man. I remember it hasn't even been a year. He came to me one time, and I can't remember what was on TV, but he was like, "Yeah, you see that, Dad? Like, that's a man. That's what a man's supposed to do." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't see it. Like, what happened?" And he was like, "Yeah, like he sacrificed for the women around him and this, that, the third. And it doesn't matter what happens and all this, that, the third. But as a man, like we supposed to make sure that the women are always good." And I said, "Son, there's some important caveats in these things you're talking about." And he's like, "Nah, there's no caveats." I said, "No, yes, there is. Are you in community with these women? Do these women respect you? Do these women do things for you? Is this an equivalent exchange? Do they honor you?" I was like, these are all things you need to be taken into account, because if you don't get these things, then you have to realize jumping into a situation to save somebody, it can go way left, and you might not never come home to me or your mother or whoever you're married to again. And he was like, "Yeah, but you would be a hero." I was like, "What's better? Let's say if it was me, son, would you rather I be a hero and you never see me again, and there's a plot that you have to go to with my name on it? Or would you rather I come and get you and I pick you up at the practice?" Which one sounds better?
That always changes. That always changes it, bro. I don't know when you either ask something that they value, or you ask something that they hold dear. Then all of a sudden, then for some reason everybody can click it and see it. For me, I can see it, but maybe because I kind of hang in this face, maybe that's just it, or maybe that's just been naturally me. But they don't see until you say, "Cool, cool, cool." Like what's the dumb shit women say? You should wife 5 girls who got 5 babies, don't matter. Do you say, well, what about your son? Then all of a sudden, then my son.
I don't know, Zulu. Remember, Kevin did that a couple of times, and so did real quick. Kevin did that a couple of times, and so did Jason Black. And just so those women could save face, they threw their sons under the bus. I've listened to women throw their sons up just to save face, debating Jason Black. Be like, he can love who he want to love, and I don't care if he married. If that's what God puts out there. Crazy.
And that's why
go ahead.
Like, and that's why I keep saying, bro. Like, when I keep telling folks online, black women have no problem with white supremacy. They only have a problem when they see hope. And when I keep saying that, like, they're starting to hit. Like I got my little channel. I'm up there now. I'm starting to make a little bit of a turn. I'm starting to hear it. They start to make that turn too slowly. But you gotta understand, bro. They are lockstep. They are locking step with white supremacy, bro. Keisha she is as much a part of white supremacy as the whip is, my nigga. right?
Let me ask you this then. Then let me ask you this
Can
then,
I
and then
can
I'm
I
gonna read
ask
this. Go
better
ahead,
a question?
go ahead, go ahead.
Why? Where did your son get that belief system from?
His
Mm.
mother.
Mm-hmm.
His mother.
Yeah. So that I mean that right there explains everything else you all are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That
Mm-hmm.
even a lot of this is the women trying to save face for themselves, or they're seeing and
Exactly.
projecting their own stuff through the next generations of girls or whatever their sons dealing with. So you're paying it. You're often paying for things that their mothers have done, mistakes their mothers have made. And so they're not necessarily preparing their sons to deal with that because of the shame or the hiding or the disgust they have, or even them believing in whatever misandrous thoughts they have. As you guys were saying earlier, you have
Hmm.
a lot of them who are willing to sacrifice their sons for the sake of the gynocracy, so to speak.
But
That's a fair tribute to such.
I
that's
think
kind of my big thing in raising him and trying to make the most of my time with them. Like my biggest fear, because I have seen where some of my peers and my cohorts, classmates, where they got great jobs. Some of them make better money than I do, but they not in a better position than I am because all their money getting siphoned off, and they paying for their mom's house, they paying for their sister's car,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the
Hmm.
not negating anything you said. That's my biggest fear for him is that, hey, look, understand, like I'm your father, she's your mother, and I don't want those familial ties to be exploited and people to attach themselves and leech on them, because they always comes a point in time, similar just like with parents. After a certain point in time, like I done did all I can for you. You got to fly on your own. And the same thing when it comes down to mom and daddy, like, hey, look, I got to take off. Like you can't be this albatross around me forever.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you don't want your kid to be food for a vampire.
Yeah.
That's
Look,
pretty much the
everything
gist of it.
about of the black society and culture trains your son to do the very thing that he described. Everything,
Sacrifice.
Yep.
everything about Black American culture does that. You're the cuck.
Let me-
You're the sex pleaser. You're
Yeah.
the
The Mandingo.
handyman.
Mm-hmm.
You're the kamikaze if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there and sacrifice your life for whatever. So I mean, you're fighting against many things. One of the reasons why I think ultimately there is going to have to be a critical mass of black men who get women from elsewhere, because I don't think you can directly destroy that without doing some things that are of a biblical scale. I think you have to indirectly defeat that. I think you have to indirectly, and the best way to do it is by way of just getting out of it, so then you can start from scratch, uh, with your own code and ethics, amongst a shared community of men who think and choose to live likewise, and you just build from there. But because it's just too much to have to deal with, you won't even be able to trust what happens with your children when you're not around.
You can't.
Even if
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
you're in the house with you, you're going to be competing against the mothers. You're going to be competing against the grandmothers, the aunts, the mostly female school teachers. All of that. It's just too much to have to deal with.
That brother in the
Let me say,
video did really good, but
go ahead
I
and
was
Inspire
just
Truth, and I gotta ask Zulu something. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that brother in the video did yeoman's work. That he did really good, but he left something very important out. It's not just that
Mm.
they avoided saying anything about female effery and frame things as if they're flawless. But there's also that whole push to blame you for it. Like when you do see all of the messed up, jacked up stuff that they do, some sort of a way it just comes down. Oh, she cheated. Oh, well, what did you do? Oh, she did this. What did she do?
Keep
She
telling
robbed
me
you.
stuff
She
about
set
that shit.
you up. What did you do? You know, it always comes back to blaming the man.
Let me actually. You're right about that. Let me actually let me.
system of slavery, in the system of slavery, the slave is always at fault.
Sure. And let me
Now,
read
you
this
gotta
from
say
Trell.
something.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually say I'm gonna read this and then my answer. And Trell says Jack and Jill were up the hill with 125. Jill came back with 250. Talking about, and he's tying that to what we were speaking about with Genghis Khan and wife and the son, and how did she make it all the way across the desert? So. And thank you, Trump, for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Zulu, you were saying black women and how they uphold white supremacy. I want to know who does it in America in specific. Outside of like I said, the handful of us that's where exactly where I'm going. Outside the handful of us black men with a decolonized mind, who does it?
Yeah, I mean,
And listen, a lot of people don't think they do, but when you really talk to them, a lot of folks don't think they do. They don't even consider it. First of all, that we sound like some crazy people, but you let them talk long enough and they go say something, and it might not even be necessarily about black people, anti-black. They go say, you be like, oh. I'll give you a prime example. Let me wait, real quick. Let me give you this example. It's gonna take me 60 seconds. One of my coworkers were saying, but before I started with the same department, he said, an old coworker of us who's Middle Eastern descent said, why do black people? I can't remember what he said. He asked them, but he's like, man, y'all ain't gonna get nowhere like that. Black people ain't never gonna like y'all if y'all keep on doing that. And he was like, Z, I wish you were there. He was like, the way I looked at him, and I was like, I told you, these other people, and white folks know it. They know they want a pat on the head from them. They know they want to be accepted. They know. So once again, I know it's somewhat of a rhetorical question, Zulu, but like, who is it on the white people type of time in America? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Like, and the things that I keep, like, I keep telling people, when people think I'm lying, people try to say they don't know their own white supremacy payroll. For me, they know their own white supremacy payroll. It's just easier for me to look the other way, right? Like, I give you an example, right? And I remember this one guy who does these videos in downtown Atlanta about black women and their hair, right? Like, I ran into the dude one time.
Yeah, the young brother. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I thought that was in DC. That's in Atlanta.
That's in I've been, bro. I'll be out there.
Okay.
I'll be
Okay.
Right. So,
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I speak to him once at one point in time. Well, but like he was in Atlanta at that time. Let me say it that much. I don't know what he do consistently, but I'm talking to him, right? And then he was like, I was like, most black women are white supremacists. He's like, no, they're not. And I was like, all right. I gave him an example, right? If you saw me as a black man, go find some random white man, cut off his face, necessarily, right? Glue that thing to necessarily take that person's face off, skin it, put it on my face, then either glue it or sew it into my face, and then try to get some makeup and then try to blend that in to make it look like it was part of my skin. Put some blue contacts in, aka blonde hair, and walk around with that face on. You be like, that man is mentally ill. Put him down immediately. But you see black women do that shit on a day-to-day basis. What do y'all do? And he was like, for a whole 5 minutes, him and his brother didn't say nothing. They just looked at it.
But let me say this, the Zulu. You see that brother series right now. He realizing that every day now. More and more he realizing what you said. And I have the clip on my phone. I played it a couple of times, which is he was speaking to a young lady. This slim dark skinned sister, sassy as hell, insulting him of like all type. And she's on a college campus, so presumably she's attending one of the schools. Like, you imagine you telling black women like, yo, like, we like y'all with your natural hair, and she pretty much saying we don't care about y'all opinion. And how you gonna say, essentially what she was saying is, how you gonna say you my brother and then you don't appreciate why I do this, right? So, and I keep on seeing him getting sassy black women. There's only a handful of times. There's a cute sister that had her fro and he complimented her, whatever. But even when they have their hair natural, the second he starts to speak like like in a way where like you ever considered kind of encouraging other black women in this? The sisterhood chip kicks in and they go to start defending the same black women they not trying to look like. The
It
same
kills me when
Afro
they say.
sisters. Yeah, go.
I was just gonna say it just kills me when they say I don't do this for the male gaze, and it's really I
Yeah.
don't do this for
Oh
the
boy.
black male gaze. That's what
Thank
it
you.
really is about.
Thank you. But even if we could, okay, fine. You don't do it for the male gaze. This is one of the reasons also, and I do believe. Let me preface my statement by saying this. I do believe that we should allow the young people space to grow, to develop. I think the internet and social media is, and them overexposing themselves doesn't give them a chance to grow, mess up, talk reckless, and not have it on camera. And that way, in 10 years, when you're like, oh, that was some dumb shit I used to believe 10 years ago, you can at least move on from that without a freaking record of you saying this on camera 10 years ago. Now, tying that to what you're saying, Spy Truth. Okay, fine. Let's say that they don't care about the male gaze for now when you're 22 years old and men are throwing attention at you left and right. Men are walking up to you with their peen in their hand left and right. Yeah, of course you don't care about the male gaze right now because you're getting so much of it. You're oversaturated. Let's see how you feel on the other side of 30. Let's see how you feel on the other side of 35. Let's see how you feel on the other side of 38 and 40 years old. All that shit sound
She has no
nice.
value.
When you young and
But
tight
by
and
that time, she
22,
has no
23,
value.
24 years old. But that's my point. You don't care about, and you know the position men are going to put you in? Because Mr. Z's about that age right now. We're going to put you in the position to keep on pretending like you don't care while you cry yourself to sleep at night, buzzing yourself to sleep at night. That's the position we're going to push you in. Because, be clear, black women are still going to pretend like they don't care about the male gaze while they're crying. See, them young ladies that's talking like that at 22 and 24 and 25, they're not crying themselves to sleep at night. The ones at 38 and 42 and 45, they are crying themselves to sleep at night. That's the difference. So yeah, they don't have to care about the male gaze right now. All that shit sound nice, and you're gonna say the same thing in 20 years. But the difference is you're not crying now, you're gonna be crying then. I'm just saying.
No, they're crying. They're crying now necessarily. They're just not. They're crying lightly now. They're gonna be crying boo-hooing then. That's the difference. They're crying now.
Yeah.
You see them in the car crying. You see them every single 10 to 5 days. I seen them find a new video on TikTok about them. I'm not getting the men. Ain't nobody paying attention to me. So no, they're crying now. They're just gonna be boo-hooing in about age of 30. That's all. That's how I see it.
The beauty of the internet, like I said, the internet will expose us all. The reason why I came up with that is because I always look like, bro. You know why? I remember having this conversation with an older cousin. I was a teenager, maybe, and we were talking about the 5 minutes of fame, right? Because he was interviewed. He saw something happen on the streets in Miami once, and he got a little interview. And he was like, "Oh, this is my 5 minutes of fame," and that just stayed with me, since whenever that happened. And I always remember like how much joy we have to be like, oh, I was in this music video, and I was in this, and I was in that. And so as camera phones developed and as social media, then you get Instagram and YouTube and whatnot. And I appreciated that people, women in specific, and that 5 minutes of fame and like the dopamine rush. And I watched the social experiments and all these other stuff. And when I watch those things and they speak about how they purposely design these sites and they design the buttons and they design the pop-ups and all these other stuff to trigger something in your mind, right? They keep on hitting that dopamine receptor until it burns the hell off type shit. When you watch those things and then you consider women and then you consider particularly black women who over-index on social media more than anybody else. So black people over-index on social media and then black women even more than black men, of course. That's how I came up with the phrase, the internet will expose us all, because it really is exposing everything going on the globe with people recording as much as they can. Even the little slice of Europe, we got to see with people with their camera phones is if they have battery charge, they hurry up, they record whatever. Even if they turn off the Wi-Fi, whatever, they record, they upload before they unfortunately might be deleted by the folks over there. When you appreciate women's proclivity to be seen for attention, and the internet will expose us all. That's how you get women that are talking crazy like this. And while they're cute, and while because they're sassy as all get out, but while they're cute and the skin is still tight, and there's no wrinkles around the eyes and all that other good stuff, they could talk like that. They could talk, and the young men are sitting right next to them in class. They're on the campus with them. They could talk like that. that shit sound nice. At 24 years old, 23, 22, 18, 19, all that sassy shit sound nice. And I'm a nearly 40-year-old millennial. I know you won't still be sounding the same at 40 years old. I appreciate it. I'm not saying you're not going to sound like that. But the difference between now and 20 years ago is you will be sounding like that, and you will be jumping in a freaking 7, 8-year-old Benz, driving your ass to your goddamn apartment or condo and crying yourself to sleep. That's the difference.
Nah. I think we go into a even more dangerous time. You going into a time when you say something at 15 or 20 that we can go find that clip
in 30 years
ago.
Yeah,
we can hold that shit against your ass, right? And that's what a lot of these African girls thought they're not figuring out, but they're starting to figure out, right? Like when I'm talking to when I was talking to one of these Kenyan chicks, I think what is it? She did a interview. I could drop the whole thing, but I dropped the interview when she was basically saying something what she did or whatever, right? Her mom found out about the stuff because one of her friends' her friends gave the shit to her mom, which gave it to her mom. That makes sense, right? And then her mom thought it was on her ass or whatever about the shit she was saying in the quote unquote video. And I'm sitting here like, of course you dumb mother effer. Like if you saying all this information, you put it on YouTube, that's the entire planet basically, right? Like granted, that person may only have 10,000 views, right? They might only have 10,000 viewers, right? But basically, bro, that's an archive that we can always have. We can always bring up to say, oh, when you say, oh, I only had one body, right here you said you had 5.5.
You're right, Zulu. Here's the thing. This is go ahead, Gilgam.
Yeah, it's to support what Zulu's saying, and also what Mr. Z says a lot about the black immigrants, whether they're in the US and the UK, especially the black women. Often you're gonna hear them talk bad about black men wherever, but they're not gonna say this back in their own country because they know that if they tell that directly to the men in their own country, they're gonna get their ass whooped by both the mothers, the uncles, and everything. They were used to saying this maybe on TV in the US and the UK. But today there's internet, and the African of today is not the same from the African of the 50 years ago. We have internet as well. So now the news goes out about all the nonsense you're saying on TV. So when you go back to your home country, everyone hears the nonsense that you've been saying. Everyone hears it that was a 3 or 4 in the streets, and now your reputation is destroyed. And not only that, when you destroy your reputation, it affects the reputation of your family. Now you're going to get excommunicated. You're going to have to live a hole in the West. You cannot go back in your country like that.
Excommunicado. Oh man.
No. That's the shit that was tripping me out because like the funniest thing I remember, the dude O'Shea, but I'm gonna go through the story. I remember I was talking to this one girl that was in Nigeria, right? And she was like, and the thing is, I was like, hey, we can go out and do something. We can do something. And for some random reason, she kept telling me, I'm not doing nothing on camera. I ain't nasty like that. You ain't gonna do me like that. And I kept from the life of me, I couldn't understand why. But for when I actually started putting it together, she figured out because she think I'm trying to do something nasty or whatever. But she's trying to protect her reputation and reputation of her family because she like, I'm seeing what the rest of these bitches out here doing and what that's happening to them. Because once you do a certain amount of things and you get your reputation is done and you ain't got no family, whatever you did, you gotta be in it. So if you was a hoe, now you gotta live the whole life until you die.
I see the direction y'all going in. This is what I'm saying. It may not be sexual, but when you talk reckless, true, but when you talk reckless, when I say reckless, what I mean is when you do the oh no, I'm young and hot and I could do whatever, or the clip I played where a young white woman sitting in her car and she was like, all I gotta do is find a rich man, and that's not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what patriarchy can do for you. Right? If it's a what did she said something like if it's a essentially if I'm in struggle and a man put his hand out, is it patriarchy or is it just a helping hand? Essentially is what she said. Like that. Yeah. So when I played that clip, now the likeliness of some freaking middle-aged white man following Z and see that clip and know her, right? Or she's his sugar daddy and he didn't realize he was the sugar daddy. The likeliness of that is zero to none. But with that, it's on camera. You've recorded yourself. So even if you were trying to do the whole, no, I'm just a young girl and I just find you attractive and like y'all playing sugar baby, sugar daddy, but it ain't official. He sees that clip and there's no doubt now. That's what I mean when I'm talking about the internet will expose us all.
Yeah.
A
Here's
lot
another
of us
thing
are doing
about
a
that.
lot of talking. Real quick, real quick. A
I'm
lot of
sorry.
us are doing a lot of talking, and we're exposing these things, and we're leaving no magic. We're leaving no space for ourselves, not even for other people, for ourselves. And it's not like you have an epiphany in 10 and 15 years. Some of us do. It's not like you have an epiphany in 5 years, 10 years. No, your anger is that you can move the same because now there's a record of you saying that you was gonna do this shit or saying what type of time you were on. People are hyper exposing themselves and their agendas, and that's gonna cost you dearly.
Well, that's the
It'll
thing about
expose us all.
well,
Go ahead.
that's the thing about well, that's
Go
the
ahead.
thing about patriarchy. That's the rule in patriarchy, and that's the invisible rule about patriarchy. No one talks about. Everyone pays.
Yeah.
Everyone pays the toll in patriarchy.
Yep.
One
Yep.
way,
Yep.
like one way or another. But it's funny you talking about young women because I had a chance to listen to Jason Black's video about the trying to get these old women off them streets.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
And
I watched it.
and
I listened.
and yeah, I was listening to the part you were talking about how how put together women are, but Jason Black also said something. That younger women also have this twinkle, this like sparkle in their
Yeah,
eye.
Twinkle in there. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, this like this sprinkle in it. I'm
They
like,
haven't
and
been
I knew
run ragged.
exactly what he meant when he said that.
Yeah, they haven't been run ragged.
They have
They haven't
been
been
they have
run
been
ragged
run
yet.
ragged because you
Mm-hmm.
see it in because you see it in women at your job. If you have women at your
Yeah.
job, you see how run down they look.
Yeah.
You see it every
Well,
day.
like, and this is the thing, and what protected you from that was a husband. The husband is the one that's supposed to lift that, right? That doesn't mean you still have the same twinkle as you did when you were in your early 20s. We don't expect that from you.
No.
With that, when you got to carry your life by yourself as a woman in this society, still designed and run by white men, have fun. You get what you get. You out here in the elements.
Oh, you
That's
don't
all
get
it
the fight.
is.
Well, here's my thing. You don't get the badger me up and down about how 50, 60 years ago how oppressed you were, even though you weren't because you're 25 years old, and then at the same time the very next day complaining about having to clock in. You don't get to complain.
Just saying.
You know, the
Let me read
biggest
this real quick, and then
obstacle.
you got it. Whoever that was, real quick. Let me read this real quick because I had it up for a while. And Detroit
Okay.
says, "I would imagine Corey Holcomb would make diss love songs on Cynthia G featuring Busta Rhymes, Snoop Dogg, Nate Dogg's the past, and Exhibit F Granddad remix." Look, if he made a diss song, I think he knows about Cynthia G. He might have not mentioned her, but he mentioned something about her for years ago. I think he might know about her because he mentioned something years ago. I want to say, but yeah, no, look, Corey would make a great kind of R&B skit album, right? Like a funny, like a scary movie version of an R&B album, right? Like I think he would do a great job at that shit. Number one, but number two, the diss love songs like "Fuck Love." Yeah, no, I think it would be funny. I think it would be funny. Yeah, and the features, yeah, no, the features would be funny. I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do about Nate Dogg. He's no longer with us, but everybody else, yeah, no, that would be cool. But
Yo,
thank you for the
Z,
super chat, Detroit. Go ahead, yo.
I
I
just
was just
had a
gonna say that.
sidebar, Z. I just had a thought of sidebar, Z, because you were talking about
Go.
how Chrissy was responding to you saying what program. Here's the
Mhm.
response: the same program that you enthusiastically hop on when Brad's involved. That program.
Well, she still don't have. Last time I checked, at least she still don't have a dedicated Brad, unless she is lying. Unless she is lying, and you know it's possible. Mister, that's why I say I'm a faceless nobody on the internet. But y'all know I'm engaged. I'm not lying to y'all about being engaged. Y'all know I'm in a relationship. I ain't lying to y'all about that. Y'all like, some of y'all have been able to piece together certain things about my life and whatnot. Just regular streams. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. Right. So like, but it's possible that you have content creators who are we know they're fronting, but who are fronting in a way that's very detrimental because you're leading people on, and why people listen to you. And let's be very clear about a Chrissy and a Real Talk with Yeti. The young ladies resonate with you, and they want to believe that they can move and think and operate like you, and give black men the middle finger. and still be okay. But that's not going to be the case for 99% of it. So if you are married, let's say Chrissy was married or she did have the white dude. She was in a relationship. She just never said it. Let's say Chrissy had a kid. She just never said it. Why that would be so egregious, and this is why I make fun of Paris Malone, because what she did was so egregious, is because you speak about femicide in over every corner, and people knew you were in a relationship, but you hid your engagement, you hid your marriage in the beginning until somebody threatened to expose you. Okay, cool. Why that's so egregious is because the young women, especially because Paris Malone was younger than Real Talk with Yanni, and if I'm not mistaken, and definitely she's younger than Chrissy. Why what you're doing was so egregious, and why what these women do is so egregious if they're lying about being in a relationship with a man, or the Queens of King young lady, the little petite dark skinned sister with the burly big show white husband. Why you lied about he paid for this and he paid for that and he signed off on that? You know the women are living vicariously through you. You know you're their aspiration. And so when you lie about the origin story, about what's going on, not only are you lying to them, everything that they're trying to achieve is a lie because you don't even have it. You're the gold standard for them, and you don't even have it. It's so egregious. You're false advertising. That's what you're doing. You're a snake oil salesperson, saleswoman, I guess. That's what makes what you're doing so egregious. So yeah, so tying that all the way back to the Chrissies of the world and the Get on a Black Man's Program and her saying what program? That sounds good, but it's not even working for you. You want to know why? Number one, you're still single. Number two, yes, I'm gonna keep on harkening back to it, Chrissy. If you're listening, you're probably not. When you were recording yourself, real quick, when you were recording yourself, and you were like, "Oh yeah, I'm in this," I think she said condo. I'm in this condo by myself. And the tone of her voice, she was speaking very regular Chrissy until she mentioned being in that condo by herself, and that tone got real somber. Yeah, that loneliness kicking you in the ass. I believe her. I believe she said she called herself middle upper class. I believe her. She's having these experiences. She's traveling. Cool. All that shit sound nice. Yeah, but a couple of years ago when you mentioned being in that goddamn apartment or that condo by yourself alone, yeah, your voice got real somber because that money ain't holding you at night now, is it? That money ain't smacking you on the ass. That money ain't choking you out. That money ain't doing none of that shit. Yeah, that shit sound lonely as fuck. What's the point of being middle upper class if you lonely as fuck? What's the point? A couple of nice things in a luxury condo and you lonely as fuck. Oh,
you tired of paying. Like you tired of paying for them plane tickets. Like don't act like you're not tired of paying for them plane tickets. Don't act like you ain't tired.
Some of the
what you were saying,
I was just gonna say, like, some of the biggest options for younger women is older women right now. Like, you hear them talking crazy, and like even with the Aisha Curry thing, responding to that whole go out and be a 304, but just go out there and be a safe 304. There's no such a thing as that. Like, there's a cost to that, and the thing that when you stop and think about it, like some of this stuff, this push to say some of this stuff to try to groom them into this certain way makes a little bit of sense if you look at it from the perspective of if the whole pool is tainted, if everybody's tainted, then nobody's tainted because it's going to become just a relative, whatever is the least concentration of effery type of thing.
I think that's their goal. I think there are certain people when you listen to them talk, the goal is to knock the pillars of everything, and that way everybody falls down to whatever level they feel that they're on. The people on the bottom, and I think there's a goal with that when it comes to Black women. The problem that Black women have, and some of the LGBTQ folks across the board, is that elite white folks ain't never gonna let you do that shit. They're always going to reserve a space for themselves that is above you, right? And that's for elite. To be clear, you know what? I don't even got to go that high.
But they will let you destroy yourself and degrade yourselves.
Yeah,
you know, and when a few Black men rise to the top, they'll marry some of their lesser daughters or whatever off to them.
Yes.
I don't think I hate to say it, but that is the internal game. But like that has been the structure of the Black community for millennia. Basically, I'm not saying millennia, but for the last couple of generations, it has been a fucked up place to be. The only place you can necessarily, the only reason you are here because it's the only place you can be. Right? That's
that's no longer there. But I was saying this earlier. Black men are no longer a captive audience, and black women are no longer a captive audience. Remember what BGS said. Now, if you want a black community, you got to fight to keep it. And well, if black men have decided and black women have decided, it's really black women, but if black women haven't decided to not fight for this black community, that's cool. But you're out here in the elements, and whatever happened to you, whatever money, whatever happened to you, that shit always make Lion laugh. But you out here in the elements, and whatever happened to you, if Ed Blum fight for you not to get no money from banks and from NGOs and from whatever, and you don't get your $10 billion, so be it. If Donald Trump go to slashing jobs and a disproportionate number of the people let go are black women, so be it. That you're out here in the elements. If you decouple from us, then why should we care? You out here. If it's sunshine and it's burning, you out here. If you freezing, you out here. If it's raining, you out here. If it's sleet, snow, you out here. If you're not coupled to us, then there we go.
Yourself.
Hysterical.
Mordor by your damn self.
Hey, bro. You're gonna have to look. All that means is you're gonna have to make that journey up to Mount Olympus by your goddamn self and hope that white man Thor don't kick you in your face. Or whatever white man is at the top of Mount Olympus don't kick you in your face.
You gotta reference Lord of the Rings. You gonna take that walk to Mordor with that ring by your damn self. You gonna take that walk by your damn self. And no, there is no Samwise Gamgee with you. No, there is no Samwise. No,
only a handful of you will be. Only a handful of you will be Eve or Susan Rice or Serena or whoever the fuck.
Ed did a live speaking of that. He said, you know what? At this point, you can either be Ebony K or you can be Aisha Curry.
Ooh. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I got to take this moment to be really petty for just a moment. This goes back to what we were saying earlier about certain people not being able to assess who their enemy is and making allies enemies and enemies allies when, they call certain people enemies that try to love them and assist them. Meanwhile, the people that they say is their ally and their natural fit, chops them up, spreads them around city, disappears them.
Say that. Hey, we know. No. You heard what homegirl said. I can't see me marrying a black man, unless he's my preference. And I'm not gonna have a black son. Shout out to you, black women. You have your black sons, and your black sons, and it's just your black sons. They grow up to hate black women, and the black girls they grow up to hate black women. Shut your lame ass up. Who the fuck is raising these weirdo pseudo white women?
The thing that really irked me more than any other about that is I don't discount people's lived experiences, but for you to validate your lived experience and disregard the experience of others. You're talking about these young men and how they're getting to this particular point, and you're disregarding that. Yeah, they better
you. Better. Hey. But here's the issue. Better you. I have the correct reading, and them niggas don't. I'm morally superior. I'm a black woman. This is how intersectionality informs them, by the way. The difference between me and him is I'm not informed by a position that I think I should have. They think we middle-aged white dudes who having a midlife crisis because we ain't get what we wanted, so now we're going to go out and buy the Corvette at 43 years old. That's how they're trying to frame us. So what they're saying is the reason why my view is more correct than your view is because your view is informed by a wannabe white patriarchy. My view is informed by justice and fairness and kindness, right? And reciprocity. Your view is informed by dominance.
Your view is formed by a CIA agent named Gloria Steinem.
Say that.
Well, yeah, since you mentioned that, like you did mention intersectionality, like what?
Yep.
So intersectionality, so that's like framed from. That's kind of like developed word from Bell Hooks. But what was her degree actually?
Crenshaw, Kimberly Crenshaw.
Oh, Kimberly Crenshaw.
No,
okay.
Yeah, it was Kimberly Crenshaw. But you're right. No, but Bell Hooks' degree wasn't English. But Kimberly Crenshaw is an attorney, and so she came up with it. And from my understanding, going off of Dr. Green Gorilla and Dr. Tia Son Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, but Kimberly Crenshaw originally it actually made sense, and she wasn't going at brothers initially, and then she made that pivot. And I know that this is some bullshit. You want to know why? Because and I'm gonna hurry up and hurry up and download them before he asks them people to put it down eventually. Dr. Richard Reeves last year when he was on his book tour, you could tell he had a big problem with the way Kimberly Crenshaw pivoted against black men. And he pretty much said, y'all, in polite, educated, ivory tower terms, oh, I'm gonna see her. Right? This is a white man, right, talking about a black woman and about black boys and men. And you could tell Richard Reed, like, I'd love to have a conversation with her. And really, that's academic talk for, oh, I gotta see her. Right? Because you could tell. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna pull up wherever she at, wherever she at, wherever she at that I'm at. Oh no, we gonna have that conversation. And you could, because if you have even my level of understanding, you realize she made a pivot, and that screwed black boys and men completely. And it goes back to what I said. I'll end that with this. It allowed for black women to benign neglect black boys, and it allowed for the state to benign neglect black boys and black men, and say, "Well, we're doing for black girls and women, and aren't they the backbone of the black community?" And there you go. Go ahead.
This is the thing about it, Z. When we go down this intersectional road and these frameworks, and we go by delegitimizing certain voices in favor of others, you have to first acknowledge how blatantly wrong it has to be for a group of out-group men to be recognized by someone who's a member of the dominant group as, oh no, what you're saying about them is some pure bullshit. Richard Reeves is a white man. Like, you have to ignore that. Frankly, a lot of black women talk about they face racism and sexism. Honestly, black men face racism and sexism as well, but we just simply distill it down to racism. We don't include that word sexism, but really it is because of our sex that we get treated the way that we do in a lot of different scenarios and venues in life. Like, for instance, if a cop pulls over a black woman versus if he pulls over me, he's more likely to be more aggressive with me, and that's because I'm a guy.
Well, now you're talking about social dominance order. So this is the juxtaposition, and this is what gets minimized, because essentially what black feminists have said, and even in a relationship sense, the young lady, white lady that worked for Bumble, Bumble, the one that did the interview with the CEO, mixed brother out of the UK, and Scott Galloway, and she said it. When black women are saying this emotionally intelligent thing, but what they really mean is them. I'm tying that to intersectionality by saying, you're correct. What you're talking about is social dominance order and how men see men as a threat, and what that means for your life in a very immediate sense compared to a black woman. So black women can talk about the social death, which black men experience also, but there's an immediacy, excuse me, when you are in any type of situation, tense or confrontational situation with a man of an opposite race, particularly white men in America, that the women of outgroups do not necessarily have to face, right? So there's that. But what women are saying, what black women are saying is, fuck that. We ran ahead with the narrative on intersectionality, and that's the rule now. So you don't get to talk about social dominance order and your plight as a black straight man, and how being a black straight man is not just a figment of your imagination of how people treat you different. There is a difference in how people see you, and it's not particularly positive. There is a threat level that is perceived about you that black women do not have to necessarily worry about, right? Barring a certain skin tones or height or whatever the hell. But generally speaking, black women do not have to worry about. But black women are saying, nigga, fuck all that shit. We ran ahead with the narrative.
You know what was always,
I've been saying.
You know what has always been missing from the intersectionality argument is an actual quantification of the effects of the differences in demographics. Because if you had to quantify and create a matrix of effects of being both black and male, the math of that is very different from being black and female. It's different even from
Yep.
being straight male versus gay male. So the actual metrics, life expectancy, educational level, mortality, morbidity, changes wildly just based on being black and male. So making this argument, well, they created a false math system of, okay, I'm a woman and I'm black and I'm gay and I'm poor, and so then that's supposed to have a greater effect than being, let's say, a straight black male. But we know actually statistically that is not true. That is not consistent with the actual numbers. So it's always been surprising to me that the PhDs never appear to challenge intersectionality based on some actual quantification of the effects of these different demographic, the actual real tangible empirical evidence that you can associate with being a particular race, a particular sex, a particular sexuality. No one's ever done that, and
But
that's how
Well,
I
here's the
see,
would
thing.
the
Wait,
go.
wait,
only
real quick, y'all. Real quick,
I
y'all.
would
Wait. Go ahead. Go ahead,
accept
Black
the
women.
argument of intersectionality, then compel them to define the math of it.
well, that's because what you're
This
talking about
is.
is like an actual theory, and like what we see with intersectionality is more like a hypothesis rather than an
I
actual
I I won't even
theory.
give them that. I won't even give them that. It all it is a play at flipping the pyramid scheme upside down. That way, you use your lust for power or your seeking of power. You come in through the back door instead of front door like men have to. So you use the fact that you have
Basically,
historically been victims. You flip that pyramid upside down, and so now people got to pay fealty to you. That's what they start. If y'all ever see these weirdo progressives speaking in English, I am a bisexual, left-handed, neurodivergent, LGBTQ, heavy set black woman, and out of Chicago, and when they're doing all of those qualifiers, it's them saying all of these intersecting oppressions mean that I am the person now. And I said it before. When you hear intersecting, you think about literally an intersection. No, think of it as a layered cake. And what they're doing is layering on the cake. And so by the time you get to the fifth and sixth thing, I'm standing taller than everyone else, which means y'all defer to me in the conversation. Instead of just simply a man, a straight man, right? Go ahead, yo.
I keep saying it, bro. Like I keep saying, I just make it simple, bro. They understand white supremacy. They just don't like their place in it. They are full supporters of white supremacy, bro. And what is the definition of white supremacy? What is one of the fundamental things of white supremacy? Hatred and destruction of black men. That is the fundamental necessarily
Exactly.
part of white supremacy. So when I see this bullshit, I didn't necessarily I put it as what it is. Like people trying to say, I think either Z or somebody else said they don't know what they do, so forth and so on. That's a goddamn lie. That's a goddamn lie. Because as soon as you say black women are ugly, all of a sudden they are emotionally hurt necessarily and they crying in their car. When one of the white dudes say, bitch, I didn't consider you human until 5 minutes ago or whatever, until you was bent over my couch, right? Then all of a sudden now they want to quote unquote understand it. Now they want to cry in their car and make 1,000 videos about the shit. They understand it. In their belief system, right? So in their mindset, they believe that, my bad. They still have the benefit that they're women. Right, so they still believe that in the end of the day, I can still sell this pussy to this white man and I will, but I'll be spared. That's the reality, right? And the problem is,
here's something to consider, Joseph. I gotta pause you for 1 second. I think your everyday women, black women, particularly the ones that are not college educated, they don't know. They know they could play a certain game, but they don't fully appreciate. You know who fully gets it?
you know
Kim
what?
Foster, Julesy, Teen War, Khadijah. Those folks get it. Ebony K. Williams get it. Angela Ryan, they might not be all in the muck, but Amanda Seales, she gets it. those are the folks that you're
No,
talking
what
about that can't. Oh no, when you were saying like they don't understand the intersectionality and they don't understand the ramifications of this world. The names I just listed, they get it and they know. They're just bucking the system anyway. But your everyday sister that's running around here, all she knows how to take advantage of certain things. She don't fucking get it. I've had these conversations. When you press them, they fall apart. They don't know what the hell they talking about once you press them.
No, they know. The thing is, I just have a different belief on it. They know. They just believe it's not gonna be me. See what I'm saying? Like I've seen it and watched it, right? Like when you understand, I was talking to this Korean girl for 3 hours. 3 hours in that bar. And as we going through I'm going through her own historical history. She didn't even know I knew her history as much as I did as me being a black
Shout out
American.
to smart niggas. Shout out to being a smart nigga. Go ahead.
And I'm telling her necessarily, this is gonna happen. If this happened, this is gonna happen necessarily. And the old girl was able to compete necessarily. And she thought, well, I'll just move to this. Well, she always said, well, I'll just do this, and that's gonna protect me. Her mindset was always, I'm just gonna do this necessarily, right? And then I'm gonna be okay, and then I'm gonna be all right. The thing is, they believe it's not gonna be enough. I can sell my pussy, and my pussy is gonna get me to this level. My looks are that good necessarily. I'm gonna make it to that level, right? That's what they believe, and it's not until that point that when that tire busts, or necessarily when they make that move, it ain't nobody coming from. That they like, oh shit, it's real.
It's
They
funny how they
understand.
always
They know.
over-index
They
on
just
what they
believe it's
got.
not gonna be me.
Like other women don't have it too, They're like, oh, but mine is
Yeah,
this.
exactly. My bad, sorry.
No, you good. But no, going to what you're saying, I really do think that the ladies think that there's something special or magical about their boss, and I don't think black women really appreciate how low and little, and it actually kind of bothers me sometimes when you hear non-black men speak about black women. It's not the way that non-black women speak about black men. It's not, right? And I've heard this from a number of black women who like the way they talk about y'all is not the way they talk about us, right? There's this complete dismiss. It hurts. So I just say like the way they talk. It's that they're almost invisible. They're not even up for consideration. Go ahead.
I would say somewhere around 20 to a quarter to a third of white American men equate having sex with a black woman to a form of bestiality. I genuinely believe that. Now they'll fuck you because they'll fuck a dog or a cow or something if they did get hard enough. But they kind of view black women that way. That it's not a human kind of thing. It's not a human kind of thing. This is a convenient way to get off kind of thing.
She is my human flashlight.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And and speaking on that, and I think that black men have done a good job, funny enough, at protecting black women from the negative proclivities of non-black men, and so they don't really appreciate that. They don't appreciate.
Understand our mere presence protect them from a type of predation that is almost prehistoric. If we were to disappear,
I think so.
The level of raw carnality that would happen to black women in this country, it would be something like in a horror film. It will be it's the fear of retribution of black men all over that prevent a sexual holocaust from occurring.
I could see that.
I agree. Yeah.
No, you're right because I've seen shit happen, but people think I've seen a lot of weird, wild shit in my lifetime, right? So I've been in South Sudan necessarily after they were just getting their situation back in order. I've seen the little road girls, they sitting out there, they don't know where they daddy, their mama dead necessarily, and they just getting snatched. She was here with her brother and sister. Her brother and sister went off one time, she was gone, they never found her. Like I was in Uganda, I seen the shit. So like for me, I know how really raw it can get. Like maybe that's just my personality, but I know how raw it can get. Where in some places in Uganda, bro,
But wait, Zulu. Wait a minute, Zulu. This is the thing, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I think this is a thing of men. It's the things we watch, we consume. It's the things we talk about. It's the fact that the military over-indexes on men, clearly, right? So we have the friends, we have the partners, we have the cousins, right? It's the football injury. It's the baseball that hits you in the shoulder. It's the boxing. It's the kickboxing. It's the mixed martial arts. We appreciate the brutality and the violence. It's the jokes that that nigga didn't mean that shit as a joke, and I mean the white dudes. That Asian dude didn't. That Latino dude didn't mean that as a joke. If it came down to it, he would really do that shit, right? And women are largely, as much as they think they're precluded in that conversation, but they haven't been really, and so they don't really appreciate these white dudes. Exactly what Black people said. If the shit went left in black men, if they don't snap black men out of America today, do you appreciate what you would be to non-black men? You don't want to talk about. You want to talk about Handmaid's Tale? Like, do you appreciate it? Go ahead.
There's an extra element of it because it is, as he described by the Sudan example, is relevant. But there's an extra element of it, and it's called vengeance. These white men harbor a lot of vengeance towards black women. They do. All this DEI, all this what Michelle Obama represents, how you hear them specifically talk about Michelle Obama or any kind of black woman who's in any kind of position of advancement. So in addition to the sexual element of it, there would be a strong element of vengeance and putting them back in their historical place. That's how a European male thinks. That's how he has always behaved for the hundreds of years. If you look back in the history, it would be a high degree of retribution in addition to the sexual element of it as well.
Absolutely right. If you observe it, go for it, Zulu. Go for it.
No, go ahead, Gil Gabby. Go ahead, Zulu. Let Gil Gabby get that.
Let Gil go first.
No, I was to go. It was actually to jump on what So Black was saying, because I often say black people have the longest history but the shortest memory. Many of the things that white people interact with us is also a vengeance against the Moors. Even if the Romans before the Moors were also conducting imperialism, it's always a back and forth. In a similar way, the Arabs are trying to get vengeance upon us because back before, we had imperialism across Asia, and the Europeans tend to get vengeance on us because we had imperialism in Europe, even if before that they also had imperialism against us. But we tend to forget that they do not forget. Actually, if you read even the old books of, for example, Champollion, who first deciphered the hieroglyph for the Europeans, he said, back in the days, we were the savages in front of the blacks, but today we have the opportunity to be on top. Whites do not forget. They seek vengeance. Even if they were the first one to begin the cycle, they want to be at the top, at the end of the cycle. They just feel that today they might end up back at the bottom.
The thing is that I'm noticing is, right, like when I talk to people, most of women, even in Africa, don't really know what it is to be like, I can be snatched up at any given time, just like you do a chicken or a goat, like you do in most people don't understand. Most American people don't understand like a goat. Like you got your dog, right? Like somebody can go into your yard and take your dog, or like for the Africans, somebody can come in your yard and take your chicken and take your goat. That's what you is necessarily when your men is like, it is what it is with you, and like black women as a collective don't really understand that. If enough dude, like I think we got like 20% of dudes that are already living, 25, I think. Imagine when that shit gets to 40%, baby girl, and ain't gonna be enough men to make sure you good anyway. So at that point, they gonna be able to come and pick you up and take you from wherever the place they fit.
You know, if we okay, no Armageddon, no none of that. Okay, cool. What black women are going to continue to deal with is a social death. I want you to be clear. What we've been speaking about in the black manosphere, on and off for a decade now, pretty much, is the social death. If what we're saying is that you have your same-sex loving rate under the age of 30 is 23%, that's a quarter. Fuck it, that's a quarter. If you're not getting married, if single childless black women have the least amount of wealth, if an increasing amount of older and senior black women are kinless as they age and they need a social safety net, all the shit that I've said today on the channel, that's a social death. We don't need to Thanos stamp black men out of America. We don't need to let the white man hoard, no, Ed Blum just has to freaking put a lawsuit out there and make sure you don't get no fucking money, no workaround around being with a man, namely a black man. So there's no $10 billion from the nonprofits. There's no at least not on paper. Maybe y'all can finagle something behind the scenes, but all the workaround of not being with a man, namely a black man, all the workaround, all the strong and independent shit we gonna see. Black women are dealing with a social death. You don't need the hordes of white dudes. I'm not saying they still don't have that type of time, right? You keep on letting time go, and that goes to the interracial marriage rate for black men. The interracial marriage rate for black men is increasing, which is increasing their marriage rate. Black women's marriage rate is stagnant, if not going down a point or two, because once again, they're not coupling up with those black men who are ending up with non-black women. Black women don't want to be married to black men. They don't want to stay married to black men because for them, if I'm not rich and it's not fine, if I can't see the profit in my face right now, ain't no point. And you're not white. Cool, but then experience this social death and shut the fuck up. Go through the entire process, age out the game, no children, or be an Ebony K. Williams, but most of you can't afford to be her. And more men, this is the problem that too. This is another reason they're not having children as much. More and more men are pulling their dick back. If we're just gonna call it a thing, if we're just gonna be vulgar about it, more and more men are not getting baby trapped. Thank you. It is what we said. Thank you. It is what we said to FD when he said, "Oh, y'all niggas scaring the hoes." No. The hoes are scaring the bros. The hoes are scaring the bros. They could talk all that. Oh, we don't want to have y'all kids anyway. But why is our marriage rate going up and yours are not? Because you're experiencing the social death. That's why. Real quick, y'all experiencing what it means to keep on giving black men, in particular, the middle finger, and giving the middle finger to the institutions because you're angry that the institutions don't make you upper middle class white women. I know everybody's tired of me harping on it. I know I keep on saying it every goddamn stream, and I'm gonna keep on saying it every goddamn stream because that's what it is. They're angry. They're not politically and socially white women. So fuck the institutions. And everybody in society is like, I don't know about that. We just gonna leave you out here to go suffer and do what you got to do by yourself. And that's what they're going through. They out here in the elements.
You heard what dude said. You heard what dude said on what's his name? That couple. He was like, I don't blame black men for not marrying them. 96% of y'all vote left anyway.
Let me play it real quick, and then y'all got it. Real quick. Let me play it real quick.
I mean, I guess we've done some episodes on the plight of the black woman who's dating, because most of our
the plight of the black man who's dating. So if you're a black man,
black women are more screwed than black men. Sorry, black women, are more screwed in dating markets than black men.
I disagree if they're sane, because you've got to keep in mind the percentage of black women that are like far woke progressives. And if you're a black guy who's interested in marrying, you're just not going to do that. I think when I was looking it up, it was something like 96% of black women are Democrats, right? Like, and that can just make them like an active danger to date, because you don't know if they're going to hit you with like random charges or anything like that. Like, I wouldn't deal with it. But what
he said active danger to date. I wouldn't deal with that.
I would deal with
Jesus.
That
Go
is
ahead,
a clean cut. That is it's like, and here's the thing about the quote unquote divestors. You don't think other white men who have money like him that may look better than him don't think that?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Like in person, like for whatever reason, like, and they got all sheepish around me, like, 6 and 7 figure white guys. Like, they will be like, okay, yeah, I got this number at the airport, but she's black though. Oh, I got this girl coming through, but she's black though. Like, it's the same thing as like it is with like a big heavy set woman. Like, it's a butt type of thing.
But I mean,
let me say this one more thing, and then we got, I think, black women trying to say something. Or is that real quick? But with black, that's okay. Better. Okay. This is the thing. like I said, an attractive black woman is an attractive woman. An attractive black woman is attractive. The issue that black women have is that their face is the face of negative liberty, and it's only gotten worse with Aisha Curry, with Jada Pinkett Smith, with Michelle Obama. Their face is the face of negative liberty. That's not a good look for. Okay, fine, forget black men. You already have. It's not a good look for men, and you could
But
try to tell white men all day, every day in your little advertising ass ways. Oh, the black men and white men, black women and white men relationships are the longest lasting. White men don't hear y'all. I promise y'all,
they
they not on
don't
this side of
care.
YouTube. For the most part,
They
they do
don't.
not care.
But that's
So
the
the
thing.
advertisement not gonna work. You either are a good catch, period, or you're not. And the negative when men see black women, what they see is negative liberty. What they see is a person that gives institutions and the institution of marriage, the institute of patriarchy, the institution of male leadership, the middle finger. And there's nothing wrong with that, black women. But you got to deal with all the consequences coming from men, which means that maybe you are all you are for masses of men is just something to pipe on, and that's if they're even willing to risk it. And I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead. Better you, and then you got to Lion. Go ahead, everybody.
No.
So in the conversations I've had with some women, the one I'm thinking of in particular, like she's a PhD, she teaches at a notable university. There is a lot of naivete when it comes down to sexual matters, and it's kind of baffling because it goes from 1 minute you're talking about the racism and sexism that you may face in particular environments, but all of a sudden, when it comes down to fucking white guys ain't racist, and it's like I remember telling this one in particular, I'm like, yo, if you can have the analysis that you do about all the different problems in society and the things that you've wrote about and done your research on, but think that when it comes down to dating, that white guys as a whole don't have that racism, how do you square that circle and explain all of these other places where they're racist?
The loyalty piece. The loyalty piece. That's why they tell you because black women are the most loyal women. They got to tell themselves that because once you take that away, then it's oh no, we don't have the choices and options we think we have. We wait a minute.
Black women do not be having the options that they say they got. And before you jump in my comments, no, I don't have a man. No, I don't have options. Okay, so I be.
See, then you got to say that to yourself. You got to say that to see. Once you take away that these people don't see you the way you see them, then you got that.
I mean, no. See, the problem is they know the white man don't see them, but goddamn,
I think to address better used questions, I think there's several things going on. I think some of it is magical pussy power. You know, I think some of it actually believe that I can love the clan out of it, right? That I can do for him, be for him. I can help break the spell of white supremacy over him. And kind of related to that is you got a generation of those young women. They all grew up on Disney and Nickelodeon, and there was always some cute white boy that they all wanted, and hope would notice them if they were on, Jake and Josh or whatever the hell the names of these shows were. So it's a kind of a movie playing. It's kind of like a movie that's playing in their head that they don't see. As smart as they may be from an academic standpoint, Bridgerton is another one. I can be
They all think they're
the
Pocahontas.
one that the white duke or the white earl or whatever would claim, even in spite of himself. He'll love me more than he loves his title and his lands and everything else kind of bullshit. So it is a kind of fantasy there that goes beyond empirical evidence and logic. And even though
Lizzo has walked into the room.
Rehearsed academically, in one way, that movie that plays in their mind, like I say, the Disney movie, the magical pussy movie, or whatever that plays in their mind, sort of take precedent when they're dealing with them on a personal basis.
Yeah, romance.
And I said, wait, real quick, y'all. I just said Lizzo just walked into the room. and you saw it with her. She was joking, but she wasn't joking when she was trying to get at Chris Evans
She
a few
wasn't.
years ago. She wasn't,
She wasn't.
you know, she was framing it in a funny way, but she wasn't joking. And she said it. I'm kind of, and initially she said, I'm kind of tipsy right now, and like this is her liquid courage to hit him up in the DMs, and then low key try to publicize it so to kind of shame him into kind of engaging with her. And well, we see how that turned out. Isn't he married now to a white woman? I'm just saying. So like you know, it's that. I agree with Black Rule 100%. You know, and there's this idea, there's this, and you see it with women of color in particular. The Mindy Kaling is an example. I would argue JD Vance's wife is an example. There's a number. Jeb Bush wife. Oh goddamn, you even went there. Z, better stop. You live in Florida. Right. So there's a number of these women of color that like this is the thing for them. And you know, you can argue this was the case when Rihanna was fucking with Ashton Kutcher and he slammed the door in her face, but she tried to get the paparazzi on the property. But we're just gonna leave that one alone. Like this is a thing, right? This is and it's they think they speak like we're sick, and I always find it interesting that they speak like we're sick. Well, what is a woman of color not willing to do for a white dude, particularly a tall white dude with some money, with a little bit of money? We ain't talking about like rich, with a little bit of money. What is she not willing to do?
What would she do for
you
a
know?
5'8"? What would she do for a 5'8" white man that got a job?
$40.
No, that's still too low. Let's do it. Let's up it a
$40.
notch. No, let's up it a notch to really emphasize the question. What is a woman of color, particularly in America, but you can argue on the planet, what is a woman of color not willing to do for a 6'1" tall white guy that earns $120 a year? What won't she do for that guy? Relatively
Everything.
fit, 6'1" white. I didn't even say 6'3", 6'5". I didn't say $250,000 a year. You know what? I won't even say 120. I'll say 90,000. What won't she do for
I
6'1",
say 75,
relatively
bro.
fit?
Fuck it, say 75.
75. Okay.
75, but you going too high.
75,
But hey,
6'1".
100K, bro. You talking real money, bro. 75, bro.
I make more than, you know what? That's fucked up because I make more than 75. That's fucked up.
Yeah, but sir, you're a black man,
I
sir.
know.
The problem number one.
I know. I know. Oh, I know.
Look, half the black manosphere made more than 75 last year, practically.
Yeah.
You know, but that we ain't saying shit, nigga. You ain't white.
I know.
You know what you have. You know what you have as a black man. You're the foil to the whole thing just by being a black man. That's where you come in the door. You're the juxtaposition. You're the guy that don't necessarily need the money all the time.
I'm still a nigga. I get it.
Right.
But here's the thing. You know, Brad thinks the same way about you, right,
and that's what they refuse to accept. That right there, line. That right there.
You know, Brad thinks the same thing about you.
Say that.
Right? Just saying.
Hey, wait. Let me ask Tunnel Runner this. Wait, real quick, y'all, real quick. But Tunnel Runner just came. Tunnel Runner, you have been all across land America. What won't them women? Because I know that they'll mess with a brother. Of course they will. Of course, if you got a blue passport on top of that, Tunnel Runner, what won't they do for the white dude though? Oh boy.
Oh, they'll do anything. And if he's making 55, they'll make him. They say with me behind him, he'll make a couple of 100,000.
But that's why it's weird hearing. But that's why it's weird hearing about white men complaining about not getting laid.
They're human beings too. Well, many of them are lying, but really what they're saying is so you pipe shit. And that's so you beat me to it. That's where I was going. Yeah. The Becky they prefer don't want and so what ends up happening for them is and actually what's his name, Martin Goldberg kind of covered this before, which is like, so how is this supposed to work? The Chisel Chin Chads get all the white women and all the prime choice cuts of women of color, and then all of us regular dudes, we out here with the 4 foot, I think he said 4'8", 5'2", Asian women, Filipinas and whatnot, and Latinas. So what the hell are our sons gonna look like? And it's like he's thinking about these things advanced, but it's like exactly if your average white woman is saying, I'd rather not have kids if I can't end up with the tall Chisel Chin dude, because my college degree and my student loan debt dictates that I should be with him, but he's already married or he already got a side chick. I can't deal with him. I don't want a black man. Okay, nothing wrong with that. So what ends up happening is those women end up single. Many of them, some of them end up with a brother, some of them end up with a Latino, but many of those women end up single. And then their male counterparts who they would have been with a generation ago, those white dudes, those everyday white dudes end up with a 5'2" tall Latina.
You know those
And
kids
there
end
you
up
go.
at they
Can,
end
can,
up
can,
they
but
end
can
up
we
being the
tell the whole
babysitters
truth?
for the offspring of those couples. They end up bringing babysitters.
Can we tell the
That's where
whole
they end
truth?
up.
Can
Go
we
ahead,
tell
go ahead.
the whole? Can we tell the whole truth about the white incel? Because there's a large BBC coefficient in that formula. A huge part.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I,
there
I,
is.
I
Huge
hear the
part
pun all
of
over
what's
that. I,
going
I hear
on
the pun. I hear
in
you.
that
I
There
hear you, Black
white
is.
Guru. Go ahead.
incel thing. No, for real, for real.
Nah, you're
Because
not lying.
what's happening to some degree is some brothers coming in plundering the white landscape, and some of those women, or some of those white girls that they might have been able to get with, they put it this way, their horizons have been expanded to a degree in which
They've been alpha
there's no
widowed.
Well,
going
They've
well,
been
let me
alpha
tell you the
widowed by
why.
wait,
But
wait,
here's the
wait, wait, wait,
thing.
wait, real quick, real quick, like 20 seconds. They've been alpha widowed by niggas. That's all you're saying, Black Guru.
Yeah.
They've been alpha widowed by niggas. That's it.
yeah.
The
Well,
white
let me.
dude can't he
They done
can't
been
follow us
stretched
via
out.
real quick, because
And
Nah,
this is the issue.
all you have
It's
to do is
go ahead.
go to some of these PWIs and some of these schools where it's a certain percentage of black males there. I observed it indirectly through my own children who attended a white school where you had a few white boys running rampant to, and it was a Christian school, and they was running
Oh.
rampant through there, man. So
And
well,
why?
there's a significant part of that incel thing,
Mhm.
that white incel thing, is that a percentage, a significant percentage of those that who would have been their girlfriends have been rotted out by
well,
Daquan and
well, let me speak to the why. Is that there's another reason of the why that is that white boys won't admit. Some of those some of those women that went to the BBC are simply reacting because some of those white boys went and got with black women. So they said, "Fuck it, why not me?" But
no, but that's not a significant number, because that what I'm describing is something that happens very early. I'm talking about back in like grade school and high school. This is where this starts. This isn't them getting out into the world, because a lot of these incels, they start out pretty young. And what happened is
Facts.
that Daquan on the basketball team blew through the entire white cheerleading squad, that
Yep.
kind of thing,
and
and
sir,
it
he
just kind
got
of
game.
unstable the entire. It just disabled the entire damn sexual ecosystem.
Yep.
Oh, he
And
got game.
the lesser white and the lesser white boys could not recover from it.
Yeah,
This
let me say this, but wait,
Well,
Zulu, wait, before you go, wait, Zulu, before you go, let me get this out. So, what Black Guru was saying, there is something to that. Because consider this, it's not just the sex. For whatever, however long they are in a thing in high school, or however long that he's dating her in high school or whatever, like 3 months, 2 months, whatever the hell. It's not just the sex; it's the whole swag. And this is when that swag thing that everybody likes to minimize. This is when it takes it into effect. What you have to appreciate is, will she maybe settle down with a white dude eventually when she's like 28, 32 years old? Yes. But in the back of her mind, and the white guys know it, is gnawing at her the fact that she used to be out here riding out and Daquan's mom's freaking bins, right? Going to the mall, getting smashed out in Daquan's room when she was 16, 17 years old. And the music that was playing in the background.
Daquan was
What?
driving. Daquan was driving
her.
her father's Benz, man. Don't y'all see how Daquan get down?
Ooh, yeah,
Daquan
yeah,
was
yeah,
Yeah,
driving her father's
yeah,
Benz.
yeah, yeah. Ugh,
and
ugh.
And
I
see,
want to
Yeah,
say, but
yeah. Go ahead.
these experiences change you. You see
Yeah.
things differently. Even like me going to Colombia and stuff like that. When I come back to America, I see sisters differently. I don't see them the same as I did before I started going down there. It
Let me
changes
read
your
this.
mindset.
Let me read this real quick, and then I think Lion was trying to say something, and then you got a Zulu. And no placeholder. I caught it too. No placeholder. No placeholder says this is for Uru's quote unquote expanding horizons. Exactly. I caught it too. Quote unquote
Yeah, I caught that
expanding
too.
horizons.
Expanding horizons.
Horizons.
Expanding horizons. Oh,
Wordsmiths out here, y'all. Artiste.
taking up real
Oh,
estate. Talk about
right.
taking up real estate.
And go ahead, Zulu, and then you got a line. Or line and then Zulu. I can't remember which one of y'all was first. Go ahead.
Nah,
I
I
was
was
gonna
just
say this
saying.
real quick. Like,
Nah, go ahead,
go
dude.
ahead, go
You
ahead.
got it. Nah, go ahead, dude.
Oh yeah,
You
my
got it.
shit gonna be quick. My shit gonna be quick. Basically, like I said, I think that theory is wrong because, like, I'm gonna be for real. Like they just like the chicks that's getting rotted out by Daquan would have been getting rotted out by Chad or getting rotted out by necessarily was it Ying Ping General or goddamn or Jose, right? See what I'm saying? It's just that necessarily in a white man's mind that when he get hit by Daquan, that all of a sudden she is no longer an actual woman no more than when she hit by Daquan, which I can understand personally, right? I understand that, right? So it's more or less, it's not that these quote unquote women are not getting ran through necessarily, right? Is that the question is that when she get ran through, you have to ask yourself as a man, right? She was letting Daquan drive her daddy's Benz, right? I gotta come in at 28 and I gotta pay for my own Benz and pay for her Benz. Do you really think I'm gonna do that?
Here's the thing. Let me say this real quick. This is something to consider, Zulu. If dating is warfare like everything else, the white men are telling you they fucking lost. Wait, I'm going there. The white men are telling you I lost her when she was when the bills didn't matter, when it was just whoever you find desirable. None of this other extra shit matter. This is the thing about puppy dog love, which makes puppy dog love somewhat admirable, is that's when everything's pure. This is straight attraction. We both live at home. We both don't got no. Go ahead.
Z, listen to me.
Yeah.
Remember, you described observing a white
Oh yeah,
dude,
the breaking heart. Yep.
the
Yeah.
look that his woman had looking at Daquan. That's what I'm talking about. It's beyond anything you can have. It's a primal, biological, primordial sort of thing. And the problem with what Zulu describes is black dudes are different, man. It's like it's crossing the Rubicon with a brother. Once you can go back to, whatever bad, but that experience, that energy, that look, that style, that smell, that texture is just gonna be totally different. And it's gonna be imprinted. And a lot of them they'll go on with their life or whatever, but they never really totally come back from that.
So
you know what?
Let me real quick, and then wait, everybody. Let me go, and then I think let better you go, and then you got to Zulu. Okay, real quick. Go into what Black Widow said. For those of you that never heard it, I don't know if Compassion still got the video playing on TikTok, but let's just say this. So the story. So what Black Widow was referencing is I was at a bar once, and I was observing a white guy looking at a white woman looking at a brother, and you can see in his heart. He was low key. His heart was breaking because he was looking at her, drooling over the brother, and it hurt me looking at him being heartbroken, looking at her, looking at the brother, and so yeah, that type of lust and that type, and there's clearly good looking white guys and charismatic white guys, etc., etc. So, but there's something to be said about being a white guy, standard issue white guy in America, and witnessing that. Go ahead.
Let me tell you, Z, when they look at Daquan, it's a different kind of thing. It's like out of body experience for them, man. I mean, it's not the same. Even if it's a good looking white dude or whatever, if you observe them, it's totally different. It's primal. It's like the quickening of their spirit kind of thing. Just observe them. Just look at how they will look at you. It's a different kind of thing.
So
I can't even form. Was it? What did it say? What did it say? Confirm or deny this? But I will confirm this though. Once you get decent African femininity, it's hard to get off that shit. Like when I went to Uganda, I still think my man goes to this day, my nigga. To this day, nigga.
To this day. Hysterical. Oh, that's a good ass reference. Go ahead, better you go ahead. Hysterical, Zulu. Go ahead.
So my high school was 50-50 black and white, and I went to PWI. I went to South Carolina. And what Uru was talking about, like, yeah, it's a thing. I remember playing football, and I don't want to make it like, oh, it's every single white girl, because it's not. but there's a select group of white girls where I would say like, yo, they definitely were desired by
They
the
ready
white
to trade
chicks.
too. They ready to trade too.
Wait, Zulu. But so said again, they were desired by the white men, but they were not desiring the white men. Is what you were trying to say?
Yeah, like they was fucking with a lot of the black guys on the football squad. Matter of fact, a lot of guys thought I was weird because I don't fuck with white girls. I'm not attracted to them. So it's one of those things where, to what Uwe was saying, like that anger or that hurt and that heartbreak, yeah, because there was some dudes who, frankly, they had beef with me for a girl I didn't even want. So yeah, it's a thing, and
yeah. But
better
they
you when you
knew
come to
they knew how much she wanted you. They could see it. That's the issue. It didn't even really matter whether you want her. Your existence provoked a response from them that they could not engender, and that alone was enough for them to hate you.
Yep. Now imagine this, better you. Imagine being the guy that did cross that bridge, because I did, and oh Lord, I swear to God, those dudes want to fight me. They want to
I
fight
was
me.
encouraged. I was encouraged too, and I never did. I explicitly remember working at the office, and there's a bar that wasn't too far away that we would go to, and one of my Haitian partners straight up said this. I'm gonna give y'all the English translation. He was like, "Z, you're their type." You remember this is Z height of fitted, but we would go on Fridays, so I wasn't dressed up. I was dressed down on Fridays, casual Fridays. But still, it was like he said it to me explicitly. Z, you're their type. How are you not getting them and like transferring them over? This is a married man, by the way. But that's why I'm not gonna say his name. But yeah, no. And he said it straight up, like, Z, you're their type. You're supposed to be the one getting the numbers again, or breaking through the wall and bringing us through, right? So yeah, and yeah. So I fully appreciate what Better You was saying. Like
I
it
do,
was never
because
my thing either.
I do, especially being the guy that did cross the bridge. And the one thing that comes in my mind, I don't know what pisses them off more. The fact that they wanted me, or the fact that I didn't even hesitate. Because I didn't even think twice about it at the time. I didn't hesitate, didn't even flinch.
Both. Go ahead, Spy Truth. You wanted to say something real quick, Zulu,
No.
real quick. Go ahead and Spy Truth. You want? Oh, go ahead.
No, it was something earlier, but I forgot what it was.
Okay, go ahead, Zulu.
I know I was saying, like, for me, I must got that Arthur Charles gene or something like that, because I just don't follow unless you are like an 8 or a 9 or a 10 white woman, then you're attractive, right? Because you're attractive as a human. But if you're like a basic white woman, like, I just never been attracted to them. It just can never, like, the only one I actually found like attractive as a random group of women was like Indian women, and then like women from like South America and African women. If you want that, or you want like the dark skinned Asians, I kind of didn't really. My brain kind of filters you out unless you was like a 9 or a 10. That's just me. I don't know.
I kind of feel you, honestly. No, it's not. I kind of feel you on that. I kind of feel you on that. For me, it's been generally darker and browner skin tones of other groups. If it's not a black woman, it's the darker the Indians they think are too sultry and sexy, and they're not innocent looking, and they're not light skinned enough and Brahmin. Y'all can take all that gray skin Indian Brahmin shit. Y'all can take that shit. I don't want no parts of it. Y'all can keep them. But I'm with you on that.
You guys are looking at it. I think you guys are looking at it. To me, it's like, okay, I can bat left-handed here. I can practice my triple. I can practice my home run swing. I mean, that's how
I understand.
That's how I look. I don't look at it as I don't look at it as my regular game.
Yeah.
I look at it as I get all my practice in for my regular game.
I fully agree with you. That's exactly how I looked at it. I was like,
real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, but that's exactly, but Lion, that's exactly, so what Black Rule just said is exactly what I say the young white dudes are doing with the sisters. because they
Yeah.
don't marry them. So
Exactly.
if you that's exactly how they see it. Remember what I said? They learning all the tips and the tricks and all that. They jump off the ceiling fan and all that stuff. They got the sisters doing that, and then by the time they get married, yeah, they might choke their wife out here
Hey,
and there.
hey,
But no, go.
Taylor Swift getting all the benefits from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Damn
Oh,
sure. Damn sure is.
yeah.
Taylor
Damn
Swift.
sure is.
No. If we're gonna be honest, he went from
The sisters they trained him up. They
yeah.
trained up Kelsey, and now he's good to go.
And it's too and Taylor Swift it's just too much easy because Kim Nicole got at least got a body on her. And Taylor Swift is a pig stick, so that ain't nothing. He's tossing her.
He
That's
tossing
fun.
her like nothing.
So if
Tossing her.
he had to learn to lay it down, think about it. If he had to learn to lay the smack down on Kayla, man, Taylor Swift is man, that's easy pickings, man. She probably getting the experience of her life.
Which is why she's getting married.
Why she getting married? She said she did like Shannon Sharp. She said, "I gotta have you.
I gotta lock this down.
I gotta lock this down." She a billionaire. Yeah.
I mean, shit. At this point,
But yeah,
man,
I'm not mad at the white boys though. As far as the what the white boys doing to the sisters,
Real quick, Lion, real quick, because
how
we
can
got to
you
shout
be
out
mad
the
at a
first
person
person.
who willingly
Real quick,
divorced?
y'all. Wait, Zulu, real quick. The first person we got to shout them out because they're here right now. The person that called it before everyone was Black Rule. Black Rule called that wedding pretty much when we found out they were dating. Black Rule called it from the jump.
did.
He called it from the very, very. I was like, God damn, you sure
No,
about that? 2 years later,
I could tell by the way she looked at him. That was it.
But they've
You
been
can
together
tell.
for a while though.
Because she chased him. It's clear she chased him. To me, that looked like I'm having this dude. She had that look on her face like I'm having this dude baby's look on her face. That was very clear to me from the beginning. I think Kelsey was the one who was like, how far do I want to get into all this? Because he always seemed a bit kind of apprehensive or whatever about the whole thing because she is who she is. But it seemed to me from the beginning that she had fallen. She was gone.
Ain't that man like 6'3"?
well, there you go, sisters. Y'all got a chance at the side chick application. He might not be accepted for another year or so, but you probably still want him to Kayla Nicole as a side chick.
I said it
Y'all
again.
got side chick.
I'll say it again. A white man used hypergamy on a black woman. A white man exercised hypergamy on a black woman.
Stop talking about Halle Berry like that, bro.
Hey man. Hey man. Just saying.
Well, I mean, he might, maybe her and what's her name be able to make a deal. Maybe Taylor seems.
Her ain't name Taylor.
A lot of white women have interesting views about that kind of thing. Maybe she'll let him keep his Roscoe ready. Maybe. Maybe.
He might get that Bill Gates deal.
Yeah, maybe
he might get that Bill Gates deal. Yeah, once a year.
Wait, explain that Bill Gates deal for people that don't know. Black, I'm better. You explain that because I don't think everybody knows.
Oh yeah, I know about the deal. Yeah,
once a year, Bill Gates' wife allows him and I guess like his first love to go for about a week and a half on an excursion of their choice. No questions asked. And they go do their thing and Bill comes back.
Yeah, it's called a hall pass. That's what the term hall pass comes from. You get a hall pass.
Man. All I'm saying is, but I pray for these folk, man, because I'm watching videos of dudes necessarily taking soul food to Nigeria, getting them a Nigerian chick. It's about to be OV for these bitches, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm the NL anime is coming out. I'm sorry. A lot of these women are going to suffer because as I'm doing the math right now, if you got dudes running YouTube channels about getting you a Nigerian woman, and like Nigerian women are technically, you ask most Nigerian, they like that ain't the move. Bro, What I already know what Keisha gonna be at, but Keisha ain't got no home, bro. She gonna the streets.
Oh my God, that hurts and that's funny. He said,
That is
wait,
a
he said,
line.
I don't know where Keisha gonna be, but Keisha don't got no home.
Keisha don't got no
God
home.
damn. God damn, Zulu. God damn. That might be the
got
quote of
no
the stream.
home.
No, because I mentally don't. I have to tell myself this because I can't necessarily tell myself I'm not in the hole and I'm not and I'm in the hole. But the day you tell yourself that you quote unquote you not in the hole and you in the hole, bro, you in a way different kind of problem.
I mean, well, you know what? Zulu's not wrong, Z. Because it's like
No, I never said he was wrong. I'm just saying that's cold-blooded.
I mean, I know, but what I'm saying is, you hear it all the time when you hear black women complain about not being married. I mean, about not being married. These black men don't like black women. So in other words, if black men don't marry you, you won't never be married. Is that what you're saying? You know, that's what you're admitting, low key, right?
You ain't got no home, bro.
Hey,
got a home, man. She got a home. You know,
Man, boy, that underpants
no,
don't
I
count,
don't even
nigga.
like that
And sleeping
tone
under my
better.
couch
That
don't
tone
count, nigga.
alone. She got a home.
she gonna get on the phone and she gonna say, "Hey Nate, I'm in a bind."
Right?
That tone alone.
Okay. Luther Van better you. And let me read this real quick. And Zeta
Luther
says,
Van you.
don't Luther Van you, exactly. Zeta and Zeta says, don't forget the Afro Latinas too. Oh no, like if you think ADOS black women are worshiping white dudes, you ain't seen shit yet until you seen the Afro Latina. The Afro Latinas, boy, hey, there's not a thing on planet Earth they won't do for the white man, boy. They will jump off a ceiling fan, walk on their heads.
I raise you Asian women.
I don't know. They probably be street fighting in the middle of the street for the white people.
I raise you Asian women.
No, because hey man, I didn't see Indian women say. I have seen videos of Indian women literally say on a panel for like 20,000 people on it to a white man. Oh my gosh, you're white. Of course I would get with you. And I'm sitting here like, and you gotta remember, it's a channel of 20,000 people in there, bro.
Well, damn.
You dealing with that. With that Shaolin pussy technique.
But you ain't. But I ain't gonna lie to you. The shit I didn't see Asian women pull is crazy though. Like I didn't see Asian women like a white man literally come up to him while she with her boyfriend, ask her for her number, and then she sit there handing the dude her number. The boyfriend looked like, "What the fuck is you doing?" In the entire process, and I'm
let's just say, Z is not a violent person, but y'all both getting stumped up. Y'all both getting stumped out. I'm just letting you know.
I think the dude thing like Paper Tiger or some shit was like it was like some of them half Asian, half white dudes or whatever. I think he did a channel. I forgot the dude's name because I think he took out his channel. He stopped putting stuff. He had this video.
No, I saw the whole series, the 3-hour-long video. I saw that shit. Or was it longer than that?
Bro,
yeah, 3 hours.
I can't remember how long, but it was like 30 minutes or an hour long. It was a long video, and I'm watching this dude, and I mean it was the most basic white man. I mean, a 6 at most, bro. Come up to some Asian chick and he dude, bro. Literally say, "Hey, what's up? How you doing? So forth and so on. Let me get your number, so forth and that." And the chick actually entertained that bullshit. The boyfriend sitting there looking like, "Bitch, what you doing?" And then it was a whole thing of it. Her not saying hell nah, him not saying what the fuck you think you doing, and then the boldness of the white man think he gonna come up there and just talk to a bitch that I'm actively talking to in my face. I'm like, Nick.
Hey, Zulu, let me tell you how this. Let me tell you how this would have ended. Tonight on Channel 7 News.
Man,
double homicide. Double homicide after the fuck you think this is? But once again, but that also lets us know, and this is how white guys don't get to play. To me, I don't give them no passes because they appreciate it and they like it and they enjoy it, and that's okay because black men enjoy the big team stereotype as they should. But with that, you don't get to play dumb. So that goes right back to what we say about that the incel white dudes. No, bitch, you know what system you're in. If you enjoy the stereotype of white men and whatever the hell is to come along with you guys when it comes to the Asians and just about every woman of color, then also shut the fuck up about black men and the big P stereotype and the swag and all that shit. I know that shit bother you. That there has to be an assumption of your utility for y'all to get laid unless you're really good, attractive, or charismatic. But for us, it's the assumption of swag and big peen and good sex. And just eat that, because if you enjoy your stereotype, then shut the fuck up about ours, the positive ones anyway.
You know what? You know what I kind of wonder about is like if this whole thing, how this ends up affecting like Billie Eilish. Like you remember, like she like way back then, she was with a brother too at some point.
I heard this.
didn't know
I
that.
heard this. I didn't know it was true though, but I heard the rumor.
Loki, she got body too.
Yeah, was like Q or something. What's his name?
Okay, well that means eventually maybe she becomes, what's her name eventually, the singer from the UK, I forgot her name, but
Oh,
yeah,
Adele.
Oh,
Adele,
Adele.
maybe,
Oh.
maybe, but look how far Adele was willing to go to marry what's his name. So there you go.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
all it is. And that's, I mean, if everybody's a free agent now, I just want everybody to understand, across race and across gender and across sexuality, everybody's a fucking free agent. Get in where you fit in and shut the fuck up. What we have is a bunch of bitter ass, mainly the women, a bunch of bitter ass fucking women who are mad that they don't get to be elite women, and they throwing temper tantrums. Shut the fuck up. If you didn't get in where you fit in, then shut up. If you think you're deserving of better than what you feel like what you feel like you're that that is desiring you, or maybe not desiring you. If you feel like you're better than what's around you, then that's your bad.
Meanwhile, you're in a reality now where today's elite is mediocre tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's
like,
just complaining. It's sour grapes. It's sour grapes because,
and
as
here's the
one
thing:
thing.
for those who are considered elite, it's always been a very, very, very small percentage. It's always
Hmm.
been that. Always been small.
Man, bro, I'm watching. I like this. I'm not concerned because I really don't care. But it's kind of gonna be like right now. I'm on. I don't know. I don't think you ain't seen my Discord, so you don't know. But it was on Discord. I think I shared a link where they got prostitutes out here now. They are now cleaning homes for they sucking dick and cleaning homes for $150 now.
As you should.
As
You
you should.
should. Let's be very clear. Oh, look, and yes, we're gonna be asking y'all to do. And let's be clear. Like, if the environment is changing, a lot of the social safety nets. Yes, this is good. This is
Yeah,
you're
a
gonna
lot
see
more
this
shit
shit
is on the
become the
table
new
now.
normal.
Yeah, a
Yes,
lot of shit's on
exactly.
the table
And,
now.
Okay,
and sitting,
okay,
sitting
cool. You
there,
gave me head.
sitting there,
You gave me head. That shit
and sitting
lasted
there,
all of 5 to. Go.
hold up, pick up your dry cleaner.
Right?
Ooh.
Yeah, no.
No,
I'm dead
they gonna
ass.
be
I'm dead ass. Exactly. I'm
no, no,
like,
no, no,
Lou,
no, no.
I'm
They're about to
so
Yelling at her
become.
like,
They're
serious.
I
about to
said
become
over
Ugandan
easy.
prostitutes.
I
They're
said
about
over
to
Hey,
become
easy.
Ugandan prostitutes.
wait. Remember what I was saying earlier, way earlier in the stream, when me and Better You were going down the list of what we think the environment's gonna look like with the gigification and whatnot. Okay, if we gonna go there, why everybody think it's not gonna affect the women? No, bitch, you don't just get to give me head for 5-7 minutes and I go and then no. Hey, here's this Uber ride. Go pick up my laundry. Here goes some money for that. Here's this. Here's that. Oh yeah, bitch, don't worry about it. I know where the fuck you at. You ain't gonna get away from me. No, this is the new normal. This is
As a
the
matter
fucking new
as a
normal.
as a matter of
No,
fact, stop
no,
and pick up a pizza on your way here.
Thank you.
the funniest man, they don't understand because the funny thing is, right, the white prostitutes that I'm seeing are the ones making that deal. The black chicks down here talking about, hey nigga, pay me 500. I'm still kind of talking about.
I would like
Pay
to
me
direct
$300,
go
nigga. I'm sitting here watching them.
go into what you're saying, Zulu. I would like to direct everybody to that video. We all saw it with our white young lady, with our white middle-aged lady was on the back porch of the dude, and she was like, my cell phone and my son, and we struggling and that, and if you need me to do anything or and she low-key offering her services, wink wink, to him, and he was like, no, don't worry about it. If anything, I'll just have you help me with it. But she was ready to go. Go into exactly what Zulu was saying. Yeah, everybody saw this video. Y'all know it. Remember the one I'm talking, the one where she's on the back
Yeah, I
porch
remember.
and she's talking. Yeah, so that's all it is. Exactly. And remember, she was ready to go. She was offering her services for what, a cell phone bill
And,
paid or something like that.
and this is
When I tell
the
you there
time
was a
for
white
you,
woman above, my bad. Continue. Okay, go. My bad. I'm sorry.
and this is the time for you Negroes to get on code. Y'all need to get on code.
about how y'all gonna do this, because the problem I foresee is Negroes kind of usurping each
They
other
still believe
in this particular environment. This is the time to establish a code and some order of how you're gonna handle this particular kind of female in this particular kind of environment. So you need to create some sort of regimen, and you need to stop dick policing each other. All this tricking and all this bullshit. You need to stop all that and come together and operate from a position of power and dealing in this particular kind of environment going forward.
You know what, Uru? I talk to black men. I be like, y'all don't understand the language of power. That's why these women talk to y'all that way. The dude looked at me and said, "Nigga, I don't need no power. I got the love of a black woman." When I heard that shit,
were you in this? See that in that he gotta get slapped for saying some shit like that.
now, Grant, you was online. It was TikTok. Though. It was TikTok.
I got the power and the love of a black woman.
That's some funny shit. I don't even see Derek Jackson saying that. I could see controversial Shannon saying that though.
It's the power of friendship gonna compel him to stop the enemy from beating his ass. But it's the anime power, bro. The power of black woman, bro. Oh God.
All right, so this dude must have been from like Iowa or something because that was super corny.
Yo, why does that sound like some
it was
shit?
all around TikTok, bro.
Yo, that sounds like some shit FD would say.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even see FD saying it. Maybe he would, but I don't even see FD saying it. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
I bet you $5.
Bro, you hear that? The love and power of a black woman, like that shit, like an actual superpower, bro. That really makes you question shit. Bro, you be like, whoa.
No, but that answer right there tells you that the truth is black men don't want power.
No, some of us do. It's just that the problem is you got these niggas in the background wanting interference. Like how I really see it is like this. You have us as a branch of the mighty tree of African American, right? Then you have the simp niggas and then the simp chicks on this on one cohort, right? Right? And then you would have let's say the who don't know where they're gonna go, right? The problem is the group is trying to figure out which one is the proper one necessarily without being actually a man enough to say, I'm just gonna pick up and go over here because they're too scared to make that jump. That's the problem, right? And until they actually make the jump and see that, oh, yeah, over here is quite nice.
Here's the thing, but here's the thing about power. Here's the thing about the power. There's power in you just walking away.
That is true.
There's power in just in that. You just saying no and walking away.
This actually reminds me, speaking of anime power, this actually reminds me of Yu Yu Hakusho. When Yusuke got possessed by Rai. Just hear me out. When Yusuke got possessed by Ryzen, what Ryzen said to him was, "You don't know how to use your power. Let me show you how."
Let me show
and he
you
whooped
power.
his ass in like 2 minutes.
Yep.
And
let me show you power, and that was it. I knew exactly what
that was kind of cool.
You said that shit. Actually, no. You know what? No. You know what? I counter you. If you have watched Jujutsu Kaisen in the Shibaka incident when what's his name took over, and that whole city. Yeah. The incident when he took when Snaka took over, and that whole Sakunya took over,
bro,
and that whole city got decimated.
Let me read this from MS Delta real quick. And MS Delta says, "LOL, sorry, ma'am. Your services are no longer needed here. Not needed here. Your position has been outsourced." Hysterical. No, but I mean, like low key. That is what passport bros are saying to women in America, and what brothers passport bros, black men passport bros are saying. That is what they're saying through action. Maybe not the words, but through action. Your services are no longer needed.
No, they are saying it directly and indirectly. The problem is the women really believe that, quote unquote, that all they gonna say is this much: if you leave, you a bitch. Don't you agree? Nigga who just got out of jail, who I gave some pussy to. Yes, madam, you niggas are bitches because she giving me some pussy and I'm living in her house. And I'm sitting here looking at him like you're not even a real man. But that's the problem. The problem that I'm noticing is this much: you have the younger men necessarily who still have hope alive, which is cool. I respect that, right? They either going out here getting ate up, which is what they was Z and other people were saying, right? You have the people that's like me, that's kind of like, hey, bro, I didn't got bit once or twice. I'm cool enough. I figured out. And then if the niggas who's too far in, they just can't do nothing, right? So the problem is they're trying to necessarily stop the as you could call it, the bleeding, right? But the bleeding is too profuse or too much. They can't stop it though.
There is no stop.
They know
you don't got enough gauze for that.
This is
I ain't enough gauze for that though.
No.
This is completely unrelated, but the thing I love about Jujutsu Kaisen is like they don't do the bullshit that every other anime does, where it's like it's 10 niggas, but they gonna run this door. They was like, oh no, we jump niggas around here.
Oh no, we jump niggas.
That reminds me of the wait. Y'all ever seen the Trell sent it to the hood ass version when they have them doing the when the hood ass brother is doing the voiceover. That shit is hysterical. Like, we jump niggas. When he was like, we jump niggas. I thought that shit was.
Oh, you thought this was gonna be a fair fight?
But he said fair one. No, we jump niggas. I thought that shit was hysterical.
Damn sure.
Oh man.
Nah, but the one thing I know is that the one thing that does kill me about that anime, it's funny how they'll be in this little hallway, but as soon as a fight starts, the hallway just extends like an extra 10 feet for some reason. They be in one short hallway, then they get into a fight that is like, oh, we got all the room in the world now.
Domain expansion.
the domain expansion.
Oh God!
Hey, do me a favor, y'all. Read this comment from Trell real quick. That's the what I'm referring to.
Oh, Hood Anime Awards.
Hood Anime Awards. Yeah.
Bro, I love that show, bro.
That nigga said, bro, I was laughing for like 5 minutes straight. He was like, fair one. We jump niggas, dog. I thought that
shit was so much happiness.
You ever heard of Ace Vane? Ace Vane?
Yeah, I love Ace Vane.
Yo, he is hilarious, bro. Them Justice League voiceovers.
He's a legend. I subscribe to him. Roger talked about him. I subscribed to him. I kept laughing.
Wait, go ahead. You'll get me, and then y'all got it. Go ahead.
No, I said, Roger talked about Ace Vane. I clicked on it. I went on the binge watching. Wonder Woman was hilarious.
He having you crying. He will legit have you crying.
His music videos.
Yeah, his music videos be funny as hell.
And he did the one with the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Like, dude kidnapped Sue.
Dude kidnapped. Yeah. Funny as
like, I kidnapped this bitch 3 months ago.
It worked.
The random Aquaman's random comments.
I was watching the one he did on the Justice. The one he did on the Justice League where he punched the chick and he had to go before he had to talk because he's about to be canceled. And then Green Arrow stuck up for him like, hold up, man. I got this whole business just so I can snuff a bitch. What you mean?
So I can get a bitch.
He said, no, that's the whole reason I even got this. Like, if I can't chin check a bitch, then I don't think that's a job I want to do. Fuck you mean I can't do that? He did that. Fuck you mean I can't chin check a bitch?
Oh, bro. Oh, man. It's about to be some real time out here, man, because the folk don't really understand. Like, I got all my chickens from goddamn, what is it? Uganda hitting me up. They like, hey, you know what? When I offered like 5 of them a deal. I said, hey, you want to move in with me right now? She said, nah, I'm good. All 5 of them then said, I'm ready to move in now. Now it's like, I'm like, hey, shawty, it's kind of.
Yeah, of course, now. Of course. Nope. Should have took an offer when it was on the table.
Now all they do is they be, hey, can you send me $10? I'll be like, well, I'm in town next month. You know, I may need some couple. I may need a couple massages. She was like, oh, okay, I got you. They all out here bargaining that shit out there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we going back and being a whole bunch of immigrants, a bunch of hypocrites, even though y'all spent 50, 60 years talking about the equality you wanted so badly. Now here you are, just selling it willingly. Look at you.
Hey, what's the name of the brother that do the voice? He does the breakdown of the animes. He does the break, but he does it in like a hood ass way. But he does every episode of every series.
CJ the Champ.
Yeah, I think that's him. I think that's what I'm talking about. Bruh, this nigga breakdown of Naruto fights and everything like that, bruh. And the way he be doing it on Sakura, that shit be killing me, bro. I'm like, this thing. Little Sakura, old worthless ass. The way he be telling Sakura, look, she just crying again.
That bitch, she stay crying and she stay getting her ass whooped, bro.
Yeah.
It's part of her character, goddamn, getting her ass whooped and crying, bro.
Shit, by the way, that new Jujutsu Kaisen is coming to theaters in this December. It's giving you it's giving you the last 2 episodes, and it's giving you like of what happened when they left off. Then you're getting 2 extra episodes, and it's being pictured like centered in a movie, and it's dropping this December for Jujutsu Kaisen because season 3 is coming in January or February.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yep.
I thought that thing wasn't coming until next year.
Nah, it's back. It's been going for a minute because you forget because Solo Leveling and Jujutsu Kaisen are both being done. The animation is being done by the same studio.
Mm.
They're both.
One Punch Man came back too.
Yeah.
One Punch Man came back last weekend.
Yeah, it did came back. Yeah, it did come back. I didn't finish season 2.
One Punch Man is so funny.
I didn't finish season 2. I think I was in the early stages of season 2. I need to go back though.
I've been seeing it for like 4 years.
Yeah, I feel you. On some real shit though, those Korean dramas, I don't know who's writing, but they are writing like the renters do.
Man, Lion, if you don't get your bum ass, I know Lion ain't watching no K-dramas.
Yo,
if you don't get your goddamn nigga, you don't get no passes, nigga. You sound like my grandma's, nigga. This nigga watching K soap operas and shit, nigga. I ain't gonna let you talk, Lion. I'm just gonna keep on talking over you and making fun of you walking over here watching K-dramas. Go ahead. Go ahead, messing with you. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
You think it's some general hospital shit. No. People are getting shot and chopped up in these dramas. Like no,
good. Oh hell no!
No, you think? Shit. Oh no, you think? Oh no, you think on some General Hospital, all my children shit? No,
what the fuck? Shut up! Wait a minute.
This is Kill Bill status stuff. This is Kill Bill type shit. These shows.
What?
It's not what you think it is, sir. I don't know. It's not what you think it is. Like one show called The Worst of Evil. There's another show called Vigilante. It's based on a comic book where this kid, he's kind of a young adult. He's in the police academy, but he's out there just whipping ass with a hoodie on. So because his the show starts off, his mother, he lost his mother. His mother was beaten to death. And here's the thing, the guy got arrested, but he only got like 7 years.
Small amount of time.
Yeah. He got a small amount of time. So the kid, so he was a kid at the time. So he pretty much was tracking the dude, and then he caught him because he was beating the shit out of some helpless person, and he kept track of him. So they squared up. He beat the shit out of him. The same dude that beat his mother to death.
Hey, it's not like my kind of show. I think I've seen part of it though.
Yeah, it's called Vigilante. There's another show called The Worst of Evil. Like, bro, like
should.
Nah, you think these shows I'm talking about is like pushovers? No. Graphic stuff happens. Like real shit happens in these shows, bro.
Hey, read this for me, Lion, because I think that you won't like this comment. Go ahead.
Let me see. Said, look, Z, when you've looked through everything on Netflix, you have 2 routes: Korean or Indian. I ain't getting to the Indian show. I ain't get into that. I haven't watched those yet.
Now the Indian shit is kind of wild. There's a movie on there, Triple R. It's like Indian Dragon Ball Z.
Is that
Like,
right?
yeah, it's set in like occupied British occupied India. Like niggas is fighting tigers and dueling and blowing, like holding bombs and shit, blowing up in their hands and all
Well,
kinds of shit,
damn.
man.
Well, damn. Might take a look. I might take a look. Hey man, American drama's getting done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, American drama,
Hey,
American shows ain't cutting it no more.
read this for me real quick, better if you don't mind. Thank you for the super chat.
I got you. On Twitter, there's a term called BBC side. Oh,
BBC side.
yeah.
I
Thank you
don't
for the
even want.
$2 chef butter biscuits. Damn. That's all I can say to that. God damn.
Hey man.
I wonder what they're speaking to with that, like suicide by BBC or like death by BBC apparently, or you know,
Or
maybe we went too
socially,
far.
maybe.
Maybe we went too far past
Homicide.
the tonsils. I get what they're really trying to probably say socially. I agree with Inspired Truth. It's probably socially, but I'm gonna remix that and say, no, you're trying to say we pushed too far back and it went beyond our tonsils. That's what you said. That's what you're really trying to say. I get you.
Yeah, we're expanding.
She couldn't
their
breathe. I get you.
horizons. We were expanding their horizons.
Exactly.
Hey, officer, it ain't how it look, you know. She pulled me on it. I couldn't get out.
Right? Hysterical. But yeah, y'all, let me read this last one because Mr. Z has to end out. I know y'all hear the background. We got things to do. And chestnutters. Oh my God, bro, y'all be killing me, bro. Y'all be killing me with the names, bro. God damn. Says black men that want power will join Zamit Consortium. What?
Zamit
What
Consortium.
what is that?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I thought you were saying Zionist, but I couldn't figure out what that was at first.
You got me on that one, bro.
I feel like it's got a German vibe to it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I think that's some white people shit. I don't really know. Because I had never seen that kind of. I'd never seen that before. So it gotta be some white people shit.
Second that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I can say is chestnutters faces are better.
I don't know. Like I
That's
said, you want some
hysterical.
power,
Yeah.
man. You won't have to.
So
You can't
let's
do that in America, bro.
let's do our outro real quick. So essentially, I played some shit earlier today speaking about the lowering birth rate and essentially asking black women, now that you're not having our kids, so what service do you actually what purpose are many of you for black men if we're not even having the kids, right? So that's the question. Y'all go ahead.
Oh. Well, you know, man, another woman across the pond also got a coochie, and she's Afro Latina. Now, people don't really know. They're on the side of Mexico. I think is if you looking from the right hand side of Mexico, there is a shitload, and I repeat this, a shitload of Afro Latinas that just sit there on a coaster, just waiting. They're just waiting for a Negro in a ship to come by and take them. I mean, don't hold on. Don't just go over there and just start taking people. But you know what I mean? Like they sitting over there literally waiting. So it's like, you know.
I would also like to couple that with you know about Trump's new green card marriage laws? Pretty much the age of finessing is dead. So if she does come back, she don't act right, you could pretty much return the sender.
Yeah, you know what, man? The funny part is about that dude. Like, that's gonna help out so many more people. And like, cause I've been seeing women have this thing where they'll apply this, right? Well, they'll have the woman, let's say, to come in to the country, right? Then they have these personal female lawyers, right, who say, "Oh my God, your husband is like." I see it on TikTok. Oh, your husband brought you in the country, but he wanted to divorce you because you wasn't acting right. Come to me. And I'm sitting here like, ooh, yeah. So yesterday, so when I actually saw that law that banned it that Trump passed, I was like, oh, yeah, they about to shut all that shit down. And it's like, it's so funny how much they will work together to say fuck you and ultimately to only need you at the end of it. And I just sit there like, bitch, you wrong. I'm gonna make you suffer. I'm sorry. I ain't nice. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
Mr. Z, on the other hand, Mr. Z's a kind man. I am not.
I think most black women that have passed on my channel, they would detest me. I think
Nah, they hate
because
you.
we're men, we're black men, they don't see me as kind. Who they see as someone kind is a FD in a foreign, right? Like what black women have convinced themselves, especially a particular brand of black women, has convinced themselves that niggas like me, as well as I speak and as much as I can convey the message, I could do the whole stream. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna start doing a couple more a month with a whole stream, no sexual innuendo, no outburst, no raising of my voice. I can do the monotone. I used to do it when I first started my channel. The dryer, I can do that. I just don't want to do that shit, right? So no, they don't see me as kind. They see me as just as toxic as the worst. Me and Myron ain't no different to many of them. There ain't no difference between me and Myron, because for them you gotta be an FD or a foreign or consciously or you know who they think is the ideal advocate, but maybe not in looks, is Alvin from Raven the Red Flag. That's what they want, a sassy nigga that's sassy to black men, but not to black women, but to black men.
Oh, well,
Right? That's what a black female advocate looks like.
No. Compared to you, I will be the nice man. Like,
I mean, that was Z. I don't know what the hell Z listened to. That.
No. I'm sorry. Y'all already know regular streams. Y'all already know that's my background. Yeah, y'all already know. I'm trying to speak over it, but I figured y'all can still hear it.
But I mean, the thing is, it's like Z. No, but it's like Z says. I mean, it don't matter if they all view them as nice. If you can't get them married, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you still need black men by and large to buy in.
I really do think they think there's a way to work around black. I think you're staunch, like headstrong feminists. They're trying to work everything so that black women they don't want black women to be beholden to black men whatsoever. I'm beating myself up. I don't know if I downloaded it. I'm gonna check my downloads, but I know I saw a video either on a YouTube short or an Instagram where a black woman was flaming another black woman who was there we go. The video that we all seen where the sister got engaged and she's showing off the ring and she's saying take me through there, right? So she just got engaged and she's so happy, right? She's so happy, and then you got a bunch of salty ass black women who they're angry as hell, and one of them made a video about it, low key hoping homegirl go through it. And it's just the bitterness and the hate, bro, because in their minds, their idea of liberation and freedom away from black men in specific is more important than stability and seeing that sister happy that she's engaged. And very importantly, remember what she was saying in that video. They told me not to cook for him. They told me not to do this. All this shit that this fucking weirdo, black feminine, mystique feminine, dark feminine, black girl in luxury women tell women to do, particularly black women to do. She's essentially saying she did the complete opposite, and now she's engaged. And so that's their real issue with her, is that she did the complete opposite, and now she's engaged. And for them, your freedom and sticking it to him, figuratively speaking, is more important than him marrying you. It would have been better if you were single. Go ahead.
Meanwhile, those same women getting their back blown out by a man that's eating up their snacks right now.
Eating up their fruit snacks and their baby fruit snacks.
Eating their snacks right now.
Say that.
And he ain't paying for them.
And he peeing on the toilet seat. Wait. And he peeing on the toilet seat and not wiping it off.
Nope. He leave.
Doing business.
And he's not leaving it up either.
He
ain't even leaving the toilet seat up. He ain't doing that. He ain't doing that. Yep. Or if she a single mother, oh yeah, he eating your kid's cereal. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
And we'll look at it.
I want them fruit cups.
Shout out for going out for the stereotype just so you can prove it.
Hey, bro, you see what I'm saying? Exactly.
Yo, he turned on their Netflix and ruined that kid's algorithm.
Right? He leave his search history on the laptop.
Oh no.
And your son is only 9 years old. Oh boy.
She's like, time out. When did you buy Grand Theft Auto?
That's definitely not what he's searching on the laptop, but we're gonna leave it there.
Yep.
Facts.
But let me read this. He says Zamet Consortium is a black fascist group. Okay. So it's a black fascist. And thank you for the super chats. Chestnutters, Jesus Christ, of the fact that you got me reading your name. But we'll pause right here, everybody. We got things to do. But we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. The non-Manosphere content, I know my background is crazy, but we're going to fix that in a minute because we really have to end out. I'm going to try to come to y'all with a stream tomorrow. There's something I want to cover, and I just didn't have the time to get to it today. To get the materials together to get to it today. So we're going to try to bring that to y'all. Maybe tomorrow I could pull off a regular streams. We'll see. That'd be up in the air with the regular streams, y'all. So, you know, and I know I've been slow on the streams for the past couple weeks. It's a lot going on, so y'all already know. Yeah, and shout out to the, if the TikTok is still playing, shout out to TikTok. Shout out to the replay gang. Like, share, subscribe, hit the thank you button, hit the hype button when it finally populates. Shout out to the replay gang. And all right, y'all, Mr. Z out.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.